from Washington Community High School. We are moments away from the 15th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's Larry Larson and John Camosa in with you from the Clutch Sports Media team. Thanks for joining us. And John, after a year off from the tournament last year, it's back and better than ever. So many exciting teams, so many exciting storylines that we'll get to. And today, we're rich with them as well. Just 4 games, but a lot of talent in those 4 games.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, not having it last year, it's highly anticipated this year. It's a tournament that everyone in town looks forward to, and people that travel from across the state. And we're looking at this game right now to start at Metamora's first year here at the TOC. Ethan Kizer, player to keep an eye on, 6'6" junior, and then on Springfield Lanphier side, 6'4" senior Ty Pence. These 2 players are going to go at it. A lot of other guys around them that are going to make some noise.
2 squads from Central Illinois that are always very good near the top of their respective conferences. Metamora finishes the runner-up to the host Washington Panthers last year in the Mid-Illini Conference Championships. They're trying to get some redemption here from Torrey Gym. We'll see if they can do so tonight and start the season with the bang. You see the Redbirds there in white. Springfield Lanphier, the Lions in black and orange, some slick-looking uniforms to get us started here at the TOC. Glad you're with us. Clutch Sports Media bringing you all 35 games of the tournament right here for free. ClutchSportsIL.com, Clutch Sports Media YouTube channel. We're excited to bring you all the exciting action. Ethan Kizer getting ready to tip it off against Ty Pence. And the Redbirds win it. We're underway.
You're going to see them guard each other, too. That's a really nice matchup at the top of the key between Kizer and Banks.
Drew Tucker trying to work around a screen. Luke DeFrance has got some range, but he's face guarded by Jaquan Holman. Here comes Tucker trying to find some room. Zach Schroeder, the jump pass, finds an open Tucker, and he catches in.
And Larry, that's one thing they were really good at last season, getting a penetration drive, kicking it out. This team can shoot the 3 ball.
Lanphier looking for a response early. Holman to the right wing to Kincaid. Tavonta Jackson, the junior, slices the lane. Nifty pass out to Holman. He's denied. Zach Schroeder turns him away. Second chance for Kincaid. Almost got the and one bucket. Rather, it's a charge.
What Danny Greaves prides his Metamora Redbirds team on is not only offense, but defense. You see a nice 3-pointer on the other end and come down and take that charge. Good way to start it for Metamora.
Lanphier also flashing the defense. They're going full court press right away. The Redbirds break it. 3 ball on the way from Tyson Swanson. 6-0 Birds.
Got a lot of shooters on this team. Lanphier going to have to defend that outside.
Long ball on the way from Holman, and he got it. I think I know how this game's going to go, Joko. A lot of 3 balls.
Could see a big exchange between both teams. Lanphier likes to shoot it as well.
Schroeder, a nice nifty move and a left-hand layup. Don't forget about Zach Schroeder, the 6'3" senior, set to have a big year for the Redbirds. Jaquan Richards turned away. Kizer with the football pass. Hesitation move from Tucker to the rack. No good. Second chance, you bet, out of the hand of Swanson. Timeout, Lanphier, as head coach Blake Turner wants to talk things over, and the Redbirds are fired up.
A really nice defense there on the other end from Cam Kincaid, but Metamora follows it up. Good heads-up play there. We're looking at Metamora with a nice early lead here. Been able to dial down those threes that we saw a lot of last season, Larry.
And that's really what propelled them to that Mid-Illini Conference Championship game, was because they shot so well from beyond the arc. And that's the scary thing for the rest of the Mid-Illini Conference, is that Metamora brings back virtually everybody from that team, including Ethan Kizer, but as we've seen early, Zach Schroeder playing a big role.
I think at times, too, he can get a little bit overlooked. We know that Kizer is a highly talented player. Zach Schroeder is equally good, and these guys have only developed through the seasons.
Richards, hand off to Holman. Holman, the freshman, in the starting 5. Baseline drive, no good from Ty Banks. Here comes Kizer, showing off the handles. Metamora throws it away. Metamora off to an early lead. Just getting underway, game number 1 of 35 at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by Country Financial. Richards, the 5'10 senior, at the controls. Kincaid into the corner for Richards. Tight defense for the Redbirds, going with a zone look here early. Kizer on Banks.
Kizer doing a nice job on Banks, attaining him at the top of the key.
Holman hounded. Kincaid slows it down a little bit. This is Illinois high school basketball at its finest. No shot clock, long possessions. Richards lost the handle. Creative try from DeFrance to try and toss it out of bounds off of Kincaid, but it doesn't work. So it stays with the Lions.
And Larry, that's one thing we've seen from Metamora throughout the years is they can play at that slow pace and be comfortable right in it.
Both Metamora and Washington a bit notorious for that. Baseline drive, lob pass back out to Banks. Banks, step back, halfway down and out. Schroeder, the hesitation move, turned away by Banks. Didn't even let him get the layup off. Great defense by the 4-year varsity starting senior.
Yeah, Banks really been a vocal point for Blake Turner's Springfield Lanphier Lions.
Kizer turns it over. Brady to the other end, unselfish play, and Lanphier picks up its first points in a few minutes. Cam Kincaid for 2. Drew Tucker trying to go coast to coast, called for the charge.
Really nice basket in transition, then able to get back and take a charge on the other end. We saw that from Metamora earlier, so we're going to see this between both teams. Like to get out and run and play some great defense.
Momentum starting to shift. Metamora still ahead by 5. Kincaid, the shifty dribble, slicing through traffic. The defense proved to be a little too much. Ethan Kizer. Now DeFrance. And Swanson on the dribble. Drew Tucker makes a move to the inside, off balance try, short.
Tough shot there, some good defense by Lanphier.
Kincaid through contact, he got it. Lanphier back within 1 possession. Gotta wonder what head coach Blake Turner said in that huddle, because whatever he did worked.
Yeah, we mentioned Ty Banks being a top player for the Springfield Lanphier here, but Cam Kincaid really showing what he's made of right here early on.
This Lanphier program, Joko, is always strong. They always make a run, it seems, to at least the regional championship, more times than not sectionals. Making the trip up for the TOC, as they did in 2019. Schroeder denied. And the Lions toss it away in transition. Austin Robinson, the 6'6 junior, couldn't haul it in.
Yeah, and going back to your point, Larry, Blake Turner's always, scheduled a very, very tough opponents early on, which gets his team ready during the postseason later down the road. So that's something Lanphier really prides himself on, is playing that tough schedule early.
And there are a lot of teams like that in this tournament. Urbana is another one that comes to mind. Ball inbounded to Tyler Mason. He's in trouble. Got to get rid of it, and he does. And the Redbirds get it across the timeline. Baseline drive and a little finger roll from Tyson Swanson.
Good job by Metamora to break that press and get down there for a layup for Swanson.
Swanson up to 7 points for the Birds. Ty Banks feeds Robinson. Has the size advantage. Too strong off the attachment. And a great play on the offensive end to keep possession by Devion Brady. Kincaid, the trigger man. Lanphier put the play in motion before Kincaid even had the ball.
They're ready to go. I mean, it's first game of the year. Get fired up.
Oh, of course. I think we all kind of felt like that before the broadcast. Jackson, back to Kincaid. Spin cycle. Great job on the defensive side by Zach Schroeder. Gives palm on that one, and it's going back the other way.
Schroeder, too, really good scorer for Metamora, but we've seen his defense early on here. Metamora doing a really good job in the interior, making it a little tough on Lanphier inside.
He'll stick to you like glue, as you've seen over the last few years for Metamora. Schroeder up the floor. Can't get it to Kizer. How about that pass? The outlet to Brady. He can't capitalize. How about that find from Ty Banks? Goodness.
Great court vision there, and that was a tough shot to go. Good defense by Metamora.
Drew Tucker, nobody around, plays it in. Tucker up to 5 points. 6'2" junior, doing good things in this first game of the season. How about another great pass, and that time Banks puts it in.
Good awareness by Lanphier here on those last two possessions.
Drew Tucker barely gets it across. Schroeder, jump pass. Swanson penetrates. Back to Schroeder, up and under.
Really nice find there from Swanson. Schroeder cuts inside. Good finish.
Metamora, John, we talk so much about their shooting, but they've really focused their offense on getting to the rim early. Jackson loses the dribble, and it's going back with Metamora.
They haven't. I mean, we focused in before the game on Kizer. Schroeder, got a lot of different guys on this team that can score. Tyson Swanson, Luke DeFrance, we haven't seen him score yet, but that's another vocal point from their team last season, so a lot of different guys.
Swanson, now back to Tucker, guarded by Jackson. No full court press here from Lanphier. A lot of tight defense around the perimeter by Lanphier. And perhaps the foremost headline in this game, Kizer still scoreless.
Ty Banks doing a nice job on Kizer. Hasn't given him anything to start.
Schroeder gets it back. No look pass tipped away. That one will go with Lanphier, and they'll have 27 seconds before the end of the quarter.
Exciting first quarter so far, back and forth.
Risky pass to Banks. Jump stop, pours it in. The senior doing senior things in his first game of his senior season. Drew Tucker across the timeline. Great pass to Schroeder, to Kizer. He's on the board.
How about that pass by Schroeder?
Banks at the buzzer, just short. And that's how the first quarter ends. Great play on both sides, but Metamora holds a 7-point lead. 18-11. And with that, we'll take an advertising break. We want to shout out our great sponsors. First, the City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. And also by Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is all from Country Financial All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help prepare you for the future. For coverage you need at the price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And last but not least, we want to remind you of the cause behind the KB Strong Foundation, or rather the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. The KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer, and we'll be talking about that form, or rather that cause, all throughout the tournament. Second quarter underway. Lanphier having a little trouble, and you see Ty Pence telling everybody to slow down.
Kind of
the offense.
Floor general out there. Big leader for this team.
Off balance fadeaway. Nice look. A little too much. Tyson Swanson spinning around to the rack for two.
Really nice job there from Swanson to break that pressure. Get in there for an easy bucket.
Swanson up to 9 points. Banks the outlet to an open Jackson. He got it. Jackson, the junior, in Lanphier back within 6. In case you're just joining us, Metamora grabbed an early lead, and they've led the entirety of the contest. Ethan Kizer with just 2 points through the first quarter and opening minutes of the second, though. He's got an open look. Comes up a bit short. Offensive board swiped away by Jackson. Randy Rice Jr. called for the charge. Kizer there to take it.
It's one thing I really like that I've seen throughout the years of Danny Gray's teams is if they miss a basket on the other end, they get down there right away and make a big defensive play. We've seen that from Schroeder. We've seen that just now from Kizer. Something that the Redbirds pride themselves on.
Devin Dunn, hands off. Kizer fakes the handoff, puts the offense into motion. Schroeder gets baseline in the bucket. Metamora so effective slicing up the inside early on. Lanphier slowing it down, trying to have a patient possession. The pace was a little quicker in the opening minutes. Both teams kind of getting those opening night jitters out. Banks drops it in.
Banks really good at getting inside and finishing strong. You notice he's had to float it over a little bit of Kizer's size. Got about 2 or 3 inches on him, but he's doing a nice job of falling away, shooting the ball.
Swanson gets to the right block and lays it in. It seems like the same thing on every possession, John. Metamora doing a great job getting to the inside.
Yeah, regardless of the score going into halftime, Larry, I think we'll see an adjustment there from Turner to try to eliminate some of those inside buckets. It seems like Metamora has been getting it pretty easy.
Kincaid, the step back tray came up short. Lanphier could have used that one. Metamora with the chance to open up the lead to double digits. And they can't.
Just a little miscommunication there between Schroeder and Swanson.
Both sides with some subs. We've seen both coaches go pretty deep into their bench early on in this one. You want to get everybody some playing time in the first game of the season. That one nearly tipped away from Austin Robinson. Good recovery. Banks going to work on Kizer. Spin cycle off the glass and in.
When Banks can get inside, he's really effective. We've seen that. And Kizer, really good defender too, so he's doing a good job of getting past him.
Great defense by Lanphier and Holman. And a timeout is taken by Metamora. How about Jaquan Holman, just a freshman, putting his body on the line there.
Lanphier getting fired up at that one, forcing Metamora to call a timeout, but Larry, you love to see that early on, this intensity in a big tournament game.
We take this break to remind you that The TOC on CSM is brought to you by the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free personal appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Back underway, second quarter. Metamora has led the entirety of action against Springfield Lanphier. Kizer goes off the glass, too strong, but a foul is called on the floor. A block on Richards. That's his first, team's fourth. Both sides with 4 fouls. Now, John, I wouldn't be surprised to see a play drawn up for Kizer here off the inbound.
How many times last year did we see a lob on an inbounds for a dunk?
Kizer comes open alongside the arc. Toss back across to Schroeder. Off balance shot, put back by Kizer.
Really nice job there from Kizer to read that one and finish strong.
Banks calling for a screen. Holman guarded tightly by DeFrance. Brady has the pass sent away. No look pass to Holman. Takes the deep three. Tipped around, back into the hands of Banks. He'll try a tray, and he got it. His first of the night. Ty Banks is into double figures. First player in double digits for either side with 11.
Davon Brady did a really nice job on that last play. Kicks it out to the corner. He misses a 3, but then gets his hand on a ball to get it back to Banks. Good job by Lanphier.
It's tipped away by Holman. Jump in the passing lane. Easy 2, and Kizer bowls over him. No foul called, but what a steal and score from Holman. All of a sudden, Lanphier back within 1 possession.
Yeah, turning up that defense. See how Metamora responds.
And a little too much contact on the offensive side by Devin Dunn. Or rather, that was Kizer Quick. So Quick will head to the bench. Now Lanphier has a chance to tie the game.
Just a big momentum shift right there. Lanphier really turned up their defense after that initial turnover.
Banks gets the play call. Jashawn Richards will orchestrate. Robinson back to Banks. From the paint, the mid-ranger too strong. Offensive board, Robinson, the reverse. And the Lions are within 1.
How about Austin Robinson inside on that one, the 6'6" junior. Nice finish off the glass.
Big screen at half court, no foul call. Swanson off the dribble. DeFrance thought about the 3, and he turns it over. Richards for the Lanphier layup, in and out. That one's got to hurt a little bit. Metamora turns it right back over.
They're letting them play.
And another turnover.
Got to slow the pace down here. If you're Metamora, only ahead by 1 now after having that initial lead.
That's what Danny Greaves told his team, slow it down. Great look on the inside, 4-2 for Drew Tucker.
Going back to what they had early on, finishing inside, but Larry, we've seen a shift with Lanphier's defense. They've really turned up the pressure here on Metamora, forcing a couple turnovers.
Under 90 seconds to go in the half. Banks wanted the step back. Holman will slow it down. Blake Turner, head coach for Lanphier, calls the play. He's got that booming voice. Anytime you're in the gym, you know when Lanphier's there. Holman, great look on the inside. Second chance attempt is in for Robinson.
Good follow-up from Robinson. That's the 3rd block for Schroeder tonight, the 6'3" senior.
Now, John, I would not be shocked if Metamora held this basketball for the rest of the half with under 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, having the lead the whole game, I think you want to go into the halftime locker, but
Ty Banks, the steal, and almost the slam.
And he's bleeding there on the floor. Schroeder looked like he got his arm cut.
Oh boy, that's a lot of blood.
Yeah, looked like his left arm on his head maybe a little too.
He's pointing to his head. That kind of shows you how physical the play is in this game. Schroeder was looking for the foul from the start.
Oh, his neck.
Oh boy.
That doesn't look good.
Goodness gracious. That's, John, I don't know about you, that's the most blood I've ever seen at a high school basketball game.
Yeah, Larry, I've seen a lot of high school games. We've called a lot of games. It looked like, sitting there on the ground, it looked like his left arm, as he turned, then it looked like his head, and you could see as he was walking back on his neck or right behind the ear, that looked like it was gushing a little bit there, Larry, and I hope he's okay after that one.
Well, they got the blood buster out to clean the floor. As both teams get this almost as an extra timeout. Hey, they were ready. They're ready for everything at the Washington Tournament of Champions.
And too, Larry, I mentioned they're letting them play. That's one of the most physical. It didn't look it right when we saw it, but that much blood and then no foul there gets Lanphier the lead.
And honestly, Joko, I don't mind how this game's been officiated. I think they've done a really good job letting both teams play and letting not exactly teams get away with the hard contact, but you want to see both teams get tested early in the season.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything too physical, but we're seeing a couple hands hit here and there, a couple reach-ins. But I like it because the pace that they're both playing, why slow it down? I think Metamora and Lanphier complement each other really well on their paces of play. And it's been an exciting game so far. If this first half indicates what we're going to see in the finish, we're in for a real close game.
Lanphier just pulling ahead on a steal and score from Ty Banks. On the play, Zach Schroeder was cut, and he's in the training room. And after the blood delay, we're back underway.
We'll see if he does return or not tonight, Larry. I'm sure that's going to be 10-2 here for a while.
DeFrance, inside look, great ball movement, open three from Mason, just short. Offensive rebound can't be corralled. Lanphier has 5 seconds, deep three, almost went for Holman, Banks the floater, no good, and that's how the first half ends. Metamora holds the lead for all but 2 minutes.
Blake Turner not too happy with Holman there, knowing he had a little bit more time, kind of forces a shot, but a good job by Banks to get that rebound and try to get a last shot off.
And before we go to the Country Financial Tournament Central, we want to remind you of our great sponsors, starting with Country Financial. Building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. Or more than just an office you may pass by in your drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Since we're already neighbors, let's get together and chat. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how we can help you protect them. Country Financial, proud title sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Is proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And last but not least, of course, the cause behind the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, the KB Strong Foundation. We'll be talking about them a lot this week. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Thanks to all the great sponsors of the Washington Tournament of Champions, Kevin Brown Memorial, presented by Country Financial. We'll be tossing it to Tournament Central with Gavin Russell. It's going to be a great feature of all our presentations all week long. So with that said, let's toss it down to Gavin Russell in Tournament Central.
We are out here at the Country Financial Tournament Central here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm joined by Cody Stelmach. First interview of the tournament here, coach of the Denmark, Wisconsin Vikings. They are set to play next against St. Joseph Ogden. And we've got a few questions for you, Coach. You know, first of all, tell us a little bit about your team coming into this tournament. What are you guys looking at this year?
Well, we're a pretty experienced team. We returned quite a few guys from last season. With Donovan Short being our best player on our team, but we got a lot of quality depth throughout. We'll play 9-10 guys this year, so we're excited. We haven't had this kind of depth at our school. We're a smaller school, so we're excited to be able to play quite a few guys between our junior and senior class.
Absolutely. You know, you guys have a lot of star talent, but you come into a tournament like this, you know, there's a lot of other star talent you guys will be playing. So what's kind of the mindset going into this? What do you kind of tell the guys to kind of combat all these good teams you'll be facing this week?
Well, it's more about finding out about ourselves today because we've only had a week of practice. So we started last Monday, so we haven't had a lot of time to really evaluate where we're at specifically. So it's nice to be able to play really good quality teams right off the bat. So if we need to work on things, it'll be exposed early on. So we'll be able to fix those things early on in the season. So looking forward to that.
Absolutely. And, you know, this tournament is also for KB Strong, the Kevin Brown Memorial. What does it mean to play in a tournament with a cause like this, you know, just for you guys off the court as well?
This is awesome. I mean, the fact that we got an invite to come down and participate in an event like this it's pretty special, and it's something that we don't, in our area, we don't get to experience very often. So the fact that it's for a good cause and we get to play with all these quality teams it's pretty special.
Absolutely. Any other things you might want us to know about your team just going throughout the week? Anything special about you guys coming down? Maybe some recent history with you guys?
I mean, in recent years, we've had some pretty quality players come through our program. We went to the state semifinal in Wisconsin 2 years ago now. So we got a good group of kids that played a part of that team that now are seniors. So we got a good opportunity this year to do something special again.
Absolutely. Well, you can catch their game coming up right after the second half of Lanphier and Metamora. This is Denmark's head coach, and we will not turn it back to the studio, but we will let him go as he will get the coach's team coming up here in the next game. Larry Larson and John Camos on the call. Thank you very much for your time, Coach. We are at halftime here of Lanphier and Metamora. Lanphier up 29-28. We've seen a good one so far. Star talent on both sides, but you got to look at Metamora's Ethan Kizer. He's coming up big so far for Metamora. And, you know, you look at a local powerhouse like Metamora. They come in not just playing Mid-Illini Conference team here in Washington, but they also playing a lot of nationally known teams. They're playing teams like Lanphier from Springfield, as well as other teams in the Washington Invitational portion of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We're going to have plenty of we're going to have plenty of interviews, for you coming up through this week on Clutch Sports Media. All the games, all the action live here on CSM. You can follow us on multiple social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Also follow our website at clutchsportsil.com. You can also find us on Clutch Sports Media on YouTube. We look at the rest of this tournament. We've got plenty of games coming up for you tonight. Take a look at some of the schedule for this tournament a little bit. Again, St. Joseph Ogden and also Denmark, Wisconsin. We just talked to their coach. We also have Yorkville Christian, led by Jaden Schutt, coming up at 7:30 tonight. The Duke commit, Jaden Schutt with Yorkville Christian. They'll be playing to host the Washington Panthers. 9 o'clock, Chicago St. Rita against Urbana. Chicago St. Rita comes in with a number of players that are Division I talent, including a recent player who signed with the University of Illinois. That is Morez Johnson Jr. Take a look at a few of these other teams, though, as we go into Denmark and St. Joseph Ogden. They're part of the TOC Shootout Series in this year's Tournament of Champions. We absolutely heard about Donovan Short. He's committed to the University of Wisconsin Green Bay, but it is fair to note Donovan did have plenty of other offers, including teams like USC, Lehigh, Toledo, and many others. He chose to stay local. Denmark, about 15 minutes south of Green Bay, chose to stay local to go to University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. We look at the 9 o'clock game, though. Chicago, St. Rita, Morez Johnson Jr. committing to the University of Illinois. He may be one of the players we get to talk to here on Clutch Sports Media right here in the Country Financial Tournament Central, all part of CSM's coverage of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. If you can't make it out to the games, you can follow us tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. We'll have full coverage. Tomorrow is another big day for the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Take a look at some of the schedules for that as we're just getting started here this week. Tomorrow, starting off things early, bright and early at 9 o'clock, Kankakee and Yorkville Christian once again led by Jaden Schutt, the Duke commit for Yorkville Christian. St. John Bosco, a team from California, they will take on Springfield Lanphier at 10:30 at noon. St. Louis Vashon from St. Louis, Missouri, will take on Joliet West, team from Illinois. Denmark Olar and Chicago St. Rita battle it out at 1:30. Those are some of the games we'll see in the morning. Take a look at the afternoon starting at 3:30. Western Reserve Academy out of Ohio is also playing. They are against Colorado Prep of St. Mary's. So we are looking at a good schedule. There's plenty more that came from for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday as well. We've got a good second half coming up here. Lanphier leading 29-28 over Metamora. We're going to send it back to the guys in the booth. Larry and John Camos on the call for the second half of Lanphier and Metamora. This is live from the Country Financial Tournament Central at the Washington Tournament of Champions.
Well, thanks for that, Gavin Russell. As we welcome you back inside the gym, Gavin will be anchoring our studio coverage all week long, along with a few other faces. Colton Kaler will be in the mix as well as me, Joey Wright, and of course you, John Camosa. Thanks for joining us. Moments away from the second half between Lanphier and Metamora. Before we break it down for you, let's remind you of our great sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. You finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it. Because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And lastly, of course, the KB Strong Foundation, part of the namesake of the tournament, Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. About set for the second half, Springfield, Lanphier, and Metamora. Game number 1 of 35 throughout this Thanksgiving week. Thanks for joining us on CSM. Physical battle in the first half. Metamora led for much of the first half until the very last points were made of the second half. Ty Banks' layup gave Lanphier its first lead. Kizer on the offensive rebound, and he corrals it for a jump ball.
And Larry, one of the stories here, the second half, we'll see how Metamora responds without Zach Schroeder after it looked like he got poked in the back of the neck there. Was gushing some blood at the closing second of the second quarter, but we'll see how Metamora can respond with that, and we don't know a timetable on Schroeder's return or if he does tonight.
Austin Robinson trying to get a look inside, halfway down and out. Swanson lobs it ahead to Drew Tucker. Tucker to Kizer, tried the slam, lost the handle, almost hurt himself, but a foul is called as Tyler Mason had the ball, but goodness gracious, Ethan Kizer almost got everybody on their feet. And hey, there's a look at Bradley assistant basketball coach Tim Bargan. Wonder who he's here to watch.
As you mentioned, Larry, I mean, there's, over 35 games. We're going to see a lot of dunks this week. That would have been a really nice one had it went down.
Luke DeFrance cashes in the 3, worth one more point than a dunk. Maybe not style points, but it gets the job done. Redbirds back in front. Robinson to the inside to Kincaid. And that foul is on the floor. There's Tim Bargan as we're talking about Ethan Kizer. Ethan Kizer holds offers from Bradley, Illinois State as well. A lot of mid-major squads interested in that young man, and Coach Bargan there interested in the Nachos, as you saw. Second chance opportunity, no good. Robinson kicks it back out. Kincaid to Banks. Another opportunity. Kincaid cradles it, but can't cash in, and this time Metamora is able to haul in the board. And John, that's something that Metamora might struggle a little bit with this year is size. They're undersized outside of Kizer, so rebounding might be a struggle against bigger teams.
Yeah, it certainly will, and I think Metamora can find adjustments in that, but like you said, that size is definitely going to play a factor, especially when Kaiser's being contained. But early on, we saw Metamora do a nice job of getting in the basket. They're just getting beat on the rebounding battle.
How about that shot off the glass and in from Tyson Swanson? Swanson has 13 to tie for the game high. Jackson, the response off the attachment. Another offensive board to Kincaid.
How about that effort by Kincaid?
Deep 3 from Holman. The freshman has the range.
And Larry, you just mentioned it, rebounds, plays like that where you need to get a crucial rebound. Kincaid recovers, sets up Lanphier for a big 3 to cut it to 1.
Drew Tucker clobbered at half court, helped up by Banks. Good sportsmanship there. And what do you know, we've got a return to the bench. Zach Schroeder is headed back with a new uniform, wearing number 15, not his normal number 11. Hey, that's why you bring the extra jerseys. We'll see if Schroeder comes back in. For now, Metamora working it around the arc. Tyson Swanson to the right wing to Mason. Into the corner to France. Inside look for Swanson.
That's a tough player right there. Schroeder ready at the scores table, checking back in.
Randy Rice and 1. Blink and you might miss the next bucket. It's a fast-moving game as the second half gets underway. Randy Rice, a 6-foot senior, shooting to tie the game. As Schroeder has checked back in.
Typically number 11, but don't be confused there. Number 15 on your screen is Zach Schroeder, one of their star players, returns.
Off to the right side of your screen now as Randy Rice completes the old-fashioned 3. Metamora faces the full court press, and Lanphier turns him over. Ullman, another deep 3. In and out, rim grabbing, and the rebound goes to Kizer. Great outlet pass to Swanson, and he's fouled as he tried the Euro.
Good job by Kizer to pull that one down, get it ahead up court in transition. We're deadlocked at 35, but what a game so far, Larry.
Absolutely, and the thing I've been really impressed about with Kizer is we've seen him take over games, John. The one game comes to mind that we called last year. I believe it was against, trying to think who it was against. Small school matchup.
Roanoke Benson, I believe.
Benson.
Yeah, at home.
Kizer took over the game, scored 35 points, I think 25 or something in the first half. So he can take over games like that, but today he's been contained on the scoring side, but he's done a great job facilitating for his teammates.
And I think the most impressive part of that, too, if I remember correctly, was matched up with 6'8" Luke Brayman. So a big size difference, couple inches there, and Kizer still took control in that game at home, and that was a fun one we called.
Zach Schroeder takes a charge. That foul on Randy Rice, his second, team's 4th of the half. Still knotted at 35. A defensive battle in this one. Lanphier called for the foul. They had Swanson in the corner there. Now Metamora will try it again.
And Larry, you mentioned earlier the physicality of this game. It's nice to see them, like you said, letting them play, but back and forth, it's been nothing but exciting here in Washington.
Welcome back to the game, Zach Schroeder. Good as new.
New jersey, no problem.
Jackson slices through the paint, doesn't get anything. Metamora on the move. Look out for Kizer at the top of your screen. Instead, it's Tyson Swanson, the finger roll. Swanson with 17.
Seen a lot from Swanson last season, starting off his junior season looking really solid.
Kincaid on the drive. Lanphier needs a bucket. They don't get one. Nearly turned over. DeFrance jets ahead. Drew Tucker to the inside. Teardropper, air ball. Schroeder right there.
Good job.
Doesn't have a dribble.
Good job from Schroeder there to recover that rebound. Elects not to take that shot and dribbles it back out.
Schroeder, a post look, too strong. Lanphier hasn't scored in a minute or two. Full extension, and Kincaid walked.
And Larry, you mentioned size, maybe getting beat on the rebounding battle here, but you got outside of 6'6" Kizer, 6'3" Schroeder, 6'2" Tyson Swanson, and 6'2" Drew Tucker, and they haven't not been afraid to get to the basket. Those guys are playing like power forwards right now.
They're down there amongst the trees, doing a great job. Drew Tucker gets out of the trap, somehow keeps the dribble, short range, got it. How often do you see that shot from about, 8 feet? That's tricky.
You love to see the bank shot.
Speaking of banks, to the free throw line, left block. Not enough English. Open three for Tucker, short.
Nice
Banks
extra
in transition.
Nice extra pass there from Devin Dunn, though.
No foul. The ball is out off of Banks. You see the frustration on the senior's face as Lanphier begins to fall behind again. And Lanphier takes a timeout. We will remind you of the great sponsors here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by the title sponsor, Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most, and financial services to help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans in the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And lastly, the KB Strong Foundation. You'll be seeing their logo a whole lot throughout the week. KB Strong Foundation helping the fight against glioblastoma. Metamora ball out of the timeout. Lanphier wanted to talk things over. So Redbirds are starting to gain a little more separation. They trailed by 1 point at halftime after leading most of the first half. 14, quick is off. Kincaid called for the charge.
Kizer quick after that miss, gets down there right past half court. Takes a nice charge there. Seen a lot between Metamora and Springfield. Lanphier taking those charges tonight. Defense has played a big factor.
Metamora has a little bit of a student section going, as you can see there. And John, this gym is going to get loud later. Let me tell you. Metamora trying to work around the arc. Schroeder, the inside to Swanson. And he draws the foul. He'll head to the stripe for 2.
Larry, touching on your point there, I think there's a lot of anticipation built around our third game of the evening between Yorkville Christian and the host Washington Panthers, with Duke commit Jaden Schutt on Yorkville side. Highly touted player here in the nation.
A guy that really had quite the rise through the ranks very fast. Played on Yorkville Christian varsity since his freshman year. Back to the task at hand. Tyson Swanson knocks down both. He's got 19 points to lead the Redbirds. You'd expect maybe Ethan Kizer to lead the charge, but Kaiser's been a great facilitator to Swanson and company.
Yeah, returning that really strong core from last year. Expect any 5 or 6 of these guys to step up at any given moment for the Redbirds, and we've seen that tonight.
Evian Brady going to work. Out of Banks. Banks has not come off the floor very much, if at all, tonight. Under a minute to go in the third. Banks, the dribble drive, the teardropper, you bet. Boy, is he strong with the basketball in the paint.
Early on, we didn't see a lot out of Banks in that first quarter, and then he started to get going up to 15. Playing a key part for Lanphier.
Metamora slows it down. Kizer on the bench for the Redbirds, who takes a final shot of the quarter. John?
See here, I think Metamora is going to play for one inside, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Swanson again or Schroeder, potentially even Tucker drive inside. I haven't seen him shoot the three a ton, but looks like it'll be a free throw now.
Metamora into the bonus, I think, with that foul. Of course, it's not a shooting foul by any means. Kizer into the game now. He's hard to miss with the long blonde hair. As Devin Dunn knocks in the first. Dunn's first point. And Dunn can't knock down the second. Halfway down and out. Devonta Jackson turns it over. Dunn fouled again.
It's a good sequence there for Metamora. Dunn makes 1 of 2, gets a hand on the ball, and then gets it right back going to the line again. Chance to put Metamora up a little bit more.
Nothing but nylon on the first. And John, you recall last year, and Metamora has a lot of guys like Devin Dunn, like Tyson Swanson perhaps, Kizer Quick coming up to varsity this year, guys that are kind of role players. Those were really the glue guys. Metamora, you look at their team, not exactly huge in stature, but they've got a lot of talent. Half-court heave at the buzzer comes up short out of the hand of Swanson. And that takes us to quarter number 4 of game number 1 of the Washington Tournament of Champions. John, takeaways from the first half. We'll get to those in a minute. Rather, takeaways from the first 3 quarters. We'll take our final ad break of the contest. Washington Tournament of Champions on CSM's brought to you by the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also, buy Updring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and pay fast. The Updring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Updring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. You've got more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Since we're already neighbors, let's get together and chat. Call your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how we can help protect them. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Fourth quarter time. In case you're just joining us, Metamora trailed by 1 point at the half after leading for most of the first half. But now, after a nice third quarter, they've created some separation.
Yeah,
Kizer has it ripped away.
Big part thanks to Tyson Swanson, who's really carried Metamora in scoring tonight. 19.
Open three is off. The putback is in for Jashawn Richards, off the miss from Kincaid. John, you feel like the Lions really need a solid start to the quarter here. Metamora with the momentum. They've got some of their home fans in the gym. It's more of a local game for them. It's a bit of a road atmosphere for Lanphier.
Yeah, it is, and I think we'll see. Blake Turner's got such a great coaching style. I think he'll have him turn up the pressure here a little bit on defense. We saw him do that throughout the game at certain points. They'll need to do that here right now.
Banks draws the contact, no foul, but still gets the bucket to go. He's got 17 to lead Lanphier. Tucker around a screen. Tucker still with it, trying to go coast to coast, too strong. Tavonta Jackson has it tipped away, gets it back. What a pass to Kincaid. He's sent away. That teardropper out of the hand of Brady is down, and Metamora wants a timeout. Lanphier is within 2.
Yeah, I don't think that's what Metamora head coach Danny Greaves wanted to see after having that lead. Going into the fourth, momentum right back in favor of Springfield. Lanphier, Blake Turner, coach on Lanphier's side, got to be happy with that, but you could see that shift. And Lanphier doing a good job of getting right back into this one.
This is the matchup we expected for game number 1 of 35. So we check out ESPN Peoria in the house, one of a few radio stations that'll be here this week. Jim Matson, Mike Rizzo. We got to know them pretty well. Our colleagues at ESPN Peoria, CSM partners with them for a little Friday night football throughout the season. We'll also be bringing you some basketball on 101.1 ESPN Peoria for those watching here locally. Metamora inbounds, facing the full court press that has given the Redbirds a little bit of trouble all night long. Wide open to France to break the press. Kizer wants to slow it down, gets it back to Schroeder, and Holman nearly ripped it away, but the Redbirds get it back.
How about that defense by Lanphier?
Again, Jackson with the turnover. Into the paint, floater, nothing but nylon.
So we'll see how Metamora adjusts now with Lanphier turning up that defensive pressure, forcing a couple turnovers. How the Redbirds respond.
Drew Tucker, reverse pass into the corner for Swanson, a risky one. And knotted at 45, Metamora will slow it down. Listen to the Lanphier bench. They've come to life.
Fired up, and you'll love to see that intensity in the first game of the season. First game we've covered.
Kizer finds Swanson on the inside for 2. Metamora back out in front.
21 points now for Swanson.
Quan Holman, the freshman, has played a big role tonight. Has it at the deep right wing. Kizer almost jumped the passing lane, and it would have been showtime. Lanphier taking its time now. Holman, inside look and a travel. Tavonta Jackson lost his balance.
Metamora getting the ball back with that 2-point lead.
Perspiration timeout. Got to keep that floor nice and dry. For the inbounds, quick sub for the Lions. Austin Robinson is in. Jashawn Richards is out. Kizer, one-on-one with Banks. To the inside, finds himself open, can't capitalize, put back, no. Here's Swanson, and he's fouled.
Kizer looked like he wanted to dunk that one in there. Stretched his arm out. Nice recovery there from Swanson going to the line.
Well, Kizer just has unbelievable length. He can be behind somebody in the paint, go up for a rebound or put back and reach right over him.
He's got a really long wingspan.
Shooter's touch on the first free throw from Swanson to get him to 22 points to match his uniform number. Outstanding performance in the season opener for the 6'2 junior. Had a big sophomore season. Make it 23. Metamora in the double bonus. Lanphier not in the bonus. Lions in no hurry. Banks to Robinson. Back to Banks. Metamora with his own look.
Metamora applying that defensive pressure.
Jackson, corner three, in and out. Robinson's put back. He got it. Robinson with 6.
Done a good job rebounding tonight as Robinson inside.
Matches up well with Kizer in the paint. Drew Tucker hounded on defense. Lanphier bench loves it. Kizer one-on-one with Banks again. Pass tipped away by Jackson, out off of Lanphier. So it'll stay on this end. Metamora still clinging to the 2-point lead. Officials timeout as I think we've got more blood, this time off of Tyson Swanson.
Looks like a nosebleed or...
There's a look at Lanphier's bench and head coach Blake Turner. Just led a great program year in and year out at Lanphier. Force to be reckoned with in the state of Illinois. Kizer, inside look, and the slam.
Nice dunk from Kizer, first one we've seen tonight.
Banks, the response is off. Rebound to Schroeder. Schroeder, the lob, too short.
Would have brought the house down.
Lanphier is in a hurry, and Jackson will get to the free throw line off the contact. And especially after plays like that, John, it's so key to respond as the team that's sort of playing the visitor tonight. Lanphier needed a bucket off of that, and at least they get to the free throw line, and Jackson cashes in on the first.
Yeah, chance to cut it to 2 right here if he can connect on this free throw, but yeah, Lanphier certainly responded. Metamora answers back, and Lanphier just right in this game the whole way through and really knit and tuck back and forth.
Jackson goes 2 for 2. It's a 2-point game again. Buckle your seatbelts. It's just game 1. What a bucket as Swanson slices up the D.
25 for Swanson, making a statement early in his junior season.
Don't forget about me. Goodness gracious. A lot of young talent on this Redbird squad. The dynamic duo of Swanson and Kizer. Tonight it's Swanson shining. Jackson from downtown.
And you talked about responding after that big layup from Swanson. Huge 3.
Metamora breaks the press. Swanson in trouble. Tipped into the hands of Lanphier. Jackson off balance. Banks gets it back. The hook shot. He got it. Lanphier in front by 1.
Good job from Banks to be there in the nick of time.
Drew Tucker at the controls. Schroeder now. Schroeder, the Euro step and the finger roll.
What a finish there from Schroeder. We know he's capable of doing that. Shows it off right now.
Metamora now leads by 1. Kincaid in the corner, back to Jackson. Under 2 minutes now. Holman way downtown. He got it.
What a 3.
Timeout, Lanphier, as they lead by 2.
Anytime they need a big response, Lanphier answers the call. Huge 3 there from Ullman.
The freshman playing like a senior.
He is, and we'll see how Danny Greaves and the Metamora Redbirds respond out of this timeout once they get the ball. But, Larry, you got to think they keep going back to Swanson and Schroeder in this closing sequence here. We've got 1:56 left in the fourth quarter, but we're in for a great finish.
Well, it's a little bit of a dynamic duo for both teams. For Metamora, you've got Tyson Swanson, who's lit up the scoreboard, as you mentioned. Ethan Kizer having a bit of a quiet game, just 6 points, bit of a surprise, but we know what he's capable of. And then for Springfield, you've got the senior Ty Banks with 19 points, and now the freshman Jaquan Holman with 11, as well as Tavonta Jackson with 13.
And I think that's something that Coach Danny Greaves probably likes to see early on, first game of the year, is when Kizer is held under double figures, that you still have other guys on your team that are going to step up and provide that big spark, especially against a team like Springfield Lanphier. We've seen that out of Tyson Swanson tonight with 25 points, leading the way. It's been a really impressive first game here at the Washington Tournament of Champions.
One thing's for sure, high school basketball is back in Illinois. Better than ever after a strange year last year, an abbreviated season. It's so good to have events like this back. Right out of the inbounds, Schroeder loses it. Big opportunity for Lanphier to grow its lead.
Probably not the pass Danny Greaves wanted from Ethan Kizer there.
Jackson goes right to the rack, and he's turned away by Drew Tucker, who gives him a little stare down.
Great defense inside. See if Metamora can get another big stop here, or if Lanphier can extend their lead.
Jackson, the trigger man, into the backcourt for Holman. How about another one? A little short. Offensive board for Robinson. Of course, no shot clock in Illinois. The Lions can chew as much clock as they want.
Yeah, I talked about those rebounds being key throughout this game, and Lanphier has gotten them when they needed them.
Jackson drops it in. Lanphier leads by 4 late. Redbirds need a bucket on this possession. Tucker with it. Tucker, the dribble drive, the shake and bake, no good. Rebound to Swanson, it's loose, and a tie-up.
Jump ball.
Possession arrow favors Lanphier, or rather Metamora. They flip that score, or they do favor Lanphier. You can never tell when they flip the scoreboard. Lanphier will inbound. They get it into Jackson. Metamora trying to foul. No dice.
Ty Banks was fired up after that turnover that they forced. Played a
Into the
big part.
hands of Banks. Holman hounded and fouled by Mason.
This is where Lanphier can pull away here in the closing 40 seconds.
What a game this has been. Lanphier not in the bonus yet. Heaved into the backcourt to Jackson. Slices through the defense, but they call Schroeder on the hand check. And now the next foul will get Lanphier into the bonus. For Metamora, you really want to get a steal off the inbounds. Kizer all over Banks. And now he's fouled by Swanson.
I'm going to send your best player to the line here. Or another out of bounds. Thought we were in the bonus.
I thought we were too. A little mix up there. Jackson lobs into the backcourt for Kincaid. Mason draped all over him, and he hacks him.
Now we'll go to the line, looks like.
There we go.
This is,
Just
where you,
get warmed up.
this is where you see what your team is really made of early on. Free throws are going to be crucial here in the final 30 seconds, so we'll see if Kincaid can try to put this one on ice for Lanphier. See if Metamora can respond.
First shot from the senior is down. His 5th point of the night. Kincaid hasn't lit up the scoring column, but he's a name that we've called a lot, especially on the defensive side, helping Lanphier to what could be a gutsy win if they hang on.
They're going to want to push it here.
Kizer to Swanson. Need a shot here quick. Swanson tries the tray, way short. Nearly back into the hands of Kizer. Another three, this time from Mason, too strong. Another offensive try. Tucker is fouled. 10 seconds left. If Metamora makes both, they'll have a shot to send it to OT. But you got to make both.
Yeah, and a lot of time ran off the clock there on that possession for Metamora. Got a couple offensive rebounds to get it back, but 10 seconds, down 5. See if he could get these 2 free throws.
Good shooter's touch. Leprechaun sitting on the rim for that one. Lead down to 4. Tucker, the junior, calm and composed, and it's a 1-possession game again.
Want to try to force a turnover on the inbounds here. Lanphier, remember, still has to go to the line if they foul, make their free throw, so Metamora not out of this game by any means.
10 ticks left, and Danny Greaves burns a timeout. In between games, before St. Joseph, Ogden, and Denmark, Wisconsin, we'll toss it to Gavin Russell in the studio, and he'll be interviewing Jody Brown, the husband of the late, great Kevin Brown, former head coach here at Washington High School. He was a great coach, even better person. You talk with anybody that was coached by Coach Brown, they rave about him, and you talk about how much of an impact he had, and it's evident around these parts, and there's a reason that this tournament is named after him now, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. So that's coming up in a few minutes. 10 ticks on the clock left here between Lanphier and Metamora. 10 ticks in regulation, that is. Metamora can get a steal and shoot a 3. They could send it to overtime. In case you're just joining us, it's been a gutsy performance from Lanphier. Found themselves trailing most of the first half, took a 1-point lead into halftime, trailed for most of the third quarter, and then came back in the 4th.
See what Danny Greaves has drawn up here on a defensive stop for an inbounds.
Banks, bounce pass into Holman. Holman, all alone, lobs it ahead. Kincaid, no foul, lays it in, and that will do it. Springfield Lanphier comes into Torrey Gymnasium and takes the game away from the Metamora Redbirds in the first game of the tournament.
Impressive there for Lanphier. I think Schroeder's still on the ground. Not sure if that was his ankle. Saw 2 players get tied up. I'm sure if he was looking for a foul, but Lanphier, just a quick sequence to end that one. We didn't get a foul. They kind of broke the press there, and Kizer didn't get his foul called, trying to reach in there on Kincaid. Just like that, the game is over.
What a game it was, John. What kind of jumped out to you?
I think that defensive pressure for Springfield Lanphier ultimately. Metamora looked like they controlled the game early on. Let Lanphier right back into it. It was back and forth the whole way, but Larry, you touched on it multiple times throughout the game, and I think the turning point was really the offensive rebounding for Springfield Lanphier. Anytime they needed a crucial bucket, they got that big rebound and scored on it, whereas Metamora just couldn't match some of that size down low. And I think ultimately Springfield Lanphier connected on some big buckets on that.
Before we toss it to the studio, we want to remind you of our great sponsors once again here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, starting with the host. The city of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also presented to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UftingAutoGroup.com. Also by Country Financial. It's about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And of course, we want to remind you of the cause behind the tournament, KB Strong Foundation. All the proceeds of the tournament go towards the KB Strong Foundation and fighting glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. We're going to toss it to Tournament Central with Gavin Russell, who's with Jody Brown, the wife of Kevin Brown. So here's Gavin Russell in Tournament Central.
In the Country Financial Tournament Central, the Washington Tournament of Champions, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, supporting KB Strong, and I'm joined right now by Jody Brown. She's here to tell us more about KB Strong, more about the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, how everything is going to go with this, and really what it's supporting, what this cause really is. So kind of just give us a little bit of a rundown. KB Strong, tell us what it's all about. Tell us the background a little bit.
Okay, absolutely. Can we hold on to it? Okay. So yeah, KB Strong is something that, we've been running this tournament for 14 years now, 14, 15 years. And we always said every year that it would be so great to have a cause, something that our money was going towards, something that we could get involved in. And, you look around and it get tournament time and it's like, okay, there's only so many of us involved, and how are we going to pull that off? And unfortunately in 2018, Kevin was, the Washington basketball coach, ran this tournament, and he was 49 years old and completely healthy and never had a primary doctor, never had, medication. One of the toughest men that I ever, that I know. Everybody wants to claim that, but he definitely was. Anybody who knew him and watched him coach. And unfortunately, in August of 2018, he had a little bit of a, slurred speech, a little taste in his mouth, couldn't quite figure it out, but nothing major. There's people walking around here that probably feel worse than what he did at that point in time. And unfortunately, fast forward a couple weeks, and we find out that he's got a brain tumor in the right side of his brain. And the doctor said, everybody said, well, you want to hear operable when you go in. Anytime you have any type of mass or anything like that, you just want to know that they can get it out. And we went into his neurosurgeon, who was wonderful, and he said, absolutely, I can get it out. But what we didn't understand is it was something called glioblastoma. And so a matter of glioblastoma as a brain tumor, it's a matter of, not if it comes back, it's when it comes back. And unfortunately, when it comes back, a lot of times it comes back as a bigger beast than what it was the first time around. And so he fought it. That year in the tournament, he was coaching, and it was his 50th birthday, and we won. I think it was our first game of the tournament, and he looked great and coached the whole basketball season until, February 1st was his last game, and had a lot of, pain and things like that, but he coached. And then we find out it's back again 6 months to the day. And so that, fast forward, he had surgery again in February, in March, and then in April. So he had, 4 surgeries, 1 an emergency surgery, 3 to have an actual tumor removed. And he passed away in June 11th, 2019. And, people who say attitude is everything, if that was it, he would still be here with us today. And he would love to. He always said, we were up at Northwestern to finish our treatments. And he said, if I think I'm going to ask him to pay me $200,000 to take tumors out, because I'm really good at it, and they could study them. So he would still be here today if he could. And in 2019, then the tournament was renamed the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And unfortunately, that cause that we always wanted to, to fill, to bring the tournament together with something bigger than basketball was he was it. you know, and glioblastoma is it. And so it's so cool that the tournament is now aligning a lot of the funding and the money that we're making at the tournament will go to help KB Strong. KB Strong's mission is to raise awareness of glioblastoma. Again, 13,000 approximately every year get diagnosed with glioblastoma in the U.S. To raise money for research and to help people. And that's what Kevin always said in the very beginning is, I want to be a cancer survivor and I want to help people. And so we help them by giving financial grants to patients in our local area, as well as helping through a program called Heroes, which is honoring each, remembering ours, and expanding support. And that's more for the loved ones to give that emotional support that they need when they find out that, you know, their person is either been diagnosed or they've lost to this disease that, you know, an average life expectancy is 12 to 18 months. So not a lot.
Well, that's certainly, you know, a very good cause. You guys have done a lot. We appreciate you coming over here to talk to us. A couple of questions for you about this. You know, we've got people watching from coast to coast. We've got teams from California, teams from North Carolina, of course, right here in Illinois, the Midwest. What can people do to get involved? What can people do to help out? You know, not just coming out here to this tournament, but, you know, what can people really do to help support this cause?
Well, you know, I always say that, you know, without awareness, there's no funds that have been raised. And without funds being raised, there's no improved outcomes. And so, like I said, you know, it's an average life expectancy of 12 to 18 months. Kevin had 4 surgeries, coached a basketball team, and 10 months in 1 week. And so people say, doesn't it frustrate you that the standard of care has been the same for over 20 years? And it's still only 12 to 18 months. So that's, you know, to me, and if it happened to you or anyone that you love, it would be unacceptable, right? And so that's where everybody, this isn't just an Illinois thing, right? This is everywhere in the U.S. Approximately 13,000 people are being hit with this diagnosis every single year. So we need to raise money. And again, that starts with awareness. So if every person would learn one thing about glioblastoma, either here at the tournament or do the research themselves, as well as I think there's a QR code you can give to KB Strong. KB Strong is not just something, again, local. This is something that we're helping people, heroes across the United States. So we've been doing this for 2.5 years. We've raised approximately, by the end of the year, we should hit 300,000. And again, that's going back into the pockets of the people who can make a difference and improve the outcomes for our patients. So we need money.
Absolutely. And if you're coming out to the tournament, where will they be able to find you? You know, if they're here in person, maybe they're not tonight, but if they're here in person in one of these next few days, where can they find you here at Washington High School?
We're out in the multi-purpose room, so out by concessions, and you can't miss us. You see the big bald man on all the displays out there, and if you know, come talk to us. We are raffling off a Papa Shot, a KB Strong Papa Shot, so you can buy raffle tickets, and then also people are playing for $1 a minute. I think they're competing with one another. So anybody who knew Kevin knows that there will be a winner, so they have to compete against somebody. So yeah, just find us out there. We'll be available. A lot of our heroes, people who have lost to this disease, and our KB Strong board will be out there too to answer any questions. So we'd love to see everybody out there.
Well, that's awesome. You can come find them here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. If you can't make it to the tournament, again, you can find more online through the TOC, KB Strong Foundation. We appreciate your time, Jody, letting us a little more about this cause and foundation. Thank you very much for your time. We have a lot more action coming up here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. We just, again, talked with Jody Brown about KB Strong. We're going to send it back up to the booth for the next game, Denmark and St. Joseph Ogden, live on Clutch Sports Media.
And we welcome you back into the Torrey Gymnasium. Thanks to Gavin Russell for that great interview with Jody Brown, helping bring awareness to the cause behind this Washington Tournament of Champions. Meanwhile, I was chatting it up. John Camosa down in the hospitality room, having a bite for dinner always a plus of being here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. Some great restaurants bringing in some real good food. Our next matchup is going to be Denmark from Wisconsin, not from Denmark, Europe, of course, taking on St. Joseph Ogden. So a pretty intriguing matchup. This will be part of the Titan Industries Shootout Series. So just one game apiece in this tournament for both these squads. So Denmark will head back up to Wisconsin tonight. St. Joseph Ogden will head back down I-74-ish to the Champaign general area tonight after this contest. One big player to watch in this contest is Ty Pence, 6'6" junior. He's got a lot of offers from mid-majors, but he also received an offer from the University of Illinois over the summer. He's a guy that has a really good inside game, but he's also developed a lot on his outside game. He's a guy that can light it up on the scoreboard, has played varsity since his freshman year. So he will certainly provide a little bit of trouble for Denmark, I'm sure. So that'll really be interesting to watch. We got about 2 minutes or so left on the warm-up clock before we get going. Game number 2 of 35. No shortage of basketball this week, and Clutch Sports Media's got you covered for all of it. All 35 games, studio coverage, studio interviews, you name it. Got all kinds of basketball coming into your living room this week. Can't make it out to the Torrey Gym? No problem. We got you covered. But if you do want to come out, I'd highly recommend it, especially for games where Washington's going to be playing. This place is going to be jam-packed. It's going to be a great atmosphere. It always is here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, back after a year's hiatus last year. Very exciting lineup this year. Of course, hope you'll join us tomorrow, our first full day of action starting at 9 a.m. Games from 9 a.m., tipping off all the way until 9:30 p.m. So all sorts of basketball coming your way. Got some big names. Hansel Emmanuel, the one-armed star from Life Christian Academy down in Florida. His squad's rolling into town. First game tomorrow, as well as Rabin Gap from Georgia. They've got quite the prep team coming up. They'll play tomorrow as well. John Camosa joins us back in the booth. John, how's the hospitality room?
Really good. Michael's Italian feast on hand tonight. Better hurry back over here for the start of our second game, but quick bite to eat. Ready for a full slate.
You know what they tell you, John? You never run to an open microphone. And I didn't listen to that. I ran all the way up here so I could get on and start shooting the breeze. Thanks for joining us on Clutch Sports Media, Washington Tournament of Champions, Kevin Brown Memorial, presented by Country Financial. So we get the starting lineup introductions for both squads. Alec Pelishak, Lucas Miller, Kennedy Satori with quite the handshake there as he was introduced. Hayden Conkle. And last but not least, Donovan Short rounds out the lineup. Donovan Short, anything but, John, standing at 6'10".
Yeah, you can't miss him out here. Tallest player on the court by a long shot.
Now over to St. Joseph Ogden, and I was talking about it while you were down in the hospitality room, Joko, but Ty Pence is the guy that jumps out for them.
Yeah, remember Ty Pence. Seen him play a couple times in years past. Sophomore year especially, freshman year, really coming back as a junior. Got some offers out there, and big-time player here for the Spartans.
The Spartans, a great program. They won the 2A state title back in 2016. Kyle Duvall now at the helm. He was the assistant coach on that state title team. So no shortage of talent down for SJO.
It's always a consistent team here at St. Joe, and Should be a good matchup tonight in game number 2. We saw a great one between Lanphier and Metamora to start our basketball season here. See if this one can match that.
That had a high tempo to it. We'll see what this game brings. The headliners, Donovan Short, committed to UW Green Bay, and Ty Pence. He's got offers from mid-majors across the country as well as the University of Illinois. Short will jump it up against Pence, and we're underway. Ball into the hands of the Denmark Vikings. Run from left to right. Lucas Miller, the 6'1 junior, works it to Kunkel. 3 ball on the way from Pelishak off the mark. Chased down by Logan Smith, the 5'9 sophomore. Getting the nod in the season opener. Evan Ingram. Look at this movement around the arc. Looked like they had Ingram open inside the paint. They did not. Pence goes right to the rack. Can't get it to go. Short has it poked away back into the hands of the Spartans. Great handles at midcourt by Smith. Open 3 ball. No good from Ingram. Rebound goes back to Denmark.
No one's yet to find the basket yet, but very quick pace back and forth.
Corner 3 off the mark from Kunkel. Who's going to score first? A lot of shots in the first minute, no buckets.
Couple that were in and out. Pence's layup, but we'll see who can find the basket.
Wide open Logan Smith, and that time it falls, and SJO is on the board first. Lucas Miller charges ahead, tightly guarded by Ingram. Satori. Short thought about the 3, takes it inside and makes it look easy.
How about that move by Short?
That was silky smooth. He got the size advantage over this SJO team. Ty Pence, the tallest player at 6'6". Deep 3 from Andrew Byers, too strong.
With that being said, I'm sure they'll look for Short inside.
There he is, in double coverage, drops it in.
Really nice feet there. Good footwork.
He is a smooth operator in the paint. Ty Pence creating action. Ingram cans it.
Really nice play by Pence there to kick it out to the left corner. Good 3 there for SJO.
Short turns it over. Spartans with a chance to extend their lead. Logan Smith from downtown.
How about the Spartans firing on all cylinders behind the three-point line tonight early on?
St. Joseph Ogden 9, Donovan Short 4. We'll see if Denmark can respond. Pelishak to the left wing. Kunkel charges ahead and has it knocked away. Thanks for joining us on Clutch Sports Media. Home to all 35 games of the Washington Tournament of Champions. Ball inbounded to Short. Lob pass back to the baseline, and nobody was around.
I think he wanted to get that one back to Kunkel. Kunkel not aware of that. Fires it out of bounds. Kunkel wasn't looking.
And that's an over and back. Hayden Brazelton had his right foot on the far side of the court and his left foot on the near side of the court. So he's called for the over and back. Door open for Denmark again. Lucas Miller at the top of the key. Kunkel hounded in the zone defense. Satori to Short, back to Satori. Trey from the top for Miller, off the mark. Chased down by Satori, but it falls on the baseline.
Good effort there from Denmark trying to get that save. My Satori just couldn't keep it in bounds.
Evan Ingram lobs it ahead. Ty Pence couldn't get to it. Short, spin cycle, couldn't get it to go.
Good defense there from Pence.
Pence flies up the floor, shows off the handles, dishes into the corner for Byers, and he is fouled. A blocking call. So that'll send Byers to the line, the 6'1" senior. First one is up and down. SJO with an early lead, shooting the lights out from deep. All 4 of Denmark's points belonging to Donovan Short, the UW Green Bay commit. Byers' second falls short. Rebound to SJO, tossed out of bounds off of Denmark. A great play by Evan Ingram. But Denmark will get possession. They're going to say that Ingram was out of bounds.
Chance for Denmark to cut into the lead a little bit. Good start from SJO from the 3.
Lob to the inside, and Conkle had position, and he takes advantage. Conkle's first bucket. SJO is going to like to shoot the ball, and I've got the feeling that the Vikings are going to want to go inside. Ty Pence, shake and bake, and some dinner.
A highly recruited player, so we would expect out of him. A nice move by Pence off the glass. Sweet touch.
Goodness gracious. Short, trying to keep the handle, and he can't. Short the 3. A little bit off. He's got a great shooter's touch for his size. Doesn't go there. SJO leads by 6. Trying to tack on. Ingram. Oh, showing off the range.
Really feeling it.
Lucas Miller walks it up. Goes coast to coast for 2.
Pence quick to get back up. Think you wanted a charge there, but clean call.
A little bit of a zone look. Pence, the mid-ranger, off the mark. Long rebound. This play goes into the stands. Donovan Short barreling into the first row. I wouldn't want to see him coming right into my face.
Every bit of 6'10" coming right at you.
Foul will be on Short, and that takes us to an official's timeout and our first advertising break of the contest. Tonight's action brought to you by the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. It's the City of Washington supporting the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Spartans ball out of the timeout. Logan Smith surveys the floor, gets it in to Maddox Carter. Rather, Tanner Jacob. Back to the basket, layup, no good from Ingram. SJO gets it back. Ingram nearly threw it away. Ingram thought about the deep 3, full extension layup, off, put back, yes, from Smith.
Really nice job from Logan Smith there to read that one. SJO looking good early.
Denmark with some work to do. They could use a bucket. Ovsak looking inside for Conkle, and it's ripped away. Morgan Smith back up top to Byers. Pence trying to orchestrate the offense. Takes a 3 from the logo. Doesn't get anything. Good hustle from Jacob, but it's into the hands of the Vikings. Miller again. Straight to the rack for 2.
Good
He's
fake.
got 4.
Good fake from Miller there. Fake pass to Short. Takes it himself. Had everybody fooled.
Logan Smith, the slow walking dribble. Looking for Pence, and he's got him. Guarded by Conkle. Byers thought about the three. Logan Smith to the inside. Lays it in. An impressive first quarter performance from SJO. Aiden Conkle with the response. About 30 seconds to go in the opening quarter of action. Logan Smith slows it down. It appears as if the Spartans will take the final shot of the quarter.
I think that's what they want to play for here. I think we'll see another three or get to the basket.
SJO has done both very effectively. Under 10. Smith. Into the corner for Pence. He's got baseline. Put that on a poster before the buzzer sounds.
What a way to end the first quarter. Ty Pence. Great effort. Great dunk.
The 6'6" junior soars for the slam to put an exclamation point on a huge first quarter for the Spartans. Wow. Now you see why he's got all those offers. We will want to remind you that the Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by Uftring. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll it in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. They'll be there to help give you insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help prepare you for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's a proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Last but not least, the KB Strong Foundation, helping lead the charge in the fight against glioblastoma. After that dunk sent us to the second quarter. Second quarter is underway. Ty Pence with just 4 points, but allowed 4 points. He's with it now.
Making a statement on that dunk.
Pence at the left elbow. Underhand pass to McGuire Atwood. First time we've called his name tonight. Back up top to Coy Taylor, and he turns it over. Drake Diericks showing off the handles. Conkle rolls it around and in. Conkle getting the job done on the inside. He's got 6 points.
Denmark cutting into that lead a bit.
Tanner Jacob showing off the handles a little bit. Mid-range from Jacob. Nothing but nothing. That one is out off of Logan Smith. Tried to get creative. Couldn't quite get the job done. John, what is it in this early goings for Denmark? Just not able to really get a ton of momentum, trailing by 7 right now as Tanner Jacob is called for the block.
I think early on doing a really good job of defending Donovan Short inside, too. I mean, it's only got 4 points here in the second quarter. Doing a good job containing Conkle a little bit, but SJO ultimately with those threes that has really provided that lead so far.
Kenny Satori knocks in the first free throw, his first point of the night. Some subs in for the Spartans. Satori's second, too strong. Rebound to Pence. Pence averaged 25.7 points per game last year. And a big sophomore season that really put him on the map in terms of recruiting. Here's Pence again, trying to get really crazy, And they're going to call a block.
That would have been really nice. We saw that earlier in the first game with Kizer just let go of one there. We almost seen another poster dunk from Pence into that first one that he had at the end of the first quarter. Wow.
Bob Galke not happy with that call. Head coach for Denmark on the sidelines there. Pence to the free throw line for the first time tonight. Pence, a multi-sport athlete, also played middle infield on St. Joseph Ogden's team for baseball that made a run to super sectionals this spring. And after baseball season ended in June, you could tell he was in baseball shape, so to speak, not exactly the best shape. So he decided that every day he was going to run from his house to the gym for morning workouts, a little over a mile. There he's turned away by Donovan Short. But Pence doing a lot to get in shape over the summer after a successful baseball season.
Yeah, and you could see all that running, what it's done for him on those quick slashes on the baseline 3 times now. Really going strong to the hoop with contact.
Head games being played by Byers. A little bit of a height mismatch as Short was lined up with him. Tried to toss it out of bounds off of him. Could not do so. Pence picked up by Kunkel. Showing the mid-range game. Shooter's touch.
Friendly roll there. Ty Pence can create his own shots, too. A lot of dribble penetration there.
Kunkel works around a screen. Shorts. What a pass. Looked like he was going to shoot it. And he found Kunkel on the lock.
Soft touch there.
Rather, that was Satori. He's up to 3 points. Vikings hanging around. In case you're just joining us, St. Joseph Ogden got out to a hot start, and they've led this entire game. Three on the way from Byers. Rebounded by Short, and he's hacked. Opportunity for the Vikings to cut into this lead here. They've had some good looks and some good moments, just like that pass on the last possession, John, but they haven't been able to string together any runs.
No, they haven't. And getting right there within distance, but SJO responds on their other end. See what Denmark can do here to close out the second.
Great pass on the inside to Caden DeGrave. His layup try no good. Logan Smith back to the right wing for Evan Ingram. Ingram way deep, too strong. Easy rebound for Short. Big fella showing off the handles. Put a little head fake from Pelishak. Finds Abe Kapanos. And in the other corner, Pelishak had his foot on the baseline. Vikings with a chance to grow their lead to 10. 4.5 minutes to go, quarter number 2 of game number 2. Of 35 to come up this Thanksgiving week. Thanks for spending it with us in the early goings of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Pence, one-on-one with Short. Short wins the battle that time. Pence was looking for the foul, no dice. Here's Short on the other end, off the glass, and one.
Good take there from Short in transition. Good layup. Good effort there for Turner, or I should say Jacob. Turner Jacob trying to take the charge there. Instead, it's a block and chance for Short to complete the three-point play.
Tanner Jacob at 5'11". Donovan Short at 6'10".
A little bit of a size difference.
I bet that one didn't feel the best. Short, too short on the free throw. It stays a 2-point play. The ball stays on this end. You can see there off to the left, Washington student section already packing it in.
They're going to be fired up for that game.
Lob into the backcourt. Short playing head games with Pence, making him do a dance. Spin move, denied. Pence in and out of traffic. What a dish. No dice from Byers.
Nice pass, though, from Pence.
Miller looking for some space, doesn't get any. Donovan Short says, I can pass too. But Conkle can't finish. And we will take a mask timeout here. Of course, masks still around in the state of Illinois. A little basketball, much to the chagrin of many. We'll look at the scorers table there. Washington Panthers, proud hosts of the Tournament of Champions. Great crowd on hand. There's the remnants of what looks like Metamora's student section, perhaps.
They got a treat in that first game. Probably wish their team could have hung on there, but all around great battle between Lanphier and Metamora. We were in for a treat in that first game to open the season, back and forth. This one close, back and forth too.
As we wave hello from our perch high above the gym floor, Jonathan Michael, money on the camera work all night long. Ty Pence and company break the press. Coy Taylor back to Pence. He's guarded on defense by Conkle. Pence to the inside, teardropper again with the touch. Pence, just such a versatile game. Can get it done from the outside as well as the inside. Short, the step back, off the mark.
Yeah, it should be no surprise that he averaged 25 a game last year. So shifty. Can really do it all. Shoot and slash. And there you go. Shows off the range.
From the P in the Panthers script. Timeout taken by Bob Golke and Denmark as SJO has an 11-point lead. And we'll remind you of our sponsors for the tournament, starting with the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. It's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. Also brought to you by Country Financial. When it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages that meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And lastly, the KB Strong Foundation, not a sponsor, but of course that's the cause behind the tournament. All the proceeds of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions headed to glioblastoma research. Denmark inbounds right into the hands of Hayden Brazelton, and he cashes in the layup. Things going from bad to worse for Denmark.
Nice steal there from Brazelton. SJO doing it both offensively and defensively.
Dierks from 15, about 14 rather, gets the job done for his first bucket. Vikings looking for some positive momentum before the half. Ty Pence has 13 points to lead SJO, including some highlight threes and a poster dunk. Pence trying to get the inside, and he stepped on the baseline. Lucas Miller getting set to inbound. We'll get a sub. Logan Smith into the game. And Hayden Brazelton to the bench. Conkle finds Dirks inside. He finishes through contact.
Really nice feed inside there. It's for Denmark to cut into the lead a little bit. Jo probably wants to add on to their lead here to close out the second quarter.
Derricks with a personal 4-0 run. Logan Smith takes it to the inside and can't finish. Short was trying to beat the pack down the floor. Now he'll drive, spin, reverse pass. No shot off of it, though. Derricks with the and one. Make the run 6-0 with a chance for 7 for the 6-foot sophomore.
Quick turnaround there for Denmark. What Coach Bob Golke wants to see here out of his team. The second quarter near an end.
Drake Derricks, perhaps an unexpected hero in this second quarter. Derricks can't finish the three-point play, and Pence hauls in the board. Hey, when you're at this juncture in the game, you need a boost from anybody.
And he's definitely provided that spark. Ty Pence wanting to get something going here.
Pence stumbled, got it away to Smith. Byers, the dribble drive, 4-2. Byers has 3 points. Open three for Conkle. Nothing but nylon.
Just exchange and buckets.
Much needed for Denmark. Vikings have started to turn it on at the tail end of this half. And then Ingram just dribbling around. SJO will have an opportunity to take the final shot if they so choose. Short trying to come in for the steal. And he fouled Byers. That's his second personal, so he'll probably stay in. But he's got to be careful. There's SJO's head coach, Kyle Duvall. Got a lot of talent in his hands this year. Clock at 6. Smith trying to find Pence. Can't find him. Now finds Byers, and it's tipped away. It'll stay on this side. 0.6 of a second to go. That's enough for a shot. You gotta figure they want to get it into the hands of Pence.
Yeah, quick touch and a heave.
There's Pence. The shot. Got it off, and he got it. Ty Pence, hold that finish. What a first half for the junior.
Star player coming up with a star shot. Great catch and shoot. Didn't leave him with much time at all, but he gets it off. That's a great way for SJO to close out that second quarter.
Wow. What a way to send it to halftime. And, of course, Pence with the buzzer-beating jam in the first quarter and the buzzer-beating pure stroke that time. We'll take an ad break before we send it to the studio. We want to remind you that the TOC on CSM is brought to you by the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftering. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftering Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call. They'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Is proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And also by the KB Strong Foundation, fighting glioblastoma, helping glioblastoma research, really leading the charge in that cause. And, of course, that's the namesake of the tournament, Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We're going to send it to Tournament Central, where Gavin Russell is standing by with Yorkville Christian head coach Aaron Sovern. Here's Gavin and Coach Sovern.
Here at the Country Financial Tournament Central with Yorkville coach Eric Sovern. We're going to ask them a few questions. They're playing next right here on Clutch Sports Media against the home team, Washington. First of all, Coach Sovern, you guys come down from the Chicago area. You're on the first day of the TOC. Just tell me what the feeling is amongst your team to be able to play in this tournament.
Well, we're excited, obviously, to play in a prestigious tournament like this and to get the invitation is special. To be able to have the chance to compete with some good teams and some quality programs, and our guys are just excited to play against somebody other than themselves at this point, so we're ready to go.
Absolutely, and coming off a year with COVID, it makes it that much extra special, but there's a lot of challenging teams in this tournament. You guys are playing a lot of challenging teams in your schedule overall. Kind of what's that test do for you guys?
Well, we do our best to schedule up as much as possible. That way, come March, we're battle-tested and ready, and we don't want to leave anything to chance. And so, yeah, we have a meat grinder of a schedule here, especially leading up to Christmas, but we wouldn't have it any other way.
Absolutely, and, you guys have a lot of high-level talent on your team. Probably the most notable is Jaden Schutt, the Duke commit. Kind of just talk about your roster a little bit, how those guys are panning out this year.
Well, Jaden's a special player. He's a great leader, but he's got a great supporting and surrounding cast. Tyler Burrows and KJ Vassar are some really strong seniors that are back this year. They both averaged about 17 points a game last year. DJ Douglas is a junior this year. This is his first time on the varsity, and then we have some sophomores, Javion Starwood, Davion Johnson, that are looking to contribute. We're without Braden Long this week. He'll be back around Christmas time, but he's another really strong player.
Absolutely, and again, you guys are playing Washington in the next game. Not an easy road to start. You're playing the home team to start things out. What's it going to take to get it done tonight?
Boy, I tell you what, whoever made the schedule, we must have upset them, because we got the home team first, and then we turn around and play at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We're just excited. It's going to be an electric atmosphere here, and we love coming into opposing arenas and playing, so it'll be fun.
Absolutely. Well, you can catch Coach Sovern, Jaden Schutt on Clutch Sports Media. The next game, it is Washington and Yorkville. Thank you for your time, Coach. We appreciate it. We've got plenty of action coming up here on Clutch Sports Media. Again, we've done plenty of interviews here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. We've talked with a couple of coaches. We've also talked with Jody Brown from KB Strong. You can let us know on many of our social media pages who you might want to hear from. We'll do our best to track them down to maybe get an interview. It can be players. It can be coaches. Whoever you think, let us know. You can follow us on Twitter. You can follow us on Instagram and Facebook as well. Reach out. We want to hear what you guys think, and we appreciate you guys supporting Clutch Sports Media. Again, we've got another good one coming up. The next game, it's Washington and Yorkville. The home team, the host, Washington, they have some really good players as well. Isaac Maxson, Andrew Lewis are a couple of senior stars for the Panthers, but you also have to think, too, Jaden Schutt and many other players that Coach Aaron Sovern just mentioned in our interview. But we've got a whole other half to play here. It's Denmark and St. Joseph Ogden. It is been a grind so far. It's a pretty close game. We were looking at this one, too, with a key player, Donovan Short, commit to Green Bay University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. Fun fact about that, he passed up on a few pretty notable teams, including USC. That was one of the many Division I schools that were on his radar. He's ranked 8th in the state of Wisconsin by 24/7 Sports. So we've got a really high-level player here tonight for this game, as well as the next game coming up, the Duke commit, Jaden Schutt. We've got a slew of other games coming up the next several days, too. We can look at the whole schedule, including Jaden Schutt playing tomorrow at 9 a.m. So we've got a lot coming up. We'll go down that the rest of the night, as well as the remainder of the week. Appreciate you joining us here on Clutch Sports Media. We're going to send it back up to the booth for the second half from the Country Financial Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Back to the booth for Larry and John Camosa.
Thanks, Gavin. Gavin chatting with Yorkville Christian head coach Aaron Sovern. And what a story that program has been, John. Really a rise from nothing. The school was founded just a handful of years ago in the early 2010s to now a state-ranked power in 1A.
Yeah, I mean, and then you look at the talent that's came through there, looking at Jaden Schutt and do commit. I mean, a lot of talents went through that school, and great job over there what they formed. And looking at them early on in this tournament, going to see what they bring to the table tonight in November. But it's a team that could really make a run in 1A down the road.
They certainly could. They finished the season last year with a #1 ranking in Class 1A. So they did a great job last year, but I was talking with Coach Sovereign on the phone earlier last week, and he said it was just very abrupt. Season ended, you had a good season, then all of a sudden it was flash, it's over. This year, they've got a conclusion to play for. Back to this game, John. Denmark out of Wisconsin. St. Joseph Ogden, of course, out of Illinois, 37-28 in favor of St. Joseph Ogden, highlighted by Ty Pence, a player I read a lot about entering this contest, but he's lived up to the hype. 16 points, deep threes, highlight dunks, you name it, Ty Pence has done it.
Yeah, and let's look what he's done defensively, too, doing a good job on Donovan Short, holding them to 6 points, kind of switched on and off with him, and yeah, doing a really good job of cutting inside, getting to the basket, seeing that three right there to close out the second quarter. Great dunk at the end of the first quarter, poster dunk there, and Ty Pence has pretty much done it all for his team, and then getting outside, contributing with some assists too. Seen SJO knock down a lot of threes in that first quarter, which ultimately has given him this lead. We'll see what the second half has in store.
Ty Pence, the hot hand in the first game of the season. On the other side of things for Denmark, you mentioned Donovan Short struggling a little bit, only 6 points, and SJO really the much smaller team on paper. You look at Denmark, they've got some size. You go down the roster, 6'2", 6'2", 6'10", 6'4", 6'5", 6'1". SJO doesn't have that same luxury. They've got Pence at 6'6". Brock Trimble is the next tallest player at 6'5", but we have not called his name tonight. Outside of that, just a handful of players above 6 foot. Nobody else above 6'2".
Yeah, and they're kind of using their size, being undersized against a team like Denmark out of Wisconsin there, but doing a really good job of moving the ball around, spacing that floor, and then knocking down those three-pointers, which they add up throughout the game, which has given them this lead here. So SJO doing a really good job against a bigger team like Denmark, doing a good job of containing Donovan Short, not letting him get inside. They let him inside a little bit early on, but then started to contain him. So
saying hello from the broadcast booth, high above the floor at Torrey Gym. It's going Jonathan Michael behind the camera there. Thanks to John, thanks to our entire crew, Joey Wright, our director, Evan Johnson, our technical director, Colton Kaler and Jonathan Michael on the cameras, Jacob Steinberg, Josh Schwam working the socials. Let me tell you, Jacob Steinberg got some great shots of that first half action from Ty Pence. There's Jonathan, waving hello, doing a great job over there on the balcony camera. The crowd starting to filter in for game number 3, which will involve, of course, host Washington and the visiting Yorkville Christian Mustangs.
And Larry, just during that halftime break, we had Yorkville Christian's team perched up next to us on the left-hand side of the bleachers. About half dozen or so youngsters went up there getting autographs in their programs from Jaden Schutt. So it's a highly anticipated player to come out to Washington and watch tonight.
Everybody's fired up. Kids got to get their autographs, that's for sure. Denmark breaks the press. Lucas Miller sets up the offense. Pelishak with it. Here's Short. Short, full extension, a nifty bucket. Short getting it going right out of the gate in the second half. Vikings need a boost. They trailed the entire first half. Credit to SJO's defense, handling a tall task, literally and figuratively. Byers with it. Hands off to Brazelton. Evan Ingram back to Brazelton. Pence trying to get some space. How about that pass? Great ball movement. Results in an open look and a miss. Short, the pass ahead to Conkle, and he missed the layup.
Just lost the handle on that one.
Unselfish play from Short. That pass picked off in the vicinity of Ingram. Conkle passes backwards to Short. And that time, he puts the hammer down.
Oh, add a little momentum to Denmark. First dunk we've seen out of Short tonight.
Byers working around the arc to Ingram. Ingram gets inside, looking for space, tosses it off the backboard. Almost looked like he was trying to pass it off the board. Into the hands of Denmark. Short fakes out Pence, gets to the rack.
Really nice move there.
Timeout taken by Kyle Duvall. And Denmark is fired up. Head coach Cody Stelmach, we had their head coach's name wrong in the first half. Apologies for that. Coach Stelmach and company doing a good job here to open the second half. Now trailing by just 3. And John, the X factor really has been Donovan Short.
Yeah, it really has. And we just talked about at halftime holding them to 6 points. He scores 6 quick points here with 3 minutes in to the third quarter. So really making a statement here for Denmark. Cuts the lead to 3 after being down 8. You got to like what you see out of Denmark right now, and he's been a vocal point.
Well, John, I'd be remiss if I went the entire broadcast without a Shakespeare reference. Something was rotten in the state of Denmark, but perhaps no longer. SJO ball out of the timeout. Logan Smith, guarded by Pelishak, sticking to his hip. Brazelton, right wing to Ingram, the lob up to Pence, way too high.
Pence at 6'6". You know he can jump high, but that one's just a little bit too far out of his reach.
Conkle wanted to pull the deep 3, instead hands off to Pelishak. Short into the corner, Satori. Pelishak will try it that time, and it's off. Rebound Smith. Pence to Brazelton. Ingram over to Byers. A patient possession for SJO. A little miscommunication. Pence wants the ball.
Trying to create his own shot here, kicks it back out.
And they mark him out on the baseline. It was a good outlet pass to Byers, had an open look, but that's the second time that we've seen that this game, where Pence steps on the baseline.
And he's drove that baseline quite a bit tonight, too.
Aiden Conkle, 6'5" senior, passes off to the 6'10" senior Short. Going to work on Pence, and it's a charge. Short not happy, didn't like that call. Good job by Pence to get to the spot. John, both teams stuck on a number here. Defense starting to take over in the third quarter.
Have it went from offense to defense in a matter of minutes.
Denmark within striking distance of a tie. That foul against Pelishak, his first. Logan Smith hands off to Pence for 3, Short. Denmark in transition. Conkle to the right block, gets by Pence, and he'll go to the stripe for 2.
Conkle's done a good job of getting inside tonight. Draws a contact from Pence.
That's Pence's first foul. He's not in any sort of trouble. Conkle's first free throw shot is up and down. Vikings with a chance to cut the lead to 1. Ethan Obsack into the game. Drake Derricks as well. Really provided a boost near the end of the first half as Konkel cashes in both.
Just like that, it's a 1-point game. Huge shift there for Denmark.
Smith weaving around, finds Byers into the corner, trying to find Pence into the post. And that pass from Ingram was batted away. Ty Pence will be the trigger man. Into Byers. It's a zone defense look for the Vikings. It's worked pretty darn well against SJO in the second half. Pence quick on the dribble. Keeps the dribble somehow. Stuck in the paint. Needs to get it away. He does to Brazelton. Great ball movement. Smith wide open. Can't take advantage. Here comes Short and Konkel. The dish and the 2 from Konkel. Unselfish play from Donovan Short.
Just like that, off a great feed from Short. Denmark regains the lead. Crawled their way right back into that one.
Their first lead of the night, if I'm not mistaken. Pence from the corner trying to get the lead back. Bounces over the backboard.
I think you used these words tonight in the first game, Larry. Slow and methodical. That's what it seemed like Denmark did. Just kind of inch their way back into this game. And we'll see if they can try to push this lead.
And we'll take this break to remind you that the City of Washington is a proud sponsor of the CSM, or the TOC on CSM rather. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Proud supporters of their communities, not just an office you drive by. Supporter of sports, charities, you name it, Country Financial. Denmark ball out of the masked timeout. Obsack lost possession, dribbled it off of SJO, so it stays on this end. About 3 minutes to go in quarter number 3. SJO pretty dominant in the first half, but Denmark has roared back and holds its first lead of the night. And Konkel nearly added to it, but could not get the 3 to go.
Donovan Short's been a good facilitator out there too. Outside of his scoring, he's been feeding his teammates for some open shots.
That's a commonality between Short and Pence. They both draw a lot of attention from opposing defenses, but they're not selfish. Pence from deep, can't get it to go. Short hauls it in.
Yeah, and being playmakers, it gives them the ability to find the open man, get that easy bucket.
That's a blocking foul on Brazelton. His first, team's fourth. Team's second, rather. Reverse layup off the mark. Offensive board tipped around. What a pass from Konkel to Miller. As he was in midair, he tipped it to his teammate. And the Vikings grow their lead.
Talk a lot about Donovan Short, but Konkel's been a big part for Denmark throughout this game.
We've got a lot of size. This team has a lot to handle. Konkel at 6'5" and very skilled. Baseline J from Tanner Jacob is down. His first bucket of the night. Lead back down to 1. Derricks lost the dribble. He's in trouble. And Cody Stelmach burns a timeout.
It's either going to be a timeout or a jump ball there. He had him wrapped up, 2 defenders.
Denmark with a great second half comeback here, and you don't want to lose that momentum. Good timeout there. Kizer just joining us. It's a battle of two Division I caliber basketball players here in a Titan Industries shootout series matchup between Denmark and SJO. St. Joseph Ogden led by Ty Pence. Pence with 16 points. He's yet to score in this third quarter, John. Denmark led by UW Green Bay commit Donovan Short, who's up to 13 points. 12 points rather, most of which in the second half. Here he is again, a nifty move for two.
You can see right there with that play why he's a D1 commit. How about the moves from the big man?
Now the leading scorer for the Vikings with 14. Byers passed up the open three. Good ball movement all night long from the Spartans. Dribble drive from Smith. Backs out. Byers open. Didn't pass it up that time, but he missed. Miller. Short. Faked out Pence.
Almost
couldn't get that to go, but Conkle right there to clean up the mess.
And Short's been so smooth getting to the bucket. Seen that one dunk out of him, but a lot of really nice layups.
Coy Taylor trying to finish through contact, and he's fouled. He just really glides, going back to Donovan Short. Glides through the paint, has a pure shot fake on the perimeter, has a good-looking shot. He can do it all. A skilled big. That'll fit well at any university, and I'm sure it'll fit real nice in the Horizon League, home of UW Green Bay.
Hey, you love to see craftiness, and he certainly has that, and that poise.
Coy Taylor, the freshman, goes 1 for 2. Outlet pass out of the hands of Drake Derricks, so it goes right back with the Spartans, trying to cut the lead back down to one possession before quarter number 4. Logan Smith, 5'9" sophomore. Back to Taylor. What a find on the inside to Tanner Jacob. He gets in and out of trouble, finds an open Pence through contact, and a foul call.
Good job by Pence there to draw some contact.
Frustrated with himself, he wanted that bucket. Almost had it, would have been real tricky.
Denmark did a nice job of collapsing the lane inside.
Pence with offers from Illinois, as we've mentioned a few times tonight. Bradley, Illinois, Chicago, ISU, Akron, Eastern Illinois. Laundry list of mid-majors along with what perhaps could be considered his hometown team in Illinois. St. Joseph Ogden just up the road from Champaign. Pence goes 2 for 2.
Be a nice fit over there next couple years. Brad Underwood.
Underwood and the Illini in action tonight after a disappointing start to the season. Lost last night big time to Cincinnati. Pelishek blocked. A battle for the board into the hands of SJO and out. They're going to say off of Hayden Conkle. 10 seconds left on the clock. We've seen 2 buzzer beaters tonight from Ty Pence. One a poster dunk. Another a deep 3 at the end of the second quarter. Perhaps we'll see another one.
Setting up for a third, it seems like. See if they get the ball in his hands.
Byers with 5 seconds, looking for Pence in the corner. Another deep 3, he got it. Did somebody say clutch? Ty Pence with his 3rd buzzer beater of the night.
Well, if this game stays where it's at, back and forth, you know who you want to try to defend in the fourth quarter if SJO's down. But man, what an impressive run there. 3 buzzer beaters from Pence.
Spartans back in front, and we'll take this pause to remind you that the City of Washington is a proud sponsor of the TOC on CSM. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Off Drink. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Off Drink Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. OffDrinkAutoGroup.com. Also by Country Financial. Insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also brought to you by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Lastly, brought to you by the KB Strong Foundation, honoring the legacy of Kevin Brown, the former head coach at Washington Community High School, by fighting against glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Spartans ahead thanks to a third buzzer beater of the night by Ty Pence. They'll start with the rock in the fourth quarter. Pence, quick jump pass. John, just watching Pence move without the basketball is also pretty mesmerizing. Just so quick, a lot of cuts. Pulls up from 15, no shooter's touch there. Donovan Short with the rebound.
Really is, too, and, you know, his wingspan as well, very lanky. Get around there, good size.
Penn sounds short on defense. SJO recovers after the ball was kicked around a bit. Smith, a blocking foul is called as he was trying to get to the bucket.
If this game goes back and forth like this, in a 1-point, 2-point lead, you know that Pence is going to be crucial for SJO and Short for Denmark, two guys that have really helped power these teams tonight.
Logan Smith with the members bounce off the front of the rim. He's got 11 points tonight. SJO led by 21 from Pence. Meanwhile, Denmark led by 15 from Hayden Kunkel. Kenny Satori, backwards pass to Derricks, provided a nice boost at the end of the first half. He's been good all night. Donovan Short thought about the deep three. Get some space around the perimeter. Hounded on defense. Turnaround jumper. Tough look. No dice. Satori with the rebound. His putback, no.
Good job defensively for SJO there. Gets it right back.
Miscommunication between Smith and Pence. Pence faked the baseline backdoor cut before slamming on the brakes. Didn't work out. Spartans' lead is still 2. Pelishek to Short, left wing Kunkel. Trying to go to work in the post, the fadeaway. Rebound goes to Pence, and now Ingram. Pence will walk it up. How often do you see the tallest player on the floor for a team walk it up?
Oh, he's an extremely good ball handler, so no surprise there for SJO.
Smith, the teardropper, fights for his own rebound, and he's fouled. Smith, the 5'9" sophomore, in and amongst the trees. Great job.
Draw some contact. Chance to extend that lead to 4 if he can convert both these free throws.
And he misses the first. Crowd starting to pile into Torrey Gymnasium even more than they were earlier. Getting set for perhaps the premier matchup of the day between Washington and Yorkville Christian coming up next. Donovan Short in the paint through contact, and he'll go to the line with a chance to tie the game. Team's third foul for SJO. Short's first, off the front of the rim.
Still a lot of time left in this fourth quarter, too. And a nail biter so far. Both teams going back and forth.
Short second, also Short. Rebound in and out of the hands of Kunkel. Gets it to Satori. Pence rips it away. Pence into the paint, cradles the basketball. Layup missed, rebound to SJO. Pence open in the corner, can't leave him open. Spartans grow their lead even more.
He was looking for a foul there, but that'll do. Gets it right back for a 3. Trade the 2 for the 3.
Satori, the lob pass inside. Pence with the block, no foul call. I think everybody was a little surprised there. Ingram lost the handle, and it's out off of Denmark.
I think he wanted to try, he kind of lost the handle on that ball. He wanted to try to get it to that left corner. Pence was calling for it over there on the three-point line, and he's got the hot hand right now. Might as well give it to him.
Pence the trigger man into the backcourt for Tanner Jacob. Ingram. Now Pence. Fires passed up the 3. Logan Smith around the perimeter. Turns it right over. Here comes Conkle, showtime. Conkle continues his big night. He's got 17. Vikings back within 3.
Nice breakaway dunk there from Conkle. It's in transition. This game's living up to the hype.
Pence, the mid-range floater short. Another transition opportunity. Satori slows it down. What a pass to Short for the finish.
Two guys that have really led this team, Conkle and Short, both get buckets in transition back-to-back there to cut this to 1.
Pence looking for an answer. Lobs to Smith. Back to an open Jacob for 3 off the front of the iron. Denmark could regain the lead here. Satori turns it over. Now SJO is going to slow it down, probably wise.
Pence taking the ball up again, as we've seen earlier. Likes to create his own shot, see if he can get some penetration.
Pence gets to the left block and finishes through contact. 26 for number 22. And a timeout is taken by the officials. It's a masked timeout. John, coming down the stretch of this game here, what do you think maybe one key for both sides is?
I think Conkle and Short are your two guys that are really going to carry you here in this fourth quarter, especially down the stretch. Continue to get the ball to Ty Pence if you're SJO. I think he's really confident right now. With that three-point lead, try to add to that.
Band in the house for Washington. They'll be playing for the Panthers game. They'll take on Yorkville Christian at 7:30. Jaden Schutt going up against the Panthers.
We've seen it slowly fill up throughout the night. More fans are rolling in. It'd be tough to find a seat here in the next 10-15 minutes. Washington home crowd coming out in droves for the Panthers as they open up the 21-22 season.
Well, if you don't have your tickets or you don't have your pass to the Torrey Gym and you're local, well, luckily we'll have the stream not only tonight but all 35 games of the tournament. John, this is just game number 2. This has been a great one. We've had 2 great ones early. Springfield Lanphier defeating Metamora earlier, and now St. Joseph Ogden and Denmark in a battle.
Yeah, it's been a really impressive opening night here, and don't expect anything less when you bring talented teams together.
Drive by Derricks. It's tripped up. And a foul is called on SJO. That'll belong to Tanner Jacob, his 3rd. Nobody in real foul trouble in terms of players in the game right now. Jacob will head to the bench. Nobody on the floor for SJO has more than 2. Short trying to get by Pence, and he dragged the pivot foot.
Pence doing a nice job defensively there. Just got him to take that extra step.
Logan Smith walks it up. Pence around the pick. Sent away by Short. SJO stays with it. Pence gets around him. Nice pass to the baseline. Another swat by Short.
Good feed from Pence, but a nice job from Short to get that block.
Conkle in transition, trying to get the pass off. Gets it to Derrick. Slices through the lane, through contact, no foul. And it's out off of Denmark.
How about the effort by both sides there in that last sequence?
Goodness. Both teams laying it on the line in opening night. Byers weaves through traffic. Pence along the baseline. Satori called for the block. That's his third foul. Looks like he'll stay on the floor, and why not? 2:24 to go. Pence to the stripe. Knocks down the first bonus free throw. Pence knocking on the door of that 30-point mark. Now past his last season average of 27 points per game with 28.
Still got enough time to get there, too. Impressive performance from Pence tonight in this opening game.
The Spartans' lead is 5. Denmark trying to narrow that down. Foul called on the floor on SJO. Conkle lobs it into Short. He's got the range to shoot. Doesn't take a three. Derricks makes a move on the inside. Crowd was looking for a travel. There's a three from Conkle. Off the mark. Offensive board to Satori. He's looking for Short. Instead, finds Miller. His three is off. Another offensive rebound. Conkle again. No shooter's touch, and a foul is called.
Bodies hitting the deck.
A long offensive possession from Denmark. That's what they needed, John. They need some points here.
Yeah, they do. I think they want to try to get something inside to Short. Try to get Conkle in there. Two guys that have been key players inside for this Denmark team.
Derricks almost lost the handle, almost walked. That's turned over. Pence down the floor, and he's fouled. Bucket is waved off. So Pence will go to the stripe. Conkle took some hard contact on that play, just making sure that Pence didn't get to the bucket. Pence with a chance to get to 30 and extend the Spartans' lead to 8. First try is up and down.
I think the most impressive thing noted early on, he's only a junior.
No kidding.
Still got a whole nother year ahead of him. And this year's just getting started, and already first game with 30 points against a good Denmark squad out of Wisconsin.
A very big Denmark squad, too, at that. They've challenged him on defense. That point total won't tell you that. Pence with a steal. Pence with the slam and the exclamation point. Here's Short on the other end. The reverse and one.
Trading dunks. You got to love to see it. Crowd loves it.
Who doesn't love it? Short getting a talking to from the official. He wasn't too fond of that conversation. Short with a chance for one more. Comes up short.
Tell you what, Larry, when fans come to these highly anticipated tournaments, they usually come out in droves to see great players looking for big dunks. They've got their money's worth tonight.
They absolutely have, and we're only not even halfway through the night.
Remember, you got a Jaden Schutt, Duke commit next game. A lot of hype around that, too. I'm sure we'll see a dunk or two potentially out of him.
Ty Pence cashes in another free throw. That's been the one big difference between Donovan Short and Ty Pence tonight, Joko, is Pence, up until this point, until that free throw, hadn't missed a free throw, whereas Short has only made 1 or 2 of his attempts. Off-balance shot from Derricks, no good. Rebound to SJO, and Byers is fouled. Byers will head to the line. Denmark trying to extend this game. Spartans now in the double bonus. That foul on Derricks, his third. This game, part of the Titan Industries Shootout Series, so the only game of the week, at least here in Washington, for both these squads. The next game, a part of the Washington Invitational, brought to you by Uftring. Byers goes 2 for 2. Lead up to 10. Denmark's got to make something happen, and it's got to be fast. Short, in and out. Rebound swatted around, out, off of Denmark. John, what a hard-fought battle between both these teams. You look at the size mismatch. And it's impressed me how physical SJO has been with a bigger Denmark team.
Yeah, they have. I mean, early on they showed that they just were burning Denmark from behind the arc with those threes, but then they really started getting inside. So Pence took over there, been driving the lane, so SJO did a really good job and then defensively buckling down.
Ty Pence is fouled before he can get to the rack. Derricks making sure he wasn't getting to the rack. Almost wrapped him up in a hug.
Had a tough time containing him tonight. Even with the taller Donovan Short on him at 6'10", Pence still found a way to get to 34 as of right now. A chance to get to 35 with this one.
And the broadcaster's jinx comes into play. Pence wants another shot. He'll slow it down. Had an open three. Just dribble around. Nearly knocked into the backcourt. Gets to the rack and lays it in with the left hand. He's grabbing for his calf. He might be cramped up a little bit. The official blows the whistle. Looks like Pence is okay. It almost looked like he was out of control, but still found a way to get that bucket. So impressive. Up to 36 now. Reverse layup try from Miller, no good. Rebound to Logan Smith, under 10 seconds to go. Short with a dunk for good measure. That might be the last bucket of the game. We're not going to have a fourth Ty Pence buzzer beater because the St. Joseph Ogden Spartans don't need it. It's a 63-52 final, and there you see the two stars embrace. Pence and Donovan Short letting each other know it was a good battle, and boy was it ever. 36 points for Ty Pence, including some highlight reel slams, and Donovan Short turns in 20 points. Not too shabby either.
No, not at all. Let's just touch on Ty Pence real quick, though. The 6'6" junior started off the game hot. First quarter buzzer beater, second quarter buzzer beater, third quarter buzzer beater, and then a really big fourth quarter to cap off a 36-point performance and a big win over Denmark led by Donovan Short. What a game.
A great win for SJO to open the season. We want to remind you of our great sponsors. First, the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Also brought to you by Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileages. Get your free appraisal today at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Also brought to you by Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is all from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most in financial services that help you prepare for the future. For coverage you need at a price you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. Also by Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. It's proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Last but not least, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading the efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Great game between SJO and Denmark out of Wisconsin. SJO comes out on top. It's Washington and Yorkville Christian coming up next. We're going to toss it to Tournament Central, where our Gavin Russell is with Mark Weston in Tournament Central. Here's Gavin and Mark Weston.
Back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, supporting KB Strong, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We have yet another guest here. It's Mark Weston, and you may recognize that name, Jake Weston, as well as Mark. They've been big supporters of Clutch Sports Media, so we thank you guys for helping us out through the last couple of years. But Mark has been around for a long time. They've been big supporters of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament Champions since its beginning, so he's seen a lot of action over the years. Kind of just take us through how special this event is. I mean, all the things you've seen, what makes this event so special?
Well, it's the quality of basketball, the talent that comes in, and just the excitement and the energy that it brings to the community of Washington.
Absolutely, and you're the man behind the Uftring Auto Group dealerships. Kind of, what do you guys do here to support the TOC?
Well, I don't know that I'm the man behind the Uftring Auto Group, but that's Gary Uftring. But I'm just one of his partners. But Gary really believes in the community and really wants to give back to the community. And we've supported this tournament since the inaugural event that happened many years ago. So it's been a lot of fun for us. And anytime you can expose that many people that come in from out of town that come to Washington and get to experience the community and get to eat in our restaurants and see this great community, it's worth every dollar.
Absolutely, and we've got many viewers watching from home right now, but what would you tell them they get to experience? I mean, what's kind of you tell them to come out, what's the draw to come out and actually watch the event in person? What makes that different?
Well, I'm going to tell you, when you come here, you never know where some of these players are going to end up. I'm watching players playing in the NBA now that played right here in this gym. A lot of the college players that we watch on TV are played right here in this gym. It's just a great environment, and it's a hotbed for great basketball.
Absolutely, and you've had some kids come through Washington High School. You're in the community here in Washington. What's it like in perspective? Washington is about to take the floor against Yorkville Christian. What's your perspective as a fan, as a parent? What's your perspective watching like that?
Oh, it's always great to watch your kids compete and watch them play great talent. And it's fun to even sit there with your children as they get older and they're saying, hey, I played against that guy.
Absolutely. So that's Mark Weston. We appreciate your time, taking a few minutes to talk to us about your support of the Tournament of Champions. A lot of great players have come through this tournament. Appreciate you taking a few minutes to talk with us, but we've got a lot of great action coming up here. Washington's going to take on Yorkville Christian. Jaden Schutt is going to take on Isaac Mapson and Andrew Lewis for Washington, and a slew of other really good games coming up as well. The prior game, we saw a really good one between Denmark and St. Joseph. I believe it's one of the St. Joseph. I believe we have a couple in this tournament. Francisco can help me out. He's behind our camera here. Francisco, can you give us the final again? I forget the final score here. So the Spartans coming out on top 63-52. A lot of games happening here, and as you can see, there's been a whole lot of action. I can barely even remember the score of the last game, so you definitely want to tune in right now to get into the next game. And the next game is going to be a big one, like we mentioned, right here on Clutch Sports Media. If you want to hear from specific people, obviously we just talked to Mark Weston. We've talked with a couple of coaches. We also talked with a member from KB Strong. They're supporting this tournament in a big way. The foundation, the Kevin Brown Memorial Foundation, supporting brain cancer, all the things associated with that. But if you want to hear from specific people throughout the course of this week, hit us up on social media. We've got Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, multiple platforms for you to get involved. Let us know who you want to see. You can check out highlight clips. You can also go back on YouTube and rewatch all of these games, rewatch all of this action. But we've had 2 really, really good games so far. We've seen multiple Division I caliber players, a couple of players committed to play Division I, including the last game, Donovan Short committed to go to University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. He chose those teams over USC, Toledo, and a number of other really high talent schools. First game, we had a local star, Central Illinois, Ethan Kizer. They could not quite get it out against Lanphier. Lanphier, another really talented team. They came out on top in a very, very close victory. But the third game here on CSM, which is Joey Wright and John Camosa, will change there in the booth. We'll send it up and back in a few minutes. It is Yorkville Christian, Jaden Schutt and company. We talked to head coach Aaron Sovereign. Again, you can feel free to go back and rewatch that interview. Fun fact about Yorkville Christian, they've only been a school member of the IHSA since about 2014. They went to the Elite 8 back in 2019, so they've really been a school that's progressed. They've got a lot of talent coming up, including Jaden Schutt has definitely been one of those players. But they take on a team that'll have a lot of supporters out tonight, as you'll see, and maybe even here in the background, they've got the band playing. The students are fired up, and the whole community is out to watch the Washington Panthers right here in Torrey Gymnasium. Big opening night for the home Panthers. They've got lots of senior returning players. They did lose Devin Vanderhyde, a big part of last year's team, been a big part of several years for this Panther squad, but they bring back some of the best of Central Illinois. Andrew Lewis, Isaac Mapson and company come back, as well as they reload with a number of fresh faces as well. So we've got a big one coming up here tonight. Again, we have a lot of great games coming up this week. You can check out the TOC official website to learn more about that, but we can check out the schedule a little bit more here as we get throughout the week. St. Rita, Chicago St. Rita is coming up in the next game, and they also possess a D1 player, a big-time D1 player committed to the University of Illinois. That's Morez Johnson Jr. Illini fans will definitely be excited to see him. He's one of the many stacked players on Chicago St. Rita. They're definitely looked as one of the favorites in the state. They've got a really, really good matchup coming up later tonight. That's going to be our final game of the night. See if my production hand, Francisco, will hand me the schedule here as I attempt to track down some of the other games. The internet's a little bit faulty here, so apologize for the delay on that. But we've got a number of other really good games coming up here throughout the week. And again, you can follow it all live on Clutch Sports Media. And again, you can rewatch any of these games on CSM whenever you want. Go to YouTube, subscribe. You'll be able to be notified when we go live. And you can also go back and watch the replay from all this. Watch the replay of all these great interviews we've done so far. And once again, if you're just tuning in, let us know who you want to hear from. There's a lot of great players here. We've got Division I caliber players. We've got college-level players of any sort here. A lot of great coaches from all over the nation. We've got teams from Illinois. We've got teams from California, North Carolina. You name it, we got it. You can find it all right here on Clutch Sports Media. We're actually just going to go ahead and send it right back to the booth right now. Washington and Yorkville Christian coming up. Jaden Schutt, Isaac Mapson taking the floor for their respective teams. A high-level star power matchup right here on Clutch Sports Media. Live from the Country Financial Tournament Central, I'm Gavin Russell. Back to the booth for Joey Wright and John Camosa. Washington and Yorkville Christian coming up.
Thanks, Gavin. Tremendous work in the studio. And all night long, and happy to be with you in Washington, Illinois. The Tournament of Champions continues The Washington Panthers and the Yorkville Christian Mustangs warming up, getting ready to take the warm-ups off, I should say, John. They've already taken the floor, and they're warming up and ready to go. Third game of day one. John, you called the first two with Larry Larson, and what matchups those were, what games those were.
Yeah, really exciting matchups. Ty Banks of Springfield, Lanphier, Ethan Kizer of Metamora with Zach Schroeder. So many good players on those first two teams. In a real battle back and forth the entire way, decided by a few points. And then this last contest we just saw between Denmark out of Wisconsin with Donovan Short, and an unbelievable performance from Ty Pence and St. Joe Ogden in a game where St. Joe really just kind of pulled away at the end there. Two incredible matchups. And tonight, you got a home crowd that's really packed the house. Washington opening up the 2021-22 season against Yorkville Christian, a power in 1A led by Jaden Schutt, the Duke commit.
Jaden Schutt, going to be a player to watch. His last name, an indication perhaps he can shoot from anywhere on the floor, a prolific scorer. Keeping an eye on Jaden Schutt, will wear number 2 in blue tonight. The Washington Panthers, a bit of a younger team, John, than what we've seen from them in the past. Isaac Mapson returns, however. Braden Vanderheidt returns, however, to fill the gap vacated by his brother Devin last season. And you've got other guys like Andrew Coker coming back. It's a bit of a younger team, a new-look team, if you will, but they're as well coached as anyone in this tournament, led by head coach Eric Schermerhorn.
Yeah, and I think with Washington, it's always the next man up mentality. That's how Eric Schermerhorn has coached these guys. Got a lot of talent off the bench. They pride themselves on defense. It's win the game first on defense, and then you get to offense. But got a gritty team here. These guys are workhorses. You know, you can't say enough about them, what they've done. And it's a young team. We're going to see what they can do tonight with the really good test in front of them with Yorkville Christian.
Yorkville Christian, one of the best teams in the state, although one of the smaller schools you'll find. Enrollment of just 65 students from Yorkville, Illinois, up north in Kendall County, a little bit south of the Chicagoland area. Yorkville Christian ready to go, coached by Aaron Sovern. The Washington Panthers, as we said, led by head coach Eric Schermerhorn, entering his third season at the helm of these Panthers. Third full season, that would be. Record of 36-14 entering tonight. The Panthers have had a lot of success last couple of years and looking to keep that going in what will be a tough Mid-Illini Conference this season. Mid-Illini Conference where the Panthers call home. Panthers 17-0 in conference play last season. Their one loss in a 17-1 season was to Peoria Notre Dame out of the Big 12. They didn't have a whole lot of resistance last season, but that might not be the case this year.
No, and I mean, we just saw Metamora in that opening game, how talented they are. So that's going to be another team that they battled with in the Mid-Illini last season. Washington, you know, potentially be the favorite there with Metamora, but a lot of talent always in that Mid-Illini. You got Pekin. Dunlap has a good squad, and you know, Washington's a team that wants to get out there and work. So this is a good test, this tournament, to open up your year.
It's going to be fun to watch it all play out. Just about 9 minutes left on the scoreboard for warm-ups. Warming up right side of your screen, Yorkville Christian. They are in blue and yellow tonight. Washington in the white uniforms, orange warm-ups right now. Tournament hosts, it's going to be a packed house, a loud crowd. And it always helps when the first 2 games or 3 games, however many games leading into the Washington game at this tournament are close. We saw just that. Lanphier and St. Joseph Ogden claiming victories to start day 1 of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Starting lineups tonight, starting with Yorkville Christian. KJ Vassar, number 0 in blue. Shot 41% last season from three-point land, 17 points per game on the season. He's had a couple of looks from D3 schools, D1 schools as well. He's a 6'2 senior guard. Jaden Schutt, 6'6 senior guard. Mentioned him at the top of this. Duke signee. He's played varsity all 4 years of his high school career. Last season averaging 26, 8, and 4. We'll see what he can do. He can shoot well from the field. He can also get up and slam them down. Keeping an eye on Jaden Schutt, number 2 for the Mustangs in this one. Tyler Burrows wears number 5. He also gets the starting nod at guard. Quick with the ball, good finisher. Also some D3 looks. Coach Aaron Sobern says D1 ability for Tyler Burrows, starting guard number 5 in blue. David Douglas Jr. stands at 6'3", can shoot from anywhere on the floor. He will wear number 14, and Elijah Fisher rounding out the starting lineup, standing at 6'3". A captain, a starter, came off the bench last season, started the year before. A glue guy, says Coach Sobern. We're going to be keeping an eye on Elijah Fisher all evening long. John, before we get to the Panthers starting lineup, who catches your eye for the Mustangs outside perhaps of Jaden Schutt?
I like Tyler Burrows. The fact that Coach Aaron Sobern calls him Jet. I think he's got a lot of speed, quicker than the ball, he says. Move around without the ball really well. Also the best on-ball defender, getting those D3 looks, but like you said, D1 ability. So that's a player that could stand out, 6'2" senior guard, Tyler Burrows. I think he really matches up well against Washington, because against a team like Washington, you're going to need a good defender on the opposing side because they got a lot of different scores.
They are getting ready to announce the starting lineups over the PA system. National anthem will be part of these festivities, so we will pause when the anthem comes in. Anticipate that being in just a moment, so we'll pause before we get to the Panthers starting lineup. But let's talk coaching real quick for the Panthers before we get our anthem. Eric Schermerhorn's in his 3rd full season as the coach of the Panthers, took over for Kevin Brown in the middle of the 2018-19 season. He was Kevin Brown's assistant for many years and has carried on a lot of the traditions and toughness that the late great Panthers head coach started. We'll get to that after the anthem. Take a quick break and come back for all the action. This is Clutch Sports Media's live coverage of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Phenomenal rendition of the Star-Spangled Banner, and we're ready for action. Joey Wright, John Camosa, and the entire Clutch Sports Media team ready for game number 3 in the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by Country Financial. The Washington Panthers getting ready to host the Yorkville Christian Mustangs. Starters for the Panthers coming up, John, but before the anthem, we talked coaching. Washington Panthers head coach Eric Schermerhorn has this team playing well as of late. Might sound strange to say. I guess this is their first game of the season. But last season, 17-1, and a Mid-Illini Conference tournament title in a tournament that had a real playoff feel to it, being the COVID impacts and everything that had to do with the IHSA State Series.
Yeah, he had those guys dialed in. You talk about what he learned from the late Kevin Brown, a tournament that's being sponsored and supporting his foundation for terminal brain cancer. And you look at the tradition that he passed down and the skills and the mindset to Eric Schermerhorn, what he brought over and learned from Brown and instilled in these guys. And you talk, Joey, about a COVID era where everything was kind of out of place and uncertainty. And these guys for Washington last season, the way they responded in closing out the year 17-1 with no playoff, becoming Mid-Illini champions, it really made a statement to carry over for these young guys. And the two guys that are returning from that team that have really made an impact were Isaac Mapson and Drew Lewis, and then not to mention Andrew Coker, who's a glue guy.
No Drew Lewis in the starting lineup tonight. He's still nursing a couple of effects from the football season. Panthers had a tremendous season on the gridiron, but expecting to see Drew Lewis soon as the Panthers work the early portion of their season. But the Panthers starting lineup does look like this. Jake Stewart lining up. Number 3 in white, getting the nod at guard. He's a junior. As the Panthers make their appearance on the floor, home fans applaud. Isaac Mapson somewhere in that line. Number 12, star forward for the Panthers. Keep an eye on him tonight. Jamari White, junior forward, will also enter the starting lineup alongside senior forward Andrew Coker. White number 20, Coker number 21, and Braden Vanderhyde getting a start at center. At guard. He's a sophomore, 6'3". Plays a little different than his brother Devin Vanderhyde did, but Braden Vanderhyde, an impact player in a bit of a different way.
Yeah, I mean, still a really good player. And Joey, you remember last year when we were talking to Devin, he talked about him and his brother being in the gym, going at it one-on-one and getting real intense and physical in those games. And I think he learned a lot from his brother, too. A different style player, a little shorter on the 6'3" side is where Devin was 6'7", 6'8". So two different styles, but I think his brother Devin really taught him a lot here before he graduated high school last year.
A great resource to have. Devin Vanderhyde now playing collegiate ball at Lewis University. Braden looking to make an impact for the Panthers as a sophomore. We are nearing tip-off in Washington. Glad you're with us on Clutch Sports Media, clutchsportsil.com. It's the third game of the first day of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. The Yorkville Christian Mustangs getting ready to be introduced. Our entire crew, Larry Larson behind our computer tonight, as is Evan Johnson. Larry directing, and Evan our technical director, Jonathan Michael. Across the gym on one of our cameras, Colton Kaler, our game camera operator. Gavin Russell in the studio, Francisco Alonso helping him out. Josh Schwam and Jacob Steinberg rounding out our crew tonight as the Mustangs are being introduced. There is Jaden Schutt, Duke commit, a signee.
Lethal sharpshooter and a great dunker at that.
So I'll give a high five to KJ Vassar. Tyler Burrows has been introduced, David Douglas Jr. as well, and Elijah Fisher. Now being introduced. Fisher, as we said, a co-captain, blue guy sort of player, has experience playing off the bench and as a starter. Will factor into the Mustangs in a big way this season. Yorkville Christian coming off a 10-2 season in the COVID-shortened 2021 spring season, 24-11 the season prior, as the Panthers line up and make their appearance through the tunnel. It's Jake Stewart, Isaac Mapson getting ready. John, keys to the game tonight. What are we keeping an eye on?
I think if your Washington defense going to be big, contain Jaden Schutt. Player wants to come out here and make a statement. You got a big crowd on hand anticipating seeing this Duke commit. So I think if you're Washington, got to keep your eye on Schutt. And then for Yorkville Christian, contain Isaac Mapson down low. We saw what he did last year.
That's one of the battles we're keeping an eye on tonight, Jaden Schutt and Isaac Mapson. Panthers, historically, a pretty good team down low. Andrew Coker runs through the tunnel there, and now Braden Vanderhyde, who we talked about a moment ago, runs out. His brother was a little bigger, probably a little more physical down low. Interesting to see what Braden does this season. Has a little varsity experience from a year ago.
I think any young player that played a part of that varsity team last year that finished 17-1 learned a lot in practice and in game. Definitely going to help pay off this year.
Ready to go in Washington. Jaden Schutt in the circle. He will go against Andrew Coker. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. It is a packed Torrey Gym. Ready to go. Game 3, day 1. The 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial. It's Schutt versus Coker. Here we go. We're underway. Yorkville Christian wins the tip. Schutt will bring it up. Jake Stewart picks him up defensively. And you can see the tempo that the Mustangs are playing with, and Schutt makes the early statement. 2-0 Yorkville Christian in a big way.
I think that's what a lot of fans were anticipating early on. Nice backdoor cut there from Schutt. Washington's going to have to respond to that.
Washington has a little trouble getting the ball in. Jaden Schutt and the Mustangs a chance to get it back here on a quick inbound. Triggerman David Douglas Jr. goes to Schutt. That's a quick way to pick up an assist, quicker way to pick up 2 more points. And the Panthers get their first possession.
And we talked about that size, too, Joey, with Schutt being 6'6". Mapson matches right with him at 6'6" as well, so he's going to have to contain him inside.
Coker picked up by Douglas. Now Mapson works it up top. There's Jamari White to the corner, and Coker off. Tipped out of bounds, and they will say it's last touched by Washington. Mapson tried to haul it in, couldn't do it. Mapson and the Panthers getting back defensively. The first 50 seconds or so have belonged to Yorkville Christian.
Good start there for the Mustangs.
There's Douglas Jr. Now he goes up top to Burrows. Burrows, floater, and in.
Yorkville Christian getting inside early, and that's where they've dominated in the paint.
Aaron Sovern told us the other day, Tyler Burrows, they just call him Jet. He's so quick. Key piece of this offense. Here's Jake Stewart. Stewart picked up by Schutt. Goes to Mapson. Mapson guarded by Burrows. Burrows playing good defense on Mapson. And Mapson releases to Jamari White. White tries to drive. Goes to Vanderheit. Good defense from Yorkville Christian, not allowing Washington anything inside. Mapson's trying to change that narrative, but he's forced to travel. And Yorkville Christian playing both sides of the ball very well in the opening stages of this one.
Schutt had his hands on that one, gets him to travel, and Yorkville Christian taking command early. Washington with that big crowd behind him wants to try to respond.
And Mapson gets into the passing lane, comes up with the steal. If you're just joining us, the first 4 points of this game were scored by Jaden Schutt. Duke signee, star player for Yorkville Christian. Started things off with a dunk and then on an assist on an inbound pass. Got the second basket to go. Tyler Burrows. Another 2 points for the Mustangs. Panthers have not been able to do anything in the interior. Yorkville Christian forcing them to play the perimeter. Here's Mapson. Mapson spinning and scoring, and the Panthers are on the board. Yorkville Christian quick to play it down the floor. And Coker forced it loose. KJ Vassar was trying to take it inside, couldn't do it. And that'll at least force the Mustangs to reset.
Yeah, good bucket inside there from Mapson. Spin move to beat the defender and get in there is much needed for Washington after being held scoreless for nearly 3 minutes.
Douglas Jr. was looking for Schutt. Schutt couldn't hang on to it, gets it back. His 3 off the mark, but he's fouled. And it looks like 3 free throws coming up for Schutt. Or perhaps was he out? No, they're going to send him to the line. That was a foul. First foul we've seen tonight, and it goes against Washington's Jamari White. First free throw from Schutt is in.
Kind of holding his hand there. I don't know if he...
He followed his shot through with a little bit of contact. As I said, the first foul we've seen tonight. Now attempting his second of 3 free throws, and he got it. Schutt last season. 26 points, 8 rebounds, 4 assists. Plays as complete a game as we'll see from anyone in this tournament.
Knocks down all 3 there.
And the Mustangs out to a 9-2 advantage. What does Washington have to do on this possession? They've not been able to do a whole lot. Isaac Mapson with a point on the last possession. Big basket there. We'll hold that thought as they try to dial up a 3. No, Mapson cleans it up. And I guess the answer to that question might have something to do with Isaac Mapson.
Yeah, getting a bucket there after those 3 free throws from Schutt definitely helps. Mapson answers again. The only 4 points for Washington, so trying to feed him inside again.
Coker the rebound for Washington. Stewart runs it up, goes to Mapson, crosses over, and now the Panthers kick it back out. Jake Stewart a deep 3, and in! Jake Stewart! Would have been a 3 in the college game, and it's a 2-point game. Vassar tries to drive, he's fouled.
Long range 3 there from Stewart. Cuts it to 2.
Might have been a 3 in the NBA. Jake Stewart pulls the trigger, makes it a 2-point game, and now Vassar will go to the line. The Yorkville Christian senior, 17 points per game last season. And the key stat that we highlighted at the top of this game, 41% from three-point land. His first free throw rolls out. So he'll go back to the line. That foul assessed to Andrew Coker, his first and Washington's second. Clean game so far. Those are the only 2 fouls we've seen. And Vassar corrects his mistake, knocks in the second free throw, comes out. And in is Omarion Johnson.
Washington getting in a hole early, but just like that, 3-point game, Joey.
So now here is Coker. Coker looking and finding White. White goes to the corner, and Micah Brewer, who came in for the Panthers a moment ago, back to the corner, and Coker's 3, no dice. And the Mustangs run and gun. Stopping and popping and knocking it in is Burrows. Burrows has 4 points tonight. Burrows has some looks from a couple of D3 schools. D1 ability, says Aaron Sovern, the Mustangs head coach.
Looked like Fair Trumore might have got a timeout before the ball was inbounded. We'll stay with Washington.
They will call a timeout, and we'll keep it here. 32nd timeout. About halfway left in this first quarter. There you get a look at the Mustangs huddling up. And there's a packed student section at the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium. They've come out in droves. Panthers breaking for Thanksgiving break, as a lot of schools across the country are. Thanksgiving holiday in just 2 days. Always an exciting day when you've got that Tuesday. You know, you can feel a little bit of break in the air. You can feel those couple days off coming. But first, before you leave town to go visit family or what have you, you get to come out and watch a basketball game in a packed gym.
Yeah, it's certainly something a lot of basketball fans anticipate. You know, during the holidays, get to sit down and see a lot of good games, whether it be in person or on our stream on Clutch Sports Media. But a lot of talented players here this week filling Washington's Torrey Gymnasium.
This matchup and the 2 you saw before it, and the one you'll see later between St. Rita and Urbana, just the tip of the iceberg. A packed couple of days on ClutchSportsIL.com. The Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial. Just kicking off tonight. We'll have 9 games for you tomorrow. Handful more on Thursday, Thanksgiving evening. Full days on Friday and Saturday. A little bit of a talk here between Aaron Sovern and our officials. Gets the clarification. Washington charged for that last timeout that takes the place of our mask timeout. Masks returning to IHSA basketball this fall and winter, and going into the stands is Andre Lewis. Lewis making his first appearance on the floor tonight.
Younger brother of Drew Lewis, right?
Yorkville Christian looking to build on a 5-point advantage. And an easy path to the basket and a finish from Burrows, who has had a nice performance thus far, has 6 points. Not a lot of resistance from Burrows there. Or for Burrows, that would be. And now the Panthers will try and run it, but Schutt quick enough to the other end to get the steal. Now it's Burrows. Burrows goes to the corner looking for Javion Starwood. And Javion Starwood knocks it in. 10-point game.
A lot of the attention could be on Jaden Schutt, but plenty of talent that rounds out this Yorkville Christian Mustangs outside of the Duke commit.
Starwood, fresh into the game, has 3 points. Coker looks for Mapson. Mapson gets past Burrows, tries to drive inside and is fouled. 2 free throws coming up for Mapson. Mapson has 4 of Washington's 7 points in the early going. He on the gridiron for the Panthers this season. Had what wound up being the winning touchdown reception against Pekin in week 5, or week 6 that would have been. 2-point conversion following the catch that made it 21-20 was successful, so that wound up giving the Panthers a 22-21 lead with 8 seconds left. They held on to that and won it. Panthers football team advancing to the quarterfinal round of the playoffs, falling to Crete Monique. Starwood not successful from the block there, and he'll pick up the foul. His first and the team's second. But a pretty clean game so far.
Yeah, it has. I like how these games have been officiated even early on. Larry Larson and I called that game, and
here's Mapson. Mapson can't quite finish with one hand. Gets it back, and the Panthers offense will reset.
Good job of getting his own rebound, though, off a miss.
Intercepted by the Mustangs. Running and gunning. Here's Vassar to shoot. Schutt finishes with contact. You can see the smile on his face. Has a chance to make it a 3-point play. Going back to that point you mentioned a moment ago, John, I do like how these games have been officiated. It's been quick. There have not been a lot of fouls called in this one or the previous 2 games. They're playing quick. They're playing with some good flow to them. Schutt at the line, trying to finish the and one. Can't do it. And the Panthers desperately need a basket here.
Yeah, they do. Got to respond after that big dunk. You just add more and more momentum to Yorkville Christian there. Got to try to silence that.
Here's Mapson. It's tipped back out. Stewart with a heads-up play to retrieve it. Finds Mapson, and Mapson gives the Panthers that basket they needed. Goes back to single digits. And we'll see what Yorkville Christian has in store.
Yeah, Washington desperately needed that bucket, and they got it.
3 on the way. No good from Vassar. Vassar off to a decent enough start. Has 1 point on a free throw, but has been involved in so much of the Mustangs' offense. Free throw off the mark from White. And a deep 3 from Stewart. No. Still loose. And a travel. Travel will go against Washington. Panthers faithful don't like that call, but as best we could tell, there was a lot of commotion there and probably the right call to make.
Yeah, maybe coming down with his hand. It was a quick play.
Into the game comes Elijah Fisher, making his return. Finds David Douglas Jr. And Douglas pushed off a little bit. That's going to be an offensive foul. see the return of Micah Brewer, and you've got to figure after an unforced error there, could be the opening the Panthers need. Not out of this by any means, but the way the Mustangs have been playing, John, you've got the feeling that this one could start to spiral if the Panthers don't get on it shortly.
Yeah, I think getting a bucket here, trying to silence that Yorkville Christian momentum. But right now, it's definitely in their favor. The Mustangs continue to kind of roll here in this first quarter.
Micah Brewer with a heads-up play to try and keep that one in, but stepped out of bounds as he fired it back towards the timeline. And the Mustangs with an opportunity. Of course, no shot clock in IHSA basketball yet, but the Mustangs, a team that plays quick, wouldn't be a factor much, even if there was one, you get the feeling. Tipped out of bounds. Brady Finn was in the vicinity, fresh into the game for the Panthers, but the Panthers will have instead the chance to run a set play. Stewart will trigger the inbound. And Stewart connects with Mapson. Mapson wants the baseline, doesn't have it. Tries to go to Stewart for a deep three, and Stewart connects. His second three of the night.
Another long-range three.
And the Mustangs trying to respond with a three of their own. Off the mark, loose ball, foul against the Mustangs. They will call that against KJ Vassar. Vassar's first and the Mustangs fourth. Bonus not quite upon us yet, but we're reaching that point. Here's Vanderheit going back to Coker for three, and it's a three-point game.
Quick 6-0 run by the Panthers. Weren't phased by that 19-10 deficit.
Panthers heating up from downtown. 19-16, Mustangs might get the final say of the quarter. Shoot for three. He answers. Washington's going to get one more try. Trying to go to Mapson. Shoot gets in, tips the pass, and the Panthers will have a chance to inbound with 2.5 seconds left. Jake Stewart has 2 threes for the Panthers. We'll see if that's where they go. They go to Mapson. Mapson turning around. His three connects at the buzzer.
How about that?
Isaac Mapson dials one up. Similar to Schutt's three a moment ago, and it's a 3-point game going into the second quarter.
Just exchanging threes back and forth there.
See if they can keep it up in the second quarter. Take a quick break to remind you that tonight's coverage is brought to you by the City of Washington. City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. Visit CountryFinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor. Proud to support all of the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by KB Strong. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Back to the action, and Jake Stewart's three has a little too much on it. Mapson hauls in the rebound, goes to Vanderheit, and then Coker. Now Stewart has it again.
Stewart not afraid to pull the trigger, though. We've seen 2 big threes from him so far.
Stewart was fighting off a double team, it appeared. Mustangs playing a good zone defense. 3 on the way from Vanderheit. Misses the mark. Mustangs running, trying to finish his Burrows, but Burrows called for the charge. Vanderheit took it, and the Panthers could tie it here with a 3.
Washington getting it done on the defensive end. Big momentum shift there. Panthers, after being down 19-10, cut it to 3 at 22-19, just ease their way right back into this game with some big threes.
Easy math, a 9-0 run for the Panthers. Although Yorkville Christian, a complete team on both sides of the ball. Won't be surprised to see them step up and make an impact defensively here. Here's Mapson. Both these teams incredibly well coached. They will play as fundamentally sound as any two teams we'll see this week. Aaron Soburn, the head coach of the Mustangs. 10-2 last season, 24-11 the year prior. Last season impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Nobody got a full season in. Here's Schutt with a full 3 points on an acrobatic shot.
Really nice shot there from Schutt. Creates his own shot right there over the 5'9" Jake Stewart.
Panthers trying to respond off the glass, not quite, from White. And now Schutt running for the Mustangs. He'll stop from three-point land. Can't dial that one up. Rebound hauled in by White, and Jamari White draws a foul from Tyler Burrows. Fresh into the game now, Omarion Johnson coming in for the Mustangs. Stewart will inbound.
Joey, I think Jaden Schutt's as good as advertised so far in this game.
I would say so, making it happen from anywhere on the floor. Committed to play at Duke next season. Devin Vanderheit, the sophomore, with a response back to a three-point game. Here's Schutt for Yorkville Christian. Facilitating to the corner, and KJ Vassar has a three of his own. So there's Schutt picking up the assist. Vassar, a 40% shooter from three-point land last season, has his first three of the night. Jamari White tries to respond. Schutt there to force the steal. And the Mustangs run and gun. Schutt stops. Can't quite get that one to fall. And contact. And one. There's the three the Mustangs were looking for. Just not quite how they thought they would get it. That's David Douglas Jr.
I like to get out there and run and gun.
The tempo of this game as quick as we've seen today, especially from Yorkville Christian, although Washington running the pace as well. We'll have a timeout called on the floor, and it is a 30-second timeout called by the Panthers and Eric Schermerhorn, so we'll keep it right here. There's Yorkville Christian in front of a packed set of bleachers. And that's the sign without a student section. Panthers student section across the way. But you get a sense of how many people are here. Great to see at the Raymond R. Torrey Gym. John, this tournament canceled a year ago, the COVID-19 pandemic claiming another casualty, but back this season, and it's just how we remember it.
Yeah, it's living up to the hype so far. We're only 2.5 games in this first session, and it's been really remarkable. The fans are out in full force, and we've seen some really good talent so far. And really, like I said, we're only a day and a half in. Still got a whole week of basketball. A lot more talent going to fill this gym.
It's going to be a fun week. As we mentioned, one more game tonight. Chicago, St. Rita, and Urbana kicking off at 9 o'clock, or it might be adjusted if this game runs long. But that game coming up next, and then tomorrow a full 9 games for you, highlighted by a couple of good ones. The action gets going first thing in the morning. Yorkville Christian and Kankakee go at it. Kankakee comes back to play the second to last game against Washington. So some interesting games tomorrow. Those two of the 9 we'll see right here. Here's Schutt. Schutt facilitating. It goes out to Vassar. Vassar off the mark on that three, and Jamari White hauls in the board.
See if Washington can respond with a bucket here.
Mustangs have gone back ahead by 8. Nice move from Coker. Can't finish with the three. Vanderheit hauls in the board. Goes out to Jake Stewart. A deep three on the way. Rolls in and out. Finishing is Jamari White. Jake Stewart nearly had his third three of the night. Down low to clean it up, though, was Jamari White. Stewart the rebound. Stewart filling the role vacated by Ethan Mounts, who graduated last season. Mounts, the point guard for Washington, defensive anchor, lethal from anywhere on the floor, especially behind the three-point line. Jake Stewart with a bit of an Ethan Mounts-esque performance from long range so far tonight.
Yeah, I remember Ethan Mounts in that game when he dialed up, what was it, 8 or 9 threes, and Jake Stewart filling that role a little bit with 2 tonight.
David Douglas Jr. on that three. Talking about Jake Stewart and his ability to make it happen from downtown. The Mustangs doing just that tonight. They opened the game up with a good interior attack that I think we'll see again right here off the glass, and couldn't quite connect with Schutt. Vassar was looking for him. Now Vanderhyde in transition, kicks to the corner, 3 on the way off the glass, and Jamari White can't clean it up. Loose ball hauled in by the Mustangs. Schutt tries to drive in with contact. He finished. I think his foot was inside the arc, but he finished with contact anyways. Not easy to do on a jump shot like that, and he's going to go to the line for one more.
He's having fun out there.
I would say.
Washington student section doesn't like it, chirping at him. But
well, it's easy to have fun when you're making all these shots. 35-23 our score. You see on the bottom of your screen. And Schutt will have one more free throw after this timeout, which I believe is our masked timeout to allow the players a chance to get the mask reset, get a drink of water. It is our masked timeout. Takes the form of a 30-second timeout. Or at least it's supposed to, John. We've had a couple that have gone longer today. In the first game, I don't think we stopped for them at all.
no, I don't remember one in the first or second game, and I should say I don't think there was one in the first game. I do remember one in the second game. Definitely slows the game down a little bit. Those first 2 games had a good pace of play to them.
They certainly did, and this one has as well. Both teams moving the pace, pushing it upwards. The tempo is quick tonight. Schutt at the line for one more. Jaden Schutt just converting on a deep 2 with contact. Already has 17 points tonight, does Jaden Schutt.
See if he can surpass the leading score of the night so far, which was 36 from Ty Pence.
Ty Pence in the last game put on an absolute clinic for St. Joseph Ogden. A big win over Denmark, Wisconsin. Here's Isaac Mapson splitting the defense. Turned around, looks to the corner, and a 3 on the way, off the mark. Brady Finn on the 3. And knocked out of bounds in front of the Panthers bench. It will stay with Yorkville Christian.
Still got a lot of scorers on this team on the floor right now, but with Schutt on the bench, what's Washington got to do, Joey, to try to cut their way back into this one here in the final 3 minutes?
Well, it's the old adage, you live by the 3, you die by the 3. Braden Vanderheid's going to get this one going with a 2 in transition.
That'll help.
That's a start. The Panthers, though, they have not shot the 3 with incredible efficiency tonight. They've had a couple of big connections. And there's another and one for Yorkville Christian, seemingly the name of the game tonight. In the bonus now are both teams. And David Douglas Jr. will go to the line for one more. Douglas Jr. has 7 points so far. But I think it's got to start. You've got to attack the interior with Schutt off the floor. And you've also got to clean up your three-point shooting a little bit. Washington's had a couple of 3s go in tonight, but when you break it down, they have not shot the 3 ball with very good efficiency. And you probably got to limit mistakes like that. An errant inbound pass turns it over.
Yeah, Schutt's back on the floor now, so
just as quickly as we said the key with him off the floor, or the keys, I should say. He's back. Douglas Jr. to inbound. Goes to Elijah Fisher. Fisher kicking back. KJ Vassar. Vassar looks for a screen, has one from Fisher, and he'll pull up, steps back, and Vassar drops it in. I tell you, John, the threes we have seen tonight have gone in from long range.
Yeah, they have seen a handful of them from Yorkville Christian, Washington, some deep ones, but it's raining threes here at Torrey Gymnasium.
Vanderheit down low, traveled. That'll give the Mustangs another opportunity. Ahead 16. It also starts, John, going back to your question a moment ago, even though Schutt's back out on the floor now, it's got to start with good defense for Washington. Good defense can lead to good offense, but shook out of his shoes was Vanderheit. Schutt nearly had a highlight reel 3. And now the Panthers do answer the call and force a jump ball. Well, they'll call a foul there. And that'll go against Schutt. His first and the 7th for the Mustangs puts Washington in the bonus.
It's always a tall task, too. Washington losing a lot of key pieces from last season. Tyler Bass, Devin Vanderheit, trying to figure out your young team playing the #1 team in 1A in Yorkville Christian. It's a tough challenge.
Yorkville Christian, much smaller than Washington when you break down the enrollment numbers. Washington enrolls about 1,300 students and growing. Yorkville Christian, just 65 students. But they pack a punch on the hardwood especially. So many guys on this team have high ambitions of success at the next level. Headlined by Jaden Schutt, the Duke signee, but it's a deep roster with a lot of guys that we've talked about today that are going to do good things at the next level. Here's Isaac Mapson. Mapson to Micah Brewer, and his 3 is in. Big response for the Panthers. And John, I want to double back and attempt to provide another answer to that question that's long since passed. The Panthers' defense has got to be what keys their offense. We saw it a moment ago on Braden Vanderheit's transition layup. If they can force some steals, get into the passing lanes, I've got to figure that's where things start for Washington.
Yeah, Washington coach Eric Schulmoren's really good about making adjustments throughout games. You saw that a lot last year. You got to think something at halftime's got to shift. I don't know how you contain Jaden Schutt. It's a tough thing to do, but try to limit his touches and really try to buckle down on defense. Like I said, early on when you're trying to figure out your young team, that can be a hard thing to do in the first game of the year.
This is the point of the season where you learn a lot about yourself as a team. You mentioned a moment ago, great test for the Panthers in round 1. Good test for the Mustangs as well. Washington, although they lost a little off the top from last season's 17-1, 17-0 conference squad. They return a lot. And you know, when you play Washington or so many of these teams from the Mid-Illini Conference, they're going to do the little things well. Here's Stewart trying to dial up another 3 off the back of the iron.
How good has KJ Vassar been on the rebounding end tonight?
And on the offensive end, too. Vassar has played as complete a game as we've seen. Second on the Mustangs with 9 points thus far. Second to Jaden Schutt's 17. Into the game for the Panthers, Jamari White. And out checks Brady Finn, the junior. One junior in for another. And a turnover. Mustangs trying to push it ahead, attacking and kicking out to Vassar for 3. He's got it. KJ Vassar. Now with 12 points, 5 off his average from a year ago. Shot 41% from the from the perimeter last season, did Vassar.
Like Schutt's going to slow it down a little bit.
Mustangs can hold for the final shot if they want. Instead, Schutt picks it right back up. And he'll get another opportunity to shoot a 3 and knocks it down. Jaden Schutt.
20.
And 49 for the Mustangs. 1 off from 50. Scoring at will. An incredible performance offensively. Jaden Schutt and KJ Vassar for Yorkville Christian. Isaac Mapson tries to respond for the Panthers and draws a foul, so he'll get 2 free throws at the line. Scary thought for Panthers fans, though. The Mustangs are going to have 3.5 seconds left to dial something up. Doesn't always take them that long to score.
No, it does not. You know, we've seen the Mustangs fire 3 after 3, so certainly gives them time to try to heave another one. I think going into this halftime break, though, Joe, you got to try to make some adjustments and just kind of try to let that, like you said, defense lead to offense, try to grind back in this game.
Mapson, first free throw connects. Remember to stay tuned at halftime for the Country Financial Tournament Central hosted by Gavin Russell tonight. It's coming up at halftime. Mapson's second free throw in, and we'll see what Yorkville Christian can do. They get it into Schutt. Schutt with 1 on the clock, off the glass, and that's how the first half will end. 19-point lead for Yorkville Christian. John, they were scoring almost as quickly as we could call them. What a complete offensive performance from the Mustangs thus far. The Panthers just have not been able to keep up with the likes of Jaden Schutt and KJ Vassar.
No, they have not. Yorkville Christian making a statement here in the first half. 19-point lead, led by 20 from Jaden Schutt. And just doing a really good job of moving the ball around. Good defense leads to good offense. And they're hitting those threes, which are really helping extend that lead. Washington had a couple nice big threes from Jake Stewart, but ultimately got in that hole, and their defense kind of gave up some easy buckets.
Country Financial Tournament Central is coming up, but first, a word for our sponsors. Starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. Buy Upstream. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Upstream Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UpspringAutoGroup.com. Buy Country Financial. Building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things that Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Contact your local Country Financial representative today to talk about the things that are important to you and how we can help protect them. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about how Coach Brown impacted those around him and how the KB Strong Foundation is fighting to lead efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now down to Gavin Russell in the Country Financial Tournament Central. Gavin has the latest for us.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. We're with Donovan Short of Denmark, Wisconsin. And you guys didn't come out with the W today, but kind of talk us through about how that game went, how you guys are feeling through the progressions of that game.
Yeah, starting off, I mean, we were first game of the season for us, so we kind of had a couple things that we needed to work on, as you could tell in the beginning, first game. A lot of turnovers, a lot of bad passes like that. But when came halftime, we figured out, we talked it out in the locker room like every team needs and does. Then we came out in the second half and we were firing. We took the lead. We had a 5-point lead at one point, and then kind of just died out. We had a series where we missed 4 shots in a row off of getting the offensive boards, and then it was just kind of turnover after turnover for us. So it was ball security for us that kind of ended that game for us.
Definitely a tough team to play for sure, and you guys played a really hard, scrappy game here at the Washington Tournament of Champions. Kind of just talk about, like, you guys come down just outside the Green Bay area. What's that trip like? I mean, then to come and play a basketball game, I mean, 6+ hours. What's that like?
I mean, for me, wasn't really that much due to like travel and all that. Me like playing countrywide for my AAU program, but for the rest of those guys, I mean, everyone was excited. It's not really heard of, especially for the small town that we're in. We don't really get like these opportunities much, and for us to be able to come out here and be labeled as a top Midwest team, that's huge for us. So it was pretty awesome to see everyone being excited and getting hype on the bus and stuff. So overall, that bus ride was great. I don't really think it affected us in the game at all, but it's a great experience to have as a team, especially with the amount of seniors we have on this team.
Absolutely, and you guys have a really good team this year. You guys are obviously widely known just in the Midwest, but also the state of Wisconsin as a team that's really going to make some noise this year. Kind of talk about your team a little bit. Who are some of your teammates that really kind of help make this team run?
Yeah, so we're going to start with Hayden. Hayden has been playing with me since the 3rd grade. So that's kind of almost like we play like on a string together. So like I know what he's doing. He knows what I'm doing. So that's super great to be back and playing with that. Obviously a little rust on that. We'll come back. Big football guy. He's committed out to play baseball at St. Cloud State. So that's super awesome. Proud of him. And then we got other seniors. Alec, who's been playing with us since 3rd grade. Abe Kapanos, who's been playing with us since 3rd grade. Kenny Satori as well. So we have a very tight group of people on this team. And there's not really any divides between us all. We're all super great friends on and off the court, so that's super huge in a team like this.
Absolutely, and you guys have a really good team, but let's talk about you a little bit. You've gotten a lot of attention over the past couple of years, even with COVID and stuff, obviously playing the AAU circuits and whatnot, but really your biggest attention has come from committing to University of Wisconsin-Green Bay. But you had some really good Division I offers, so what kind of led you to, what was the whole process with that, and then obviously choosing Green Bay?
Yeah, so overall, I've gotten that question a lot, like, why did I choose a mid-major over the Power 5 schools like Virginia Tech and USC? I mean, I could have went out to Virginia Tech. I could have played at USC. But overall, playing at UWGB, playing for a program that I've grown up in, and because as a kid, I lived 30 minutes from there. I'd go to all their camps and stuff, and their experience changed right now. And I'm not a guy for the hype. I don't need all the lights, cameras, and all that stuff around me. I'd rather go in and help like build a program and help like lead a program to a winning record. And I'm super happy to have the chance to do that with Green Bay in my hometown and have the whole local community come and support me.
Absolutely. You said you don't want all of that attention necessarily. So what do you kind of make the expectations for yourself? I mean, you've already got the college commitment. You've got a really good team behind you, but kind of your expectations coming into your senior season. What do you look to do this year?
This year, I'm looking to hold up that gold ball. I feel like in Wisconsin, I feel like we have that. I feel like we have the team that's able to do that. We have the coaching staff that's able to push us through it. And we 100% have the community behind us to help push us to that as well. So I expect nothing less than us to hold up that gold ball at the end of the year.
Absolutely, and we'll let you go in just a minute. But talking about some of your competition this year, you guys play a real stiff schedule, including coming down here to participate in the Tournament of Champions. Kind of talk about your schedule. Who do you guys see up in Wisconsin as some of your biggest, threats potentially, teams that you're going to have the biggest challenge against?
Yeah, so for sure. Actually, this upcoming Saturday, we play one of my good AAU teammates. His name is Danilo Jovanovic. He's actually committed to Miami University, and so that's going to be a real tough game for us. And I'm super happy that we have 2 tough games right away in the beginning, because that'll honestly tell us where we're at as a team and give us what to work on. So instead of playing teams that we beat by 40 or 50, it's good to work out these kinks early so we can peak at the right time in the season.
Absolutely. Well, we saw Donovan play tonight right here on CSM. He's got a long way to go. You got the college to look forward to, but he's got a lot to accomplish this year. We appreciate you taking the time to talk with us for a few minutes. We've got a lot of other great games coming up this week too, so you definitely stand out as one of the best. But we've got a great game going on right behind us right here. Washington and Yorkville Christian. Jaden Schutt is really going off at this. Sorry, Jaden Schutt. I always pronounced that wrong, but he's going off so far. A lot of big plays along with Washington as well. So, again, we thank you, though, Donovan, for coming on with us. And we look halftime coming to a close, so we're going to throw right back up to the booth. It's going to be John Camosa along with Joey Wright. They're going to take you off for the second half, and we've got one more game after this, so make sure to stay tuned right here on Clutch Sports Media. Again, follow all our social media pages, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Let us know who you want to hear in these interviews. It can be players, coaches, or other personalities. Let us know in the comments on our social media. Thanks for tuning in. We just had Donovan Short on. Stay tuned for the second half of Washington and Yorkville Christian. We'll send it back to the booth now. From the Country Financial Tournament Central, I'm Gavin Russell.
Thanks for that, Gavin. Enjoyed listening to Donovan Short. Little insight as to why he chose Wisconsin Green Bay, among other things. Had a lot of fun watching them play St. Joseph Ogden in the game prior to this one. St. Joseph Ogden a winner there, but both teams with impressive performances. Good to hear from Donovan Short from Gavin Russell in our Country Financial Tournament Central. John Camosa, as we recap the first half of this one in front of us, Yorkville Christian and Washington. A mixed bag. Washington has an advantage in a couple of categories, rebounding being one of them, 21-13. The problem is Yorkville Christian hasn't had a whole lot of reason to rebound with how many shots they've made. 53% from the field, 47% from three. I suppose there's always reason to rebound, sure. But offensively, certainly, they've made a lot. They've made more than they've missed from the field. It's a good thing to say at halftime.
Yeah, Joey, it's been really impressive what Yorkville Christian's done in this opening game for them of the season against Washington, who's the home team here, host of this tournament. A really nice performance from Jaden Schutt, 20 points. KJ Vassar, Tyler Burrows, a lot of well-rounded players on this team under head coach Aaron Sorvran, but down 19 at half. You got to think Eric Schumelhorn for Washington made some adjustments there in the locker room. We'll see how the Panthers come out and respond.
And what adjustments do you think the Panthers need to make during this halftime break? Panthers still not back out onto the floor. You see the Mustangs shooting around left side of your screen, but the Panthers still in the locker room. What do you think some of those adjustments are?
Yeah, you're going to look defensively for them to put a lot of pressure on Yorkville Christian. Maybe a full court press, some strong zone defense. Maybe double off on Schutt if they're not playing in a zone. Something to try to mix it up because whatever was in the first quarter wasn't working for Washington.
And it seemed like everything was working for Yorkville Christian. But at halftime, you've got to adjust for anything. What do you think the conversation was for the Mustangs at halftime?
I think keep going with what you got going right now. Whatever Washington's throwing at you, Yorkville Christian has an answer. Continue to shoot threes. Continue to get inside. Rebound. Defensively, they're doing just fine, and continue to let Jaden Schutt do what he's doing. 20 points at half. Really nice effort from the Duke commit.
And as we take a deep dive into some statistics for Jaden Schutt, shooting 75% from two, 40% on his three-point attempts. 7 of 14 from the field overall, and even 50%. But you zero in on Jaden Schutt, that leaves open KJ Vassar, who has had a good effort thus far. 12 points in the first half for the senior. So we'll see what the Panthers have tweaked at halftime. Same goes, too, for the Mustangs. Take a quick moment before we get back to the action to thank some of our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit for the TOC. By Uftring, it's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. By Country Financial, you finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it. Because when it comes to time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial agent to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. Visit countryfinancial.com to get a quote today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And a very worthy cause, the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-foundation.com. fightingthefight.com. Panthers back out on the floor. Mustangs still huddling up. And real quick on that last point, John, we heard from Jody Brown during the first game of the day. Heard from her in the Country Financial studio. She had a lot of great things to say, remembering her late husband, and detailed a few of the initiatives the KB Strong Foundation does to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. Really, it starts with awareness. That's kind of how the ball gets rolling on these things.
Yeah, it is. And, Kevin Brown, what he did for Washington, a lot of people looked up to him and admired him. Just the legacy that he left here in Washington, like you said, raising money for that foundation, and that inspirational person that really was a big part of this town. And then raising that awareness too, spreading the word, making sure people know about it, not just here in Washington, but across different states. It's a really good cause. And it's going to help other people in need too that are out there struggling with loved ones.
I would absolutely encourage all of our viewers to check out kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Jody Brown wrote a tremendous piece remembering Kevin Brown, probably about 1,000 words or so. Not all that long of a read, but a very impactful read. You can also learn more about the board members of the KB Strong Foundation, their relationships to Kevin Brown. There's Eric Schermerhorn, longtime assistant of Kevin Brown, now in his third full season at the helm of these Panthers. You see it in everyone who knew Coach Brown, Eric Schermerhorn included, just the impact he made. That's something that Coach Schermerhorn really highlights, is that his Washington Panthers, these Washington Panthers, fight like Coach Brown's Panthers would have.
Yeah, and he kind of models that on the court, fighting for something you believe in and fighting for your team. This is all about effort, win or lose, that his guys are going to go into battle, and they kind of laid that foundation there, and that's something that he instills in his players, is going out to battle every day and battling with your brothers. That's what Coach Brown would have wanted, was making sure your guys are always going to battle for each other.
It is a tremendous foundation. Glad that we're allowed to be a small part of this tournament that they put on in Coach Brown's honor. Again, would strongly encourage our viewers to open a new tab, kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. We have been underway in the second half for some time now. Yorkville Christian looking to pick up where they left off, and doing so with a big three is David Douglas Jr., a name we called a little bit in the first half. Had 8 points in the first half, now 11 on the game. The Mustangs have opened it up to 22, their largest lead of the game, and adding a few more on here with a slam, not quite a slam. I spoke a little too soon, as Tyler Burrows. Burrows gets up, takes a little off to finish, but gets the 2 points just the same, and Washington calls timeout.
Yeah, it's quick opening start there for Yorkville Christian. Really put their foot on the gas and extend the lead to 24. It's been an all Yorkville Christian Mustang so far.
24-point lead. 20 of those points have come from Jaden Schutt. Another 11 from David Douglas Jr., 8 points from Tyler Burrows. Burrows has kind of faded a little bit from the spotlight lately, but he was instrumental in the first few minutes of this game, was the first player not named Jaden Schutt to score. If you're just joining us, Yorkville Christian entered the halftime locker room at 53% from the field. Jaden Schutt was 7 of 14 from the field. Trying to force a steal there twice, but Braden Vanderheide able to get away. Ball still loose, and here's Stewart going to the rim. Can't finish. Mapson draws contact, and he'll shoot two.
Good job there. Ball is kind of all over the place on that one. Nice job by Jaden Schutt. Tried to hit that one out. Contested the other shot, then Washington eventually gets it back, and Mapson picks up contact.
Mapson at the charity stripe. First free throw falls in. Mapson with 13 points today. It's been a clean game. Neither side entering the second half in foul trouble. One foul apiece in the opening minute 45 of Q3. Yorkville Christian bringing it ahead. Here's Schutt. Schutt looking over, finding Burrows. Burrows to the corner, and David Douglas Jr. off the glass, not quite, and Maps in the rebound.
See if Washington can get another basket on this end after those free throws from Mapson.
Mapson in the corner looking for Andrew Coker, and now up top, it's Jabari White. And the Mustangs, John, just have not allowed much inside. That's really kind of been their strategy, is to force Washington to play the perimeter. So far, it's worked.
Yeah, it has. And there's Coker now, good find.
Coker in the corner, his three off. Rebound corralled by Vanderheit. Turnaround, not quite. And the Mustangs running in transition. And a foul. On the way up, 2 free throws forthcoming. From David Douglas Jr.
See if he can knock these down. Yorkville Christian's been really consistent at the line tonight as well.
Well, they've been consistent in about every aspect of the game. And the second one in from Douglas. And John, that's the mark of a good team. We've talked a lot about the coaching that the Panthers have. We'll hold that thought as Mapson lays it in. We've talked a lot about the Panthers coaching. Eric Schermerhorn, Kevin Brown before him, a program that has had a lot of stability, and they're going to do the little things right. Yorkville Christian the same way, especially the way they've come out and played game 1 against a good Washington team. They're doing the little things right. They're very efficient, not making a lot of mistakes. Aaron Soburn doing a great job at the helm of this Yorkville Christian program.
Yeah, they are, and being a 1A power and wanting to start this journey to make a deep postseason run, which was something they didn't have last year because of the COVID era. It's a good statement here in what they're showing against a tough Washington team, at their home gym. So it's a good experience for the Mustangs.
And 2 more free throws coming up from Schutt. The way they've played in the first 20 minutes of the season, there are some very good 1A teams across the state, but you get the sense that any of them are going to have to bring their A game to have a say with these Mustangs.
Yeah, they look primed and ready. A lot of other talented teams out there, but Yorkville Christian definitely making a statement early that they're ready to make a run.
Schutt at the line, knocked it through. Jaden Schutt looking to add his name to a Tournament of Champions alumni list that reads like a who's who in basketball. As we say that, Brady Finn with a nice play, and he'll get another free throw for his troubles. But you look at this tournament, the likes of Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis, DeMarcus Cousins, Tristan Thompson have all played here. That's just 4. I could go on and on with the list of NBA alumni that have played on this floor at Torrey Gym. So many players, too, local standouts, very good players from smaller schools across the state, across the region have played here. Maybe their names don't stand out quite like Anthony Davis, Andrew Wiggins, or Zion Williamson, but there have been, seems like every year at this tournament, you'll have some guys that come in and just tear it up.
Yeah, never a shortage of talent here.
Everyone's hitting the floor for the Panthers. Finn there to corral it. He'll look for Stewart. Jake Stewart will cross the timeline. A really talented St. Rita team is on deck on Clutch Sports Media. You'll see that right here on this same stream. Going against my alma mater, Urbana High School. It's going to be a tough one for the Tigers, though, with how deep that St. Rita team is. It's coming up next on ClutchSportsIL.com. And we'll talk about that one a little more, but first, a timeout called by Washington. And an opportune time to tell you that tonight's coverage is brought to you by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit for the TOC. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most. To find a price for coverage you can afford, visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, as we get back to the action, Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. John, was it just me or was that a quick timeout?
That was a very quick timeout.
Felt like that 60 seconds ran off a little quick. Washington finishing on the offensive end. Brady Finn.
Washington trying to make something happen.
3 on the way for Yorkville Christian. Off the mark. And Washington trying to run the offense. Here's Mapson. Mapson playing catch now. It's Jamari White. White tries to drive, has a bit of a lane, steps back and knocks it through. Jamari White. And John, we saw a lot of Washington basketball last season, the COVID-shortened season. Got to go back to the win against Morton right here in this gym. Panthers were trailing late. It was probably a 10, 11-point game, 2.5 minutes to play. A spirited effort keyed by a couple of defensive stands and some finishes on the offensive end. Most importantly, set the Panthers up for a dramatic comeback. 57-56 win over Morton.
Yeah, you can never count them out of a game.
Yorkville Christian has been the aggressor tonight, trying to keep this one away from the Panthers, and a 3 in the corner. A step towards doing just that. Javion Starwood, the sophomore.
How about the pass from Vassar? Setting up Starwood. Really nice find.
Mustangs are such a selfless team. A team that's going to cause some problems as they move through this bracket. And a 30-second timeout called by Washington. This is the City of Washington Classic. One of the 3 tournaments at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions that will take us through Saturday night. The Mustangs certainly look like a team to keep an eye on as we move towards the later rounds of this tournament. Up 19 in game 1. But Washington could just as easily take some lessons from this one and become a team to watch down the stretch as well. It's a short week when you look at how many days there are, but it's an absolutely packed week when you look at the volume of basketball we're going to see.
I feel like there's always a lot of things you can learn from these games like this early on.
As far as opening games of your season go, this is probably as best it could have worked out for either of these two teams. Panthers keep it going on the offensive end. 3 on the way from Vassar off the mark. And this game's not over. We can't talk about it quite like it is. Both these teams know that. The Mustangs certainly do.
Washington battling.
Second foul of the evening on Elijah Fisher. Brady Finn will inbound.
And sometimes, Joey, when you're playing from that far behind, you got nothing to lose. You know, sometimes a team might have a big lead like that and kind of take it for granted. Washington doing a good job of just cutting back into this game.
Well, what helps Washington is the tempo that Yorkville Christian likes to run their offense at, as we'll have a foul there. That'll also go against Fisher, his third. A lot of the times when you've got a game like this, if you're trying to come back and you're going up against a team that moves up and down the floor quickly, that's good because it gives you a chance to come up with some stops, force some misses, obviously. And this is nothing revolutionary, not revolutionary analysis, I should say, but, you know, when you've got a team that slows the ball down, you've got to work a little harder to get it back.
Yeah, you do. And Washington trying to get something going in the closing minute of the third.
Mapson and one. Finishes with contact, and he'll go to the line. 18 points now for Mapson. Back to 15. And as much as we talk about a potential Washington comeback, Yorkville Christian built their lead about as convincingly as you can. So effective from anywhere on the field tonight. Defensively, they've locked Washington down, not letting the Panthers do much inside.
And they've only held Jaden Schutt to 2 points here in the third quarter, so.
Schutt looking down to the corner, and Burrows. Now it's out to Vassar, opposite side. His three is in. And just as quickly as you think that Yorkville Christian might be opening the door, KJ Vassar says, no, we're not.
Yeah, they've really been consistent all game long with those threes.
Vassar, a lethal shooter, the senior guard. Washington tries to respond in the corner, in and out. And Schutt pushes it. Here's Vassar again, and he couldn't release cleanly. Knew he couldn't get back to it, or it would have been a travel. And here's Stewart in transition, laying it in. A bit of an odd play there.
I don't know why he hesitated on the shot. He had the wide open three, but maybe he wanted to pass?
It goes back to the question, is there such a thing perhaps as two open? 15-point game. Yorkville Christian can hold for the final shot of the quarter. Vassar in the corner, kicks it out. Here's Burrows. Burrows, a free throw is in, and that's how the third quarter will end. Washington won't get a chance to inbound. And it stands at 17 entering the fourth. Tell you more about this one in just a moment, but first we'll tell you about our great sponsors tonight, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. You're invited to check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things that Country Financial stands for. We are more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Back to the action in the fourth quarter. John, before we took that break, I said we'll tell you more about this one after we tell you about our sponsors. Kind of a vague hint that I guess we'd have some analysis to offer. Analysis to offer right now might be Washington's offense starting to find its rhythm. Not sure if they'll have enough to complete the comeback, but they have looked better in the second half.
Yeah, still got a chance here after that miss from Schutt. Washington a chance to add another one, but not out of reach yet.
Mapson will bring it up for the Panthers. Kicks down, finds Braden Vanderheit. Vanderheit, as we mentioned at the top of the game, younger brother of recent Washington graduate Devin Vanderheit. Devin now playing basketball at Lewis University. Perhaps he's watching.
Yeah.
68-53, and Schutt in the corner, short. Rebound corralled by Jake Stewart. Stewart off the glass. Window kind to Stewart and the Panthers there. It's a 13-point game, and Stewart has double digits.
Cut right back into this one. You get it under double digits, you like to be feeling decent about yourself.
Vassar a three, and he's got to be feeling decent about himself tonight. Vassar has now got 18 points. I think all of them are on threes, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're right. Whenever they needed an answer, right there.
And a timeout called by Washington. K.J. Vassar might be the player of this game when we look back at it. As we see the Mustangs in the huddle there. Jaden Schutt, a guy that stands out in that conversation, sure. But K.J. Vassar has been clutch. I mean, anytime they've needed a basket, anytime Washington has started to put together any momentum, Vassar has been there to shut them down.
Yeah, and Jaden Schutt's lost his touch here just a little bit in the third quarter with only 2 points, a couple threes. We just saw short, but Vassar's really answered the call here and hit a couple really big shots to spark the Mustangs, and they continue to extend this lead just when Washington was making some noise.
18 points for Vassar, 22 for Schutt, most of those coming in the first half. And perhaps a quiet 13 points from David Douglas Jr., who, much like Vassar, has been everywhere on the floor tonight and stepped up with a couple of clutch buckets. Intercepted by Starwood. Starwood to Vassar, another three for K.J. Vassar.
Almost going to surpass Schutt here for player leading scorer, I should say.
He finds his next basket before Schutt finds his. K.J. Vassar is your leading scorer for the Mustangs. Here's Jake Stewart. Stewart tries to drive, lost his balance a little bit, and the rebound corralled by Jaden Schutt. Now it goes to Vassar. Does he have another three? He does. K.J. Vassar's putting on a show from downtown.
How about the touch? Clutch up.
He knew it was going in as soon as he shot it. 77 points for Yorkville Christian and a timeout called by Washington. One more timeout left for Washington. And it's just one of those games, John, where you can game plan all you'd like, but K.J. Vassar's just not going to miss, it seems.
No, he certainly's found his stroke from right there on the right-hand side of the arc. And, man, Yorkville Christian just really in control. Washington, that window opened up a little bit, got to 13, and then just like that, Mustangs put their foot on the gas.
K.J. Vassar now with 24 points. 3 3-pointers in the first half. Several more in the second half. Here's the Panthers bench. And the Panthers in the second half, John, have played well. Just haven't been able to contain Vassar.
Well, they haven't. Haven't really found a defensive answer for him.
Now it goes to Stewart for a three. Stewart started the game kind of in that role. Seemed that he was hitting everything he took. 2 deep threes were the storyline for the Panthers offense early on. Couldn't keep it going, but Jake Stewart, the junior, figure he'll take on a big role for the Panthers this season. A nice showing in game 1 as he checks out along with Braden Vanderheim. Now it's Mapson. Mapson tries to swim to the basket. Doesn't quite have it. Mustangs in transition. Here's Schutt. Schutt takes a little off the top, but lays it in. And now that's the competition, is who's going to be the Mustangs' leading scorer, Schutt or Vassar. Both have 24.
Yeah, they're really going back and forth, leading this Mustang squad. Two impact players.
Corner and maps in a three. In and out, rebound White. White gets his own rebound, puts it back up, and Jamari White. Big basket for Washington. White now has 10 points tonight. Jaden Schutt a three, and he knocks that one down.
Raining threes here for Yorkville Christian.
We're going to see a lot of exciting teams, a lot of really talented teams over the course of the next few days. I don't know that we'll see a team shoot as well from beyond the arc as Yorkville Christian has tonight.
No, this is a really impressive performance from three.
Headlined by Vassar and Schutt. White wants in on the action. He's got a three of his own. Jamari White with 13 on the night. Intercepted by Finn. Finn gets lit up by Schutt. And pardon me, that wasn't Finn, but rather Andrew Coker. Third foul on Schutt. And it has been a clean game. 7 fouls for the Mustangs this half, 4 for the Panthers. For all the scoring we've seen, moving by at a pretty good clip. That 7th foul putting the Panthers in the bonus and Coker at the line. And he gets it to go, his first in the bonus.
Washington can learn a lot from this game, pull away. Going to see a lot of teams in the middle line this year shoot the three ball as well. So,
as we've talked about, this is a really good matchup for both of these teams because Washington in the Mid-Illini Conference is going to see a lot of different looks. A good Metamora team, who we saw earlier tonight, is going to be a threat this season. Morton, a stout team as well. Limestone with a second-year head coach, correct? They made that change prior to last season. You know, you never know what you might see from them. East Peoria, DJ Richardson, right?
How about another for Vassar?
Vassar.
Sorry to cut in there.
No, you're good. Vassar keeps adding to the total. Now has 27. Ty Schutt, keeping an eye on that.
Him and Schutt three-pointers combined. It's got to be a big number.
Mustangs get out ahead of the Panthers and slamming it down. How about that from Starwood? And Brady Finn tries to answer. And now a floater. Nifty shot from Micah Brewer. Brewer has 5 points, matches his number. Javion Starwood has been a nice piece for the Mustangs tonight. He'll pick up an assist there on a three from Tyler Burrows. Burrows with 15.
They're really raining. I mean, if this team shoots like this throughout the year, Yorkville Christian's going to be a force.
Everyone on the floor for the Mustangs right now has double digits except for Starwood, who has 8. See if he can get to that mark before this one ends. Panthers not done scoring either. Three-pointer from Brady Finn. And Starwood will not get to double digits unless he scores right here. The Mustangs are ready to bring in a brand new 5. .27 for Vassar as well as Schutt. We'll see if either of them can add one more before the next dead ball. Not quite. And checking out David Douglas Jr. after that basket and the rest of the Mustangs lineup. Panthers will bring in a couple of new players as well here. One of them is Gabe Patterson. Another is Andre Lewis, who we saw earlier. We have not seen Patterson thus far tonight. Get to the 5 on the floor for Yorkville Christian. Josiah Mays is out there, as is Luke Franklin. Trey Lombardo out there as well. Jory Boley. The other one, Giovanni Johnson. That's the 5 on the floor for Yorkville Christian. Vanderheit from the free throw line. Not quite, but he gets his own rebound, follows his shot. Right, Vanderheit in the corner. Tipped. And out of bounds. We did get confirmation earlier, John, a DM from Devin Vanderheit. He is tuned in tonight. He's looking, says he'll be out here tomorrow. Panthers go at it in the evening. Second to last game against Kankakee. Should be a good one. Man, what a finish there from Trenton Spangler.
Really nice take. It's nice to see, bring in some of your bench players, get some production. Let the guys you don't see a whole lot of minutes come in here and get some experience.
Trenton Spangler is a junior. Gabe Patterson, a sophomore. Andre Lewis, a freshman. The Panthers going with a little bit of youth on the floor right now. Jory Boley, a sophomore for the Mustangs. And here's Andre Lewis. To the corner, three on the way and off. 33 seconds left. Both teams still pushing the pace, trying to get their younger players, their deeper roster players, a little real game experience, might as well in game one of the season. Yorkville Christian a few seconds away from being 1-0. Washington will fall to 0-1, but both teams chances to bounce back, or Yorkville Christian a chance to keep it going as the tournament moves along. It's in the hands of Giovanni Johnson. Johnson will dribble it out, and that's how this one ends. A 92-69 winner for Yorkville Christian. As complete a game as we have seen today, certainly. They will have a lot of positives to talk about when they recap this one.
Yeah, really, really impressive showing from Yorkville Christian. We knew we were going to see good things out of them, but what a performance from three-point range. Coach Aaron Sorvin's got to be happy with that game against Washington.
Got to figure that he is. There's Eric Schermerhorn walking off the floor with his Panthers. Post-game handshake. Great to see that back this season. Mustangs head back to the bench. 92-69 winner over the Panthers. Take one more break for our advertisers. Great to have all our sponsors on board tonight, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to visit all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring. How do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We're neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Visit countryfinancial.com today. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And by the KB Strong Foundation, Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. 92-69 win for Yorkville Christian over Washington. Chicago, St. Rita, and Urbana are on deck. But before we get to that one, Gavin Russell is in Country Financial Tournament Central with the latest. Gavin Russell, will send it down to you.
We're back here in the Country Financial Tournament Central at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm here with Ben Ryan, a former Washington High School basketball player. he is back here watching the Panthers tonight. Unfortunately, they did not get the win. They played Yorkville Christian. You saw that right here on ClutchSportsIL.com. But, Ben, we got a few questions for you. You're back on the old stomping grounds, and obviously you got a chance to participate in this tournament a little bit. You had to play under Coach Kevin Brown. Kind of just tell me what the experience is like to play in a tournament like this.
Yeah, exactly. So it was 10 years ago when I played, but it's just a great atmosphere in Illinois, just a basketball state, and especially Central Illinois. So much basketball history, so much fan support and environment, especially here in Washington, playing in front of a home crowd against big name players and great competition. It's a fun time.
Absolutely. And, you played under Coach Kevin Brown. Obviously, you had some really good years here. And then you went on to play Division III basketball at Augustana. Kind of just tell me, though, like what Coach Kevin Brown is like. I mean, what kind of person was he? How was he to play for? Kind of stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. He was intense to play for. His passion for the game, unmatched compared to a lot of people. He's just very focused on the players and wants the best out of the players, and he demands the best. And it's just playing under a coach with that kind of passion was a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And, something else about you, you went to med school. So you're obviously very, aware of the cause. It's for Kevin Brown, with his brain cancer and the KB Strong Foundation. Kind of tell us more about that. I mean, how are you involved? Obviously, what are you doing in the medical field, stuff like that?
Yeah, so the KB Strong Foundation raising money for glioblastoma research. Jody's done an amazing job raising awareness, raising funds for the research, and having this tournament named after him just is a great testimony for what he meant to basketball here at Washington and the Central Illinois area, and also just is another great way to kind of raise awareness through his name for research and funding for glioblastoma.
Awesome. Well, we really appreciate that. KB Strong's done a really great job, and it's obviously a huge part of the tournament. Again, you can get involved in KB Strong if you go on the Tournament of Champions website, show how you can show support, show donations, things like that. But one last question for you as a fan. They didn't get the win tonight, but what do you look at this team? What do you see for them in the future this year?
Oh, I think they grew a lot tonight, playing against a great Yorkville Christian team with one of the best players in the state. They battled. They were all over the floor. They were scrapping. I'm looking forward to watching them play this year. Absolutely.
Well, we appreciate your time. We thank you for coming on. And, again, one of our many interviews we've had right here in the Country Financial Tournament Center. We appreciate, again, you coming down to an interview with us. But we've got another great game coming up here. It's Chicago St. Rita. That's the big name coming up here. Grab my notes. And we've got another big-time battle. Chicago St. Rita, they've got some big-time players, as I just mentioned. You look at Morez Johnson Jr. He's committed to go play basketball at the University of Illinois. James Brown, a 6'10" sophomore. He's another big name for this team. Top to bottom, they are loaded with talent. They are highly regarded, not just here at the Tournament of Champions, but statewide. They look to be one of the favorites coming up this year in their respective class. And, St. Rita also currently playing in football. I'm not 100% sure if they won their last game, but I know they're also going deep into the state playoffs for their football team. So a really good program for athletics, especially for basketball as well. They come in with a good game here against Kankakee. Kankakee, a local team near Central Illinois. They got some really good games coming up as well. For Kankakee, some tough tests, including starting out with St. Rita here tonight. Again, we appreciate you joining us here on ClutchSportsIL.com. We have full coverage throughout the rest of the week, including the final game coming up tonight. We've got coverage all day tomorrow, starting bright and early at 9 a.m., so set your alarms. Make sure to get up and catch the first of many games on Wednesday tomorrow. We've got games on Thursday on Thanksgiving. We've got games on Friday and on Saturday, part of the Washington Invitational, as well as the TOC Shootout Series and the National Classic, all part of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by Country Financial. Again, I'm Gavin Russell. We're here in the Country Financial Tournament Central. We've got a lot of things to talk about. We look at Kankakee, though. they've got a lot of really good players, and Kankakee will be taking on St. Rita out of Chicago. So a Northern Illinois matchup, if you want to say that. We've got several players, again, we can look at. We were talking about Morez Johnson Jr. and James Brown just a couple of minutes ago. But we take a look now, though, at the schedule, including this game tonight. St. Rita and Kankakee coming up in just a minute. Take a look at some of the other games, though. We kind of filled you in on the schedule a little bit earlier, so I can find my notes here. We've got some really exciting players coming up, and just to kind of look at some of them, James Brown, we'll start there with him from Chicago, St. Rita. He's a sophomore, 6'10". You obviously just saw Jaden Schutt. We have Morez Johnson Jr. from Chicago, St. Rita as well. So they're absolutely stacked coming into this season. And another player many are excited to watch, Hansel Emmanuel. He has the one-arm basketball player sensation that's been sweeping the nation, been taking everybody by storm all over Bleacher Report, ESPN, you name it. You can see him live on ClutchSportsIL.com when he plays with Life Christian Academy out of Florida. You can see him, again, right on ClutchSportsIL.com for free. That is Hansel Emmanuel. We've got several other really good players, too. South Carolina commit out of Denmark Olar. That's Zachary Davis. He's a 6'8" senior. You can see him on ClutchSportsIL.com. Nate Bradford out of Reuben Gap, Georgia. He's a 6'9" senior, small forward. They call him the walking basket. So really just laying the table here of all the great players you're going to see on ClutchSportsIL.com. And once again, we had a great interview with Ben Ryan, a former Washington Panther who played D3 ball at Augustana. But we want to hear from you. We want to hear your comments and thoughts about how the tournament is going and who you might like to see coming in to get an interview as well. So we had a great interview. We've had a great day so far. We have another interview or two potentially coming up. We might be getting Coach Eric Schumahorn of Washington, potentially some other people as well. But you can let us know who you want. Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. Let us know. We will respond. We will see that, and we will do our best to get those players. So we're going to send this back to the booth. We've got another game here. Kankakee and Chicago St. Rita coming up live on ClutchSportsIL.com. I'm Gavin Russell from the Country Financial Tournament Central. We'll send it back to not Larry Larson. We'll send it to Joey Wright and John Camosa back in the booth. We'll send it to them now for Chicago St. Rita and Kankakee.
Thanks for that, Gavin. I tell you, I'm going to go on social media, say that I want more Gavin Russell in the studio. He has been on it all night long. Great stuff from Gavin there as we get ready for Chicago St. Rita and Urbana, the final game of the first day of the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. I'm Joey Wright along with John Camosa. And John, as we talked about this one during the last game, Chicago St. Rita might be the most talented team at the tournament. Maybe not the best team, but perhaps the most talented team. That's been Larry Larson's refrain all week. That's all he's been talking about is this St. Rita team. They've got so many guys that can jump out and get you. Urbana's going to have their hands full tonight with a St. Rita team that can get you in so many ways.
Yeah, and on paper, a guy that jumps out at you is Morez Johnson Jr., the 6'9" sophomore Illinois commit. It's going to be something that Urbana's going to have their hands full with, like you said. Their Chicago St. Rita head coach Roshan Russell said he's easily a top 25 player in the country. So that's something that's going to provide a big spark. Tonight we've seen a lot of great players. Game one we saw Ty Banks for Chicago Lanphier, or I should say Springfield Lanphier, and Ethan Kizer from Metamora. And then looking at game number two, saw Donovan Short from Denmark, Ty Pence from St. Joe Ogden, and then Jaden Schutt from Yorkville Christian. This is just another great player to add to that watch list from this opening Tuesday night.
We've seen a lot of great performances, John, as you talked about. Keep an eye on Morez Johnson Jr., Illinois commit, 6'9" sophomore. And you mentioned Ty Pence, St. Joseph Ogden, also from Champaign County, as Urbana is. Had maybe the best performance we've seen from a single player today, scored 36 points. We saw Yorkville Christian light it up against Washington in the last game. Perhaps some players that could enter that category, KJ Vassar and Jaden Schutt, both putting on shows, especially from downtown. For this Urbana team, we actually shared the call for Urbana's last game in the Big 12 tournament in March. Tigers fell to Normal Community in the Ironmen's home gym. The small gym at that, kind of a cap to a strange season for everyone in the Big 12, especially Urbana. They were down a little bit last season from the success they've enjoyed the last couple of seasons under Verdell Jones. Entering Verdell Jones' 6th season at the helm, though, Tigers have some reason to believe that they can get back towards the top shelf of the Big 12 Conference.
Yeah, they really can. I mean, Urbana is a team where they pulled a lot from last season in that shortened year. They were learning things, played a lot of good teams in the Big 12, but I think it's a team that's learning each year, and it can definitely get there. Verdell Jones, a great coach in his 6th season. He's definitely building these guys up and building the team here in Urbana.
Tigers have enjoyed success last couple of seasons, down a little last season, looking to get back towards the top of the mountain this season. And the starting lineup for Urbana looks like this. They'll line up with Malcolm Morris, Jermontre Young, Colin Filkins, Kevin Cobb, and Layden Daniels. Of those players in the Tigers starting lineup, John, Jermontre Young, a guy that we saw last season, the couple of times we saw Urbana, most recently against Normal Community.
Yes, and this is a good game for Urbana coming out. Opening game of the season against a really good Chicago St. Rita team. Just test them, sees what they can come out and do against a high-caliber team, and this is where you can learn a lot, whether it be a win or a loss. These are things where you can really pull a lot for your season going forward in the Big 12. So I expect Verdell Jones to have his team ready for this one and the Urbana Tigers to be fired up.
For the St. Rita Mustangs, they will line up like this, being introduced right now in front of a pretty good crowd that has hung around after their hometown Washington Panthers played during the last game. Jaden Reyna, Melvin Bell, James Brown, Caden Space, and Morez Johnson Jr. is how the Mustangs line up, coached by Roshan Russell. We talked about Morez Johnson Jr. a moment ago, the Illinois commit. Outside of him, who is John Camosa watching tonight?
Chicago St. Rita, I'll look through this list here. James Brown should be a fun player to watch. Improved a lot from last year, and I think he's going to be a good versatile player for this Chicago St. Rita team. Haven't seen a whole lot of them, but I know that Morez Johnson Jr. stands out. But you got to expect a lot of other guys are going to fill that void as well.
It's going to be a fun one to watch. St. Rita, as deep a team as they come, and you see the Urbana Tigers being introduced. Verdell Jones kind of towards the back right of your picture. Now moves towards the middle of his team. He'll talk things over. They're as well coached a team as we'll see in this tournament. I know we used that line for both teams we saw in the last game, Yorkville Christian and Washington, but for these Tigers, it's so true. Jones in his 6th season at the helm of the Tigers, and Roshan Russell leading the St. Rita Mustangs. In the circle for the tip-off, Malcolm Morris, the Tigers' 6'7" sophomore forward. And for the Mustangs, James Brown, the 6'10" sophomore, who John Camosa is keeping his eye on tonight for good reason. We expect 13 in blue to make an impact. Ball's in the air, we're underway. Morris and the Tigers win the tip. And the final game of the first day of the TOC is upon us. Jermontre Young for the Tigers. Now back to Kevin Cobb. And Young again. Young, the senior. Looks for space, creates a little. Doesn't connect with anything. Out of bounds, last touched by Morris. And so the Mustangs will get their first opportunity just over 20 seconds into the game. Here's Reyna bringing it ahead.
A lot of size down low with James Brown and Morez Johnson Jr. might cause problems for Urbana.
Melvin Bell went back to Reyna. Reyna, a sophomore. Roshan Russell describes him as a blur, really quick on offense and defense, and a quick strike down low for Johnson. Morez Johnson Jr. showing why he's going to play in the Big Ten one day.
Only a sophomore.
Illinois commit with a couple of years until he plays at the State Farm Center. A 3 on the way for the Tigers. And Layden Daniels can't quite give the Tigers the lead, out of bounds. And just like the Tigers' first possession ended out of bounds, the Mustangs will take over. So Reyna, who we just described as a blur per Roshawn Russell, brings it up. And now feeding down low again to Johnson. And Morez Johnson Jr. obviously is going to be a big piece of the Mustangs' game plan, not only tonight against Urbana, not only tonight or this week in the TOC, but for the next couple of seasons. Does everything you can hope for.
A little bit of a mismatch there. You have the 6'6" Layden Daniels on 6'9". Well, not too big of a mismatch. Got a little bit of size. He just seemed like he's got that extra reach, though, Morez Johnson.
That wingspan strikes out. We can see it from up here. Long arms, a lot of length. Can do a lot. First foul of the game going against Urbana, an offensive foul. And that will be a travel, pardon me, not a foul. And Reyna brings it ahead. Caden Space. And now Melvin Bell. Good defense from Urbana. Forces an errant pass from Bell out of bounds. This is as young a team as we'll see too, John. Everyone in the starting lineup for St. Rita is a freshman or sophomore, with the exception of Caden Space, who's a junior. Down low is Bell. And Bell traveled down low, so second travel we've seen in the last minute or so. Urbana will take over. Still only 4 points thus far, working the first 2 minutes of action. Final game of the first day of the TOC. Urbana goes to the corner, and Layden Daniels, his 3 off the mark. Tigers playing the perimeter early on. Mustangs playing down low. Contact on the way up, but a jump ball called. A bit of an interesting sequence. Melvin Bell got the rebound, and I don't think he was expecting the miss. Jump ball arrow favors the Mustangs.
Like you said, Joey, little mental mistakes we'll see, like a travel, missed layup. You got young players on the floor playing varsity, so, time to grow and improve still.
Big basket there from Johnson. Morez Johnson Jr. has all 6 of the Mustangs' points thus far. Urbana, a bit of an older team. They do have a sophomore in the starting lineup in Morris. Floater from Jermontre Young, the senior, falls. Back to a 4-point game. Everyone else in the lineup, seniors for the Tigers. Morris the exception to that rule. Morez Johnson's 3 off the mark. And the rebound to Melvin Bell. Bell draws contact. Second Tigers foul tonight. John, we mentioned it in the early stages of our last game between Yorkville Christian and Washington. We have not seen an abundance of whistles tonight, certainly not a lot of fouls. We have seen them called, but by and large, these teams playing through things that we have seen called in other games, and that's in the best way possible. We've seen a lot of good flow to the action tonight.
Yeah, we have. A lot of these games that we've seen tonight, these opening 4, it's good pace of play. And, in that last game, Yorkville Christian with 92 points. A lot of threes are flowing, so these games are quick.
4 games gone by in a flash. Good one for you. Nightcap tonight. Tigers looking to cut this potentially to 1, maybe 2 if they try to drive, and they do. In off the glass that time, a basket from Colin Filkins. See if St. Rita has a response. Pulling up, deep 3, rattles through. Jaden Reyna. And John, that's been the story so far tonight in this game. The Tigers offense primarily taking threes, working the perimeter as they work it down low right on cue to Malcolm Morris, whereas the Mustangs have been more inclined to work it inside, get something going at the basket. The last couple of possessions, I guess we've seen that reversed.
Yeah, that was a good answer there from Chicago St. Rita. And this could be a back and forth game early on.
Near turnover. Tigers get it back. Young bringing it ahead, looks to the corner. Kevin Cobb has the ball in hand. Ball's on the ground and out of bounds was St. Rita. Good look there. James Brown had his foot out of bounds as he tried to fight back towards the ball. And the Tigers will keep possession out of our first timeout of the game. It's a masked timeout. Takes the form of a 30-second timeout. Masked timeouts back in IHSA basketball this season. Good way to allow players to reset the mask, get a drink of water if they need one, playing in masks this season. And there you see the St. Rita Mustangs ahead by just 3, 9-6 early on. As much hype as there has been around this St. Rita team, John, the Tigers holding their own in the early stages.
They are. I mean, I should say a veteran team battling against a younger team, but we knew going into this that St. Rita had a little bit more size with Morez Johnson Jr. and James Brown in there at 6'9" and 6'10", but they're doing a good job of still containing them inside, and right now, Tigers only trail by 3.
On the inbound pass, the Mustangs force a turnover, and losing it on his way up was Space. Space, as we mentioned a moment ago, a junior in a starting lineup full of freshmen and sophomores. In terms of varsity minutes, he's the most experienced player the Mustangs have. Offers from a couple of mid-major schools. Tigers trying to make a statement down low, but Cobb couldn't catch up to it, and the Mustangs will run. Jelani McGregor is into the game for St. Rita. Now it's Reyna who has the ball in hand. Reyna with 3 points, coming on a three-pointer a moment ago. Morez Johnson, 6 points. All of them have been inside. A little bit of a miscue on the handoff to Reyna, but the Mustangs haul it in. And here's Johnson, tries to drive and a charge. Getting down and taking the charge was Jermontre Young. And what's the recipe for the Tigers on offense here?
Try to keep getting that ball inside. They've been getting open looks from 3, so if they can knock a couple of those down, but doing a good job of trying to attack the basket.
A 3 would tie it. Down low is Young. Doesn't quite have it, and it's out of bounds. A defensive struggle early on. We have seen offense, of course. There's Roshawn Russell, St. Rita head coach. But compared to certainly the last game we saw, wherein Yorkville Christian scored 92, we're a ways off of that. 3 off the back iron. Johnson spins. Still loose. He's going to get a third chance here and finishes.
Good second chance there by Brown.
Brown on the finish. Who, as we talked about at the top of the show, a versatile player, can do a lot. Morez Johnson Jr. not on the floor, but here's Brown down low, all the way to the rack. James Brown, a personal 4-0 run and a timeout called by Urbana, trailing by 7, under 2 to play in the first quarter.
Trying to limit those turnovers is going to be key for the Tigers. Leads to another big basket.
There's the St. Rita huddle. Quick 30-second timeout called by Verdell Jones. Mentioned at the top of this one, in his 6th season, has led the Tigers to success in the postseason that they had not had before he assumed the role. The 2016-17 season, his first year. They have advanced to the sectional round of the postseason. A couple of regional titles to the Tigers' name. Tigers have been a threat in the Big 12 Conference last couple of years, a tough conference that includes the likes of Peoria, Normal Community, Normal West in past years has been a threat. Centennial and Champaign Central among them as well. Trying to go all the way was Rita, didn't quite have it, but there's James Brown to clean it up, and Brown has probably been the most impressive player on the floor in the early stages, puts the Mustangs up by 9. And a response that time, count the basket and one from Malcolm Morris. The sophomore counters the efforts of another sophomore, Brown, with an and one.
It's a good way to answer back if you're Urbana. Needed a big basket there.
One more shot from Young, or from Morris, pardon me. Morris has 4 points thus far. Free throw off the mark, and the Mustangs will run it. Rita calls out some offense. He's picked up by Jermontre Young. Goes over, finds Jelani McGregor. And here's Reyna. Reyna up top, between the rings, a three not quite from McGregor. And Young, contact as he was driving. And a foul, not near the bonus for either side, later stages of the first quarter. So the Tigers will run a set play. Chris Roseman into the game will trigger the possession. And here's Morris. Morris down low and a foul. Bell was down there, as was Carson Brownfield. See who they call that foul on. And they will, as I suspect they would, call it on Bell. Bell, who Russell describes as one of the top freshmen in the state. Confident words from his head coach.
A little delay here in between free throws.
A little bit, officials sharing a word. Big free throws in the context of the game for Morris. Can't hit his first. Tigers trailed by as many as 9 points a moment ago. They've cut into that a little bit. Got the feeling they need all the points they can get early on, especially at the stripe, to hang tough with this St. Rita team. Mustangs had a lot of hype entering this tournament. A lot of people who put a lot into this tournament highlighted them as one of the teams to watch, and that's exactly why. In on the drive, Melvin Bell to the rack.
The freshman.
Out of the corner go the Tigers. A little bit of a lane on the baseline, but cut off by Brownfield. Brownfield, a big block there. They'll actually call that a foul. There was some contact, and Brownfield picks up his first. Functions much the same as a block, although it does put the Tigers one closer to the bonus. Fourth foul against the Mustangs. Morris tries to go to work. Trying to step away from the basket, couldn't get it to go. You can tell the Mustangs pushing the pace. A couple of players hit the deck on the way back, and that's how the first quarter will end. 17-9, favoring St. Rita.
Good job there for St. Rita to close it out. Nice dunk by Melvin Bell. It's going to be another big impact player as the years progress.
Quick word for our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington. Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial, think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help you with insurance that protects what matters most to you, and financial services that help you prepare for the future. countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 TOC. As they get going a little early here in the second quarter. We'll bring it back, and the Tigers will inbound. Joey Wright, John Camosa, and the entire Clutch Sports media team happy to have this one for you. As a lane to the basket. No dice for the Tigers. Jump ball, and that arrow will favor St. Rita. Larry Larson, our director tonight. Evan Johnson to his right, manning our computer. Colton Kaler and Jonathan Michael, our camera operators. Gavin Russell, our studio host. Francisco Alonso helping him out, coordinating some great halftime content as well as content in between games. Josh Schwam and Jacob Steinberg on our social media accounts tonight. It's a team effort. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Morez Johnson spinning and scoring. Morez Johnson Jr. has 8 points and did not play for much of the first quarter.
Another big basket there. Starting to find his groove a little bit now after that bucket.
Tigers looking for an answer, down 10. It's the largest lead of the night for St. Rita. Here's Young attacking from the top. Malcolm Morris there to bail him out. And his putback puts us back at single digits. Morris, the lone sophomore in the starting lineup for the Tigers, has been as visible as any Tiger tonight. He's gone to the free throw line a couple of times. 3 on the way from Reyna. Not quite falling. Tigers nearly with a miscommunication getting the ball back in, but it is back in. Here's Kevin Cobb and a turnover. Reyna running. Loses it on the way up. Mustangs recover. And a 3 from the top of the key. Off the back iron, Johnson, the putback.
Just kind of outreaches everybody on that one using his size, able to put it back in.
Morez Johnson Jr., as we mentioned, stands at 6'9". But what strikes out is his wingspan. And another finish for St. Rita. Jordan Chandler finishing. First time we've called his name tonight, the junior. Tremontre Young tried to take the charge. Didn't look like there was contact there, and here's Morris. Morris to the hoop, not quite. Gets the rebound, it was tipped around. Can't finish that. And John, the Tigers have had opportunities down low, a couple of opportunities for putbacks. They just haven't been able to convert, but converting there, the Mustangs and Jaden Reyna.
Well, when they don't convert, St. Rita's doing a really good job of pushing it back in transition and scoring baskets quick, so that's what's really hurting the Tigers right now early on. They're not getting back there and getting set in time and leading to a lot of St. Rita buckets.
St. Rita on that basket. Jaden Reyna with some contact. They'll go to the line to finish the play. Just like that, it's a 15-point affair. Mustangs offense heating up. The Tigers defensively held St. Rita pretty well through the balance of the first quarter. But this Mustangs team, as we mentioned, so much pomp, so much potential. Although a 3 from the Tigers shows the Tigers aren't quite out of it yet. You see the Tigers bench coming alive. Spinning and scoring down low, counted for Melvin Bell.
Melvin Bell, probably one of the top freshmen in the state according to his coach. Got a lot of talent there. You've seen him, that really nice dunk and then a nice take there. Very athletic inside.
Verdell Jones calls out some adjustments to the Tigers. Tigers a team that will compete as long as the clock shows some time on it. See what St. Rita can do here. A pull-up jumper, count that from Amari Edwards, fresh into the game. The freshman drops one in. They say the mid-range jumper is dying. Amari Edwards would say otherwise.
Yeah, nice basket. Seen a lot of young talent perform in this game for St. Rita. Stepping up, making a statement. Urbana turning the ball over a lot. The Mustangs forcing those turnovers, leading to easy buckets.
When we look up and down the Mustangs roster, Amari Edwards, who just scored, is a freshman. Jaden Reyna, sophomore. Melvin Bell, freshman. There's Bradley Jr. Jonathan Michael running our camera over there tonight. Jacob Steinberg, recent Bradley grad. There we are up top. Jonathan Michael's got us. Glad to be with you, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. It's kind of dark up here. We got to get some lights up here. There's Evan Johnson, far right of your picture. Colton Kaler's on our camera. That's John Camosa. Joey Wright right here. Larry Larson, you can see a little bit behind Colton, our director. Jacob Steinberg was in the other shot right next to Jonathan Michael. And Gavin Russell, who you've seen in halftime. Another member of our team, Josh Schwam, and Francisco Alonso just off to John's left. Didn't quite make that shot. A tremendous effort from everybody involved here with Clutch Sports Media to make this happen. Full-scale production of the 2021 KBM TOC. This is just the tip of the iceberg today. 9 games tomorrow. Handful more on Thanksgiving and 9 more on Friday and Saturday. My goodness, what a block from Morez Johnson. You don't often see jump shots blocked like that. Tigers will inbound and reset. And James Brown pokes that one loose.
See if Urbana can get something going on this offensive drive.
Mr. Montre Young. Young looking down low for Filkins. In transition and slamming it down, James Brown. Brown rises into the air, punctuates it with a slam. And the Mustangs starting to control this one. Tigers offense looking for a response and a foul called. Brown fouls Filkins, and Filkins will go to the line.
How about that dunk, huh?
Oh my goodness. Brown must have heard you say he was your player to watch. He's doing his best to make you look good. 8 points for Brown now.
Who said there wouldn't be some fireworks in the late game? The nightcap.
Well, and especially when you look at the St. Rita team. James Brown and Morez Johnson Jr., Illinois commit, definitely capable of providing that spark, that flair. Finishing at the free throw line is Filkins. We saw Jaden Schutt last game, Yorkville Christian, a Duke commit, Illinois commit, and Johnson. Schutt a senior, Johnson a sophomore, 3 on the way from St. Rita short. And Edwards trying to finish with a 3, he does.
Another one from Edwards.
Edwards has come off the bench and contributed 5 quick points. Had that mid-range jumper a moment ago. Loose ball here. We're going to see another jump ball. 3rd one we've seen today, and a timeout called. I think here. Let's see what. Yep, and a timeout called after the jump ball, so we'll get 60 seconds to sort that out. Quick time to remind you that tonight's coverage is brought to you by the City of Washington. The City of Washington welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. And by Country Financial, proud sponsor of the Tournament of Champions. Building relationships, supporting the community and service. These are the things that Country Financial stands for. Visit your local Country Financial agent today at countryfinancial.com. And a phone number to your local Country Financial agent on the bottom right of your screen. All evening long and all tournament long. We'll have a couple different Country Financial representatives rotating through as the tournament goes along, so find yours, give them a call. It is the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by Country Financial. Going to the line is Jermontre Young. Jermontre Young, a player that has seemingly been around the Tigers program forever. Urbana Middle School for the longest time, and still do. They've got a tremendous middle school boys basketball program. A couple of years ago, played in the 8-4A state title game, IESA 8-4A state title game, that would be. Tournament was hosted at Urbana Middle School. I remember that well, John. If there was, I'm trying to think of how I lost my train of thought. If there was a spot in that gym, it was filled, is what I'm getting after. Tigers middle school program for a couple years, just tremendous, and still is. And Jermontre Young, a part of those teams. Jermail Young as well, his older brother, who graduated, a couple of very talented players for these Tigers that have been around the program for some time now. Jermail Young, that would be, has graduated. Jermontre Young, a senior. And a steal here, poked loose by Kevin Cobb, and Cobb lays that one in.
It's good to see that young talent moving up the ranks then. Urbana starting to build something from the ground up.
Urbana has had a program renaissance of sorts last couple of years. Boys basketball team has really been a threat, as we've talked about thus far today. Spinning again is Cobb. Loose ball corralled by Malcolm Morris. Morris finishes. Malcolm Morris has impressed tonight. 9 points for the sophomore.
Urbana doing a nice job of that, forcing that turnover if they can do that. Limit St. Rita's touches inside. Turn it into a game of runs. A lot of speed on Urbana's side.
A lot of speed on both sides. It's been a up-tempo game, if there ever was one. 3 on the way from St. Rita, and a splash from Caden Space. But the Tigers, definitely a team that likes to run. That's been a hallmark of Verdell Jones' offense last couple of years. Nearly an overthrow, but Kevin Cobb brings that one in. Spinning, not quite scoring, Malcolm Morris. And the Mustangs run in transition. 3 in the corner, short. Off the glass, and in from Bell. It is a 21-point lead for St. Rita. If you're just joining us, the Mustangs have received contributions from up and down the roster. Morris off on the shot for the Tigers. Morez Johnson Jr. started the scoring off. James Brown picks it up. And Jaden Reyna continues it with the 3.
Another big response there from St. Rita. Really burying those threes.
Jaden Reyna with 9 points now, 3 3-pointers. Here's Morris. Morris was looking for Layden Daniels, couldn't find him. And, oh my goodness, what a finish from Reyna. Nearly finished a 3 the old-fashioned way. They don't whistle a foul there. Reyna did a good job of contorting his body away from the defender. Here's Daniels. Looking for Morris. Morris off the glass, and the Mustangs continue to attack. See what they do here.
Nice job of pushing in transition, trying to get something going here.
Off the mark, Urbana is going to have one more chance. Young has it poked away from behind him, and the Mustangs can hold for the final shot. Most points we've seen in a half today, 52. Saw that last game from Yorkville Christian. 3 on the way and off from Morez Johnson Jr., so we won't see 48 in the first half from St. Rita, but we do see 45. 45-19, St. Rita over Urbana. John, this one started close, although it wasn't long to be, as St. Rita really found something offensively in the second quarter.
Yeah, it was within 9-6. St. Rita had the lead, and then from then on, they just started pulling away. Amiri Edwards, freshman, Jaden Rita, sophomore, Melvin Bell, freshman. A lot of young talent that's carrying the Mustangs right now, alongside James Brown and Morez Johnson Jr., the Illinois commit.
Johnson Jr. with 10 points, but 11 points from Jaden Rita. He has come alive lately. Quick break to remind you that tonight's coverage is brought to you by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during the TOC. By Uftring, it's time to roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. It doesn't matter if you're selling or trading, the Uftring Auto Group will pay more for your used car all month long. Roll in and cash out at all 8 Uftring Auto Group locations. By Country Financial, you finally have your dream home. Now you need the right insurance to protect it. Because when it comes time to file a claim, you don't want any surprises. Talk to a Country Financial representative to find out if you have the right protection. They can help you understand your options and select coverages to meet your needs. CountryFinancial.com. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor and a proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. And the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. Now down to Country Financial Tournament Central, where we have Washington Panthers head coach Eric Schermerhorn along with Gavin Russell. Eric Schermerhorn and everyone here at Washington Community High School put so much into the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Excited to hear what Eric has to say with Gavin Russell. Gavin, take it away.
We're here in the Country Financial Tournament Central at the Kevin Brown Memorial Washington Tournament of Champions. I'm joined by Washington head coach Eric Schermerhorn, and you guys just took on a really tough Yorkville Christian team. You guys didn't come out with the win, but they're a really tough team to play, and you guys showed a lot of promise.
Yeah, our locker room hates to lose, and our guys love to win. So this is definitely a growth mindset moment. We're going to take these challenges. There are 12 teams in the City of Washington Invitational. There is not a single easy game in this tournament. Every single team's going to have a matchup. I like the way we played. I love the way that our 2 seniors played. I love the way that our senior sat on the bench that wasn't out there because of injury. But we saw growth through 32 minutes of basketball, and we expect to see even more tomorrow.
Absolutely. So let's talk about your team a little bit. You know, we've got people watching from all over the Midwest, coast to coast. So tell us a little bit about your team. Obviously, we saw them play earlier. You know, Mapson is, you know, a big force to your team, but you guys have a lot of really good players. So kind of break down your team. Who should we expect to see throughout this week?
I could talk about all of our dudes, but it kind of starts with a guy that we just had a kid in our locker room from 2012. His name's Ben Ryan. He got inducted into the Den of Honor, and Isaac Mapson is taking on an Augustana All-American. He's starting to play like Ben Ryan. He just plays with toughness, plays inside, he plays outside. He handled the ball for us tonight. And then that toughness is so contagious. I felt like Jamari, Braden, Brady, Jake, Micah. I mean, I could go through our entire squad right now of guys that played hard and can't be lost. We played 2 sophomores and we played 4 freshmen out there tonight too. So there was a lot going on that floor.
So you guys played Jaden Schutt, who is obviously one of the highlight players of this tournament. What's it like to go against him as a coach, you know, for your guys as players? What's it like to game plan against somebody that talented?
So number 2 is good, but so is 0, 5. 23 didn't even play tonight. 14 and 22. 21 did his role inside the lane. You know, number 2 is good. I mean, obviously you're going to the ACC, you're good. But that was a basketball team. That was a team that had guys that were multidimensional. They could score at all 3 levels. I mean, obviously you had a guy who shot the ball 8 for 11, and his name was not Schutt, and he was not number 2. So that is a well-rounded basketball team that loves to play fast. You know what, though? I felt like our boys competed, and I would love to find a way to play them about 4 months down the road when our freshmen look like sophomores, our sophomores look like juniors, and our seniors look like that they're going to be in college someday.
Absolutely. So you guys had a tough game today, but what do you go into tomorrow? I mean, What's the expectation? What's kind of just the focus coming off kind of a tough loss?
So our boys are going to go home and sleep tonight. I think a couple of them are going to Texas Roadhouse. Some of them aren't old enough to drive, so they're probably going home to sleep and get tucked in. But we bounce back. You know, the boys are going to watch this game on your guys' telecast tomorrow. We told them we don't want them in the gym, so they're going to be dialing up clutch, and then we'll scout, and 2 o'clock we'll have a walkthrough. And by gosh, 8 o'clock, we got an incredible game in front of us. We're going to let our kids have a little fun and watch Life Christian and Rabun Gap. And then it's game on. They're going to come out and compete. Tire's not going to be an excuse, and we're going to go get better.
Absolutely. So let's talk more about this tournament, though. Obviously, this tournament is even bigger than basketball now, you know, honoring Kevin Brown. And we had Jody Brown on earlier to tell us more about KB Strong. But your involvement with this, you know, KB Strong, the entire tournament, just tell us how special this is to just be playing for Kevin and all the things associated with that.
You know, we missed so much last year, playing in front of 25 people virtually every single game. It was so awesome watching the kids bounce around in that locker room, hearing their friends out there, hearing a great atmosphere and a great crowd. And that's – Coach lived to coach kids, and he lived to push kids, but Coach lived to blow that ceiling off of Torrey. And, you know, we got that tonight, and I'm sure you were watching it from Metamora and Lanphier all the way through game number 2 to our game, and then St. Rita starts playing against Urbana, and this place is still packed. So Coach loved it. He loved the atmosphere. He just likes watching good basketball, and I know he's looking down right now watching some good basketball.
Well, absolutely. There's been some great basketball this week here at the TOC, and, you know, kind of wrap things up here with you, Coach. Really, again, we've talked a lot about KB Strong, but how important is just the KB Strong Foundation to you?
Well, through you guys, through in this gym, you know, the tournament's always been national, but KB Strong and the fight against glioblastoma is what we want to become national too. So it's going to take a coordinated effort. We were with Coach at the end. The board, we had committee members there. There were players that were there with Coach at the end. It took an entire group of people that loved him to death to be with him. And now it's going to take a much bigger group to fight glioblastoma. And that's our mission. And we got to do that mission through money and through funds. And this tournament is a huge step in that direction.
Absolutely. We talked about earlier with Jody Brown, but you said money and funds. What are some other ways, really, what's the biggest goal for people to get involved with this to really help in the fight against glioblastoma?
Well, you can get easily on KB Strong's website, KB Strong, Brain Cancer Awareness. There's places to donate on that website. You can come to the tournament directly, go out to the concession stand area. There's KB Strong donations. There's Papa Shot out there. Coming to the tournament, just walking through that door and paying that gate, it's great basketball, but it's also going to Unicomp and fighting glioblastoma and stage 4 brain cancer.
Absolutely. Well, we thank you so much, Eric Schumacher, for coming on with us. They played earlier Washington and Yorkville Christian, but we've got another really good one coming up for the second half. It's Chicago St. Rita and Urbana, another half to play. We're going to fire it back over to Joey Wright and John Camosas. They'll have the second half. I'm Gavin Russell, Eric Schumacher with me here live from the Country Financial Tournament Central, live on Clutch Sports Media.
Sorry about that, guys. John Camosa and I were down at the hospitality room, hanging out, grabbing a hot dog, watching Tournament Central on the TV. More great stuff from Gavin Russell, who has gotten better as the night has gone along in a great way. A lot of great stuff from Gavin tonight, including that last interview with Eric Schermerhorn, Washington Panthers head coach. Sounded optimistic, did Coach Schermerhorn. You know, said tonight didn't go our way, but we'll bounce back, we'll scout, we'll be better for it. Panthers, one of the scarier teams to watch in the City of Washington Invitational, which is where we find ourselves right now. Chicago St. Rita and Urbana getting ready to start the second half. John, what caught your eye from St. Rita in half number one?
Forcing a lot of turnovers from Urbana. getting the ball moving in transition. A lot of these freshmen stuck out to me, but I'd say mainly just moving that ball in transition and getting inside and forcing turnovers and really contesting the paint down low and making it hard on Urbana to score.
Urbana forces a turnover, and we'll see if they can get the scoring going in the second half. A foul called as Jermontre Young tried to drive towards the basket. That foul assessed to James Brown. Probably made the biggest impact in the first half, did Brown. 8 points, does not lead St. Rita in scoring, but his baskets were timely, and he had the dunk of the game, the only dunk we've seen so far in this game. But it was a slam on par with anything we've seen today. One sub in for Chicago St. Rita. Carson Brownfield comes in. Morez Johnson Jr. going for the rebound and getting it. John, I was looking at him down on that low block. You just look at that wingspan and you say, and I thought to myself, I said, he could probably get any rebound on a missed free throw against a lot of teams. Proves that there, although the Mustangs don't get anything going on the other end. So the Tigers bring it up. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Joey Wright, John Camosa. Behind the mics in this one, near collision, near disaster, we play on. And the rest of our team, Larry Larson, director. Evan Johnson, technical director. Cameras, Colton Kaler and Jonathan Michael. Studio host, Gavin Russell. Production assistant, Francisco Alonso. And Josh Schwam and Jacob Steinberg running our social medias tonight. And a three from St. Rita. Mustangs not letting up.
No, they're not. Good job there from St. Rita. Adding on to that lead again. Holding Urbana under 20 right at the moment.
Stopping, trying to pop. Jermontre Young doesn't have anything there. Morez Johnson getting out, running, stopping. There was contact, no call. Gets his own rebound and scores. How about that from Johnson over, Layden Daniels.
Just too much inside right now, St. Rita.
Daniels in the corner for the Tigers. And a three on the way. Short from Young. Rebound, Daniels off the mark. And Rita pushes the pace. Now kicked to Brownfield. Brownfield to Johnson for a free throw. Knocks them both down at the line. 2 points for Johnson. Illinois commit up to 14 on the evening. And John, that's when kind of a light workload. Saw him start and make an immediate impact and then didn't play for most of the first quarter. Daniels three off the glass. St. Rita did a great job defensively there. Caden Space limited the space of Daniels with a good closeout. Morris the rebound. Here's Jermontre Young. Gets a screen from Morris off a foot of a St. Rita player and out of bounds.
Urbana's just looking to get something going here inside. St. Rita giving them fits here with their defensive pressure.
Here's Young again, picked up by Rita. Morris steps back, doesn't have anything there. Rebound Mustangs. Tigers have yet to score thus far in the half. Collision. Looks like everyone's okay down there. Reyna hit the floor, was contesting Colin Filkins. Filkins whistled for the foul, his second. Into the game, Chris Roseman. Roseman, another senior for these Tigers that have a wealth of senior leadership. Layden Daniels, Jimmy Nixon, Kevin Cobb, all seniors. Colin Filkins, Chris Roseman, Jermontre Young round out that senior core. Jordan Tatum as well. Another name in there that we shouldn't forget. 30 for the Tigers, who we've not seen thus far.
A lot of experience on Urbana's side.
for the Mustangs. Same storyline we've been harping on a little bit tonight. Not a lot of experience, a lot of underclassmen, but the underclassmen they have as much potential as anyone in the state. Cast headlined by Morez Johnson. And we've seen James Brown, a sophomore, step up tonight, but Jaden Reyna, very quick. Melvin Bell, who Roshawn Russell called one of the top freshmen in the state.
Certainly makes a case for that, too. Seen a lot of talented plays from Melvin Bell tonight. He's going to be an impact player for the next 3 years.
Melvin Bell is going to be a force to be reckoned with indeed. St. Rita, a school that plays tough competition. Getting a good test in their first game from Urbana, a team that knows how to win. They've got a lot of experience on this roster that has experienced the highs of a postseason run. They know what it takes to get there. At the line is Morris. And Urbana, of course, my alma mater, John. I don't know that I've brought that into the equation tonight. Saw the Tigers a lot in high school, was a varsity manager for 2 years. Those were the 2 years before Verdell Jones took over, but Sean Russell was the Tigers head coach at that time. But a lot of fond memories traveling to tournaments like this, the Tournament of Champions, the Collinsville Christmas Tournament. During that time, the Tigers did not play in the TOC. They played over in Quincy, I believe it was, at their Thanksgiving tournament, but went to that 1 year. That was a lot of fun. There's Verdell Jones, 6th season at the helm of the Tigers. Took over, would have been my junior year at Urbana, the 2016-17 season. If I have that correct.
A lot of great destinations, yeah. Collinsville. TOC's always got to be a favorite.
Oh, the TOC, yeah. The TOC has been, and on a personal note for Clutch Sports Media, they've been tremendous to us. Really honored to be a small part of just a really cool event. Everyone, from KB Strong, from Washington High School, the tournament board, they do a great job with this tournament. It's a community event. You can tell how much they put into it. Really cool to be a part of it. I will say, though, going back to Quincy, John, have you ever been to a game at that gym?
I have not.
That is maybe the coolest intro I have experienced in high school basketball. They got the Blue Devil come out. They turn all the lights off. It's they do a little smoke show. It's neat. It's a neat atmosphere over there. High school basketball runs deep in Illinois. Absolutely.
Oh, it certainly does.
Tournaments. So we take a quick pause here. There you get a shot of the Raymond R. Torrey Gymnasium. Final game of the final day, or the final game of the first day, I should say. I've got that absolutely backwards because we've got a lot of basketball left to be played here in this gym this week. Both benches, St. Rita and Urbana. These teams aren't done after this one. We'll see both of these teams on ClutchSportsIL.com a lot this week. I'm excited to see more of this St. Rita team.
Yeah. Oh, my. Morez Johnson Jr. looks really impressive tonight. A lot of young freshmen, sophomores stepping up. They really haven't stepped the foot off the gas pedal, putting that full court pressure on.
To the corner, and Chris Roseman. That was more of the wing than the corner, if we're really being honest. And a big three. Count it from Kevin Cobb. Kevin Cobb knocks that one through. 24 points now for the Tigers. And Cobb starting to get hot with 7 points. Cobb in transition. Loses it out of bounds, last touched by St. Rita. So the Tigers will hold on to it. And Malcolm Morris. Morris to Young. Goes back to Roseman. Chris Roseman did not start for the Tigers, but has played big minutes off the bench tonight. Mustangs look out in transition. Reyna off the glass. And in.
Gets the friendly roll there.
And as the Mustangs have built this lead, John, they've been very efficient. And where they haven't been efficient, they've been adept at cleaning things up. They boast a roster as deep as we'll see at the TOC. Derek Trice into the game for Urbana draws contact. 4 fouls for the Mustangs, 1 for the Tigers. It's been a clean second half as we hurtle towards the end of the third quarter. And fresh into the game for St. Rita, we see Caden Space come in. As a quick delay, a little perspiration on the floor. Perspiration timeout, as some would say. Was it perspiration? We'll go with perspiration. Spinning down low is Malcolm Morris. Morris finishes. Mustangs looking to build on this lead. Another basket would put them towards and past the 60-point threshold. Battle for the rebound and a foul called. That'll go against St. Rita. Jelani McGregor called for the infraction, was mixing it up with Derek Trice.
Johnson almost gets that one to go.
And so Kevin Cobb will bring it ahead. Cobb now plays catch with Jermontre Young. Now back to Young. Pump fake over to Cobb, and Young will take it. And here's a 3 on the way from Roseman, and Chris Roseman converts.
Urbana turning it up a little bit here in the third. They're 3-pointers.
Off the mark, Tigers have a chance to run. Here's Roseman looking for Cobb, and the pass had just a little too much on it. Roseman overthrows Cobb. And the Mustangs could hold it for the final shot of the quarter. John, do you think they will?
35 seconds left here. We might see one more possession for Urbana. St. Rita elects to take an early shot here.
Reyna steps back. Tries to cross over Cobb. Now looks and finds Johnson. Johnson, the dish over to McGregor. Nothing cooking and running. Here's Cobb. Stops. Pulls up from long range and hits it. And a quick steal on the inbound. Tigers aren't done yet. Jermontre Young will go to the line with 9 seconds left.
A lot of fighting them in this third quarter. Coming to life on the threes.
It's one of my big takeaways from years of talking with Verdell Jones, of course, 2 years in high school, a couple of years since. The rare occasion that Clutch Sports Media gets the chance to cover Urbana, you know, he is so big on off-the-court values and so big on character, integrity. So much that carries over to the way the Tigers play on the floor. And that's with heart, hustle, emotion. As long as there's time on the clock, you can bet if you're on the floor for the Tigers, you've got to give your best. And a 3 on the way from Cobb could end the third. It does. It was tipped. That's how the third quarter draws to a close. St. Rita up by 25, 59-34. As we take a quick break to remind you that tonight's coverage is brought to you by the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. Do you have a used car you need to sell? Roll in and cash out at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Used car values are still at record highs, and you'll get paid today. It's fast, easy, safe, and secure. UftringAutoGroup.com. By Country Financial. Think about all that's important to you, your family, your possessions, your future. This is from Country Financial. All it takes is one phone call, and they'll be there to help with insurance to protect what matters most and financial services that help you prepare for the future. Visit countryfinancial.com today. Titan Industries is a structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor and proud to support all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. and by the KB Strong Foundation. Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him, on and off the court. Today, the KB Strong Foundation does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. That's kbstrong- as in the character, the hyphen, fightingthefight.com. Inbound pass goes to Malcolm Morris. And John, we talked about that at length during the last game, Washington and Yorkville Christian. The KB Strong Foundation's website, really a terrific resource to learn more about what the foundation is doing to impact research and treatments for glioblastoma. It's really a tremendous organization. They've done so much locally in the Peoria area, and the foundation trying to move beyond just the Peoria area. They're trying to take it as national as they can to impact families, just as Kevin Brown impacted those around him, his players, his fellow coaches, parents, community members, his students. The list really goes on and on.
Yeah, it does. And, I mean, we'll discuss it more, too, throughout the week so everyone that tunes in can hear about it. But really great cause, what they're doing, and everyone should definitely check it out.
On the website, you can find a terrific, probably about a 1,000-word story from Jody Brown highlighting what her late husband meant to her and those around him. My point there being with 1,000 words, it's not quite the longest read. You definitely have time to squeeze it in, but it was so impactful to read that. Strongly would suggest you read that. Gives you kind of an idea of what Kevin Brown was like. There are also bios for all of the tournament board members, all of whom knew Kevin Brown on a personal level. Eric Schermerhorn is among them. His father is among the board members with a little bit on the website that just details what Kevin Brown meant to them. Eric Schermerhorn was his longtime top assistant, now turned head coach. And that's been my big takeaway, John, from the last couple of years, because I did not know Coach Brown personally, but just talking with those who did, so many of those folks around Washington, everyone's got a great story or just a great anecdote about his character, what he meant to, as we say, those around him, just how he attacked life.
Yeah, and he really made an impact on a lot of players, big inspiration for Devin Vanderhythe, who graduated last season, and Alec Peters, former NBA star, plays overseas now. A lot of players that he impacted, taught him things on and off the court that stuck with players for the longest time. And Coach Brown, what he did here and laid that foundation, passed it over to Coach Eric Schumerhorn, really built something here at Washington, not only just a basketball program, but a tradition, memories, and something that people can really look up to.
That culture with Washington basketball carries on today. We see it in the way the Panthers play, the respect they have for their opponents as well. Kevin Brown really started something special in the Washington Panthers program, and the Tournament of Champions, which has been a staple of this community for some time, now bears his name. Would strongly encourage you to visit the website, kbstrong-fightingthefight.com, to learn a little bit more and tune in throughout the week. We'll have all sorts of cool ways the foundation has impacted families and individuals, interviews in Tournament Central. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a cool week. St. Rita with the ball now. They are on their way to a convincing win over the Urbana Tigers in the opening night of this tournament. There is Roshawn Russell, St. Rita's head coach. Has to like what he has seen thus far, John.
Yeah, St. Rita really coming out, making a statement here in their opening game of the night, showing that talent that they have.
In the corner for three and in. Count it for Kevin Cobb.
Speaking of talent, how about Kevin Cobb in these last two quarters?
Well, Kevin Cobb has really come along in this second half. Don't want to say he started slow, but he has really picked it up in the second half. And It's been a big part of this Tigers offense, and a big slam there from Morez Johnson Jr. I tell you, that was a little bit like the James Brown dunk we saw earlier, where it just kind of popped up out of nowhere. Morez Johnson says hello.
Illinois staff would like to see that one. Coach Brad Underwood, have him in a couple years. Illinois, a big winner over Kansas State today.
Bouncing back from a tough loss against Cincinnati last night. It's an Illinois team that a lot of people are high on this season. Probably struggled from missing Kofi Coburn those first couple of games, especially that Marquette loss. Probably an aberration against Cincinnati last night because that team has the depth and the experience to hang with anyone in that conference. Get a look at some fans hanging out as we have passed a couple Illinois fans at that. Bet they were happy to see that result earlier. What time was that game today?
I believe it started at 6 o'clock.
They wanted to get done before St. Rita and Urbana got going. They probably caught a little bit of Yorkville Christian Washington, too, if they were so inclined. We have passed the 10 o'clock hour. It's now 10:15. We will have a couple of late days this week. Tomorrow is looking at the schedule. First game tips at 9 o'clock a.m. And the last game tips about 9 o'clock p.m. And Clutch Sports Media will be live and on the air for all of it. 9 to 9:30. First game tips at 9 a.m. Last game scheduled to tip off at 9:30. And that's if the tournament runs on schedule. And when you've got so many games back to back to back, it can be tough to maintain that. So we'll see what time we finally get off the air tomorrow. The games on Thursday don't tip off until about 3 o'clock, 3:30 or 4, I think. I'd have to have it in front of me. St. Rita continues to push the pace, and James Brown off the glass.
St. Rita looking really good.
71 points for the Mustangs. Still 3:50 to play. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Off the back of the iron, Derek Trice. But a rebound for Cobb, and there's Kevin Cobb. Kevin Cobb might be the most impressive player of the second half. Certainly is for Urbana. Cobb and Morrison on the double team, trying to limit the abilities of James Brown. Young flips it ahead to Derek Trice. Trice stops and falls short. And a block. Foul. There was a lot of contact there. It was the right call. 3-on-3 as Jermontre Young fouls Melvin Bell.
Hard foul there.
Bell will inbound. And Young picks up the foul again. Did they call that a foul a moment ago? Because that's Young's first foul. I think they might have called that a clean block. In any case, a clean three from Jaden Rita. So we go under 3 minutes left. The Mustangs with a convincing performance. 74-45. Three on the way, in and out, and hauled in. And watch out. Could have been trouble as Brown caught it in stride, but couldn't get his footwork down in a travel.
Joey, we've seen a lot of dunks tonight, a lot of threes, a lot of exciting plays.
It's been an incredible day of basketball. The first two games we saw specifically were close, down to the wire. Lanphier over Metamora. And the second one was St. Joseph Ogden over Denmark, Wisconsin. Ty Pence keying the Spartans in game 2 over Denmark. Probably the best single game performance we've seen today. 36 points, although we've seen a couple performances since that you could add into that conversation. Jaden Schutt and KJ Vassar going off in the last game for 27 apiece. But Ty Pence, a big role to play in St. Joseph Ogden's win over Denmark. SJO and Denmark, Wisconsin, one and done in this tournament. They are in the shootout series sponsored by Titan Industries. So that is the only game we'll see from SJO or Denmark this week, which is unfortunate because both those teams played really exciting brands of basketball. And, of course, St. Joseph Ogden, also in Champaign County, as are the Urbana Tigers, of course. St. Joseph and Ogden, smaller towns.
Still one of the best performances we've seen of the day, Ty Pence.
36 points. St. Joseph and Ogden, about 10 miles past Urbana, heading towards Indiana on 74 East. They are connected, Urbana and St. Joseph are, by the Kickapoo Rail Trail, a bike path, or walking path, jogging path, whatever you want to, whatever activity you wish to do, I suppose. That runs from the Walmart on High Cross Road in Urbana. I don't know where it spits out St. Joseph. I've not traversed it myself. But I know it's a popular destination on nice spring afternoons, perhaps crisp fall afternoons as well. Temperate summer afternoons, why not? St. Rita well in control of this one. Down low, first time we've called the name of Colin Awe tonight. Or how that would be, and unable to finish down low. Kevin Cobb up top to Jermontre Young. Cobb keeps it in. Yeah, tremendous effort from Cobb, who, as we've talked about at length, if you're just joining us, has really keyed the Tigers in the second half. Has Cobb, and a finish. Or will they wave that off, John? It appears that they won't count that basket. Rather, an offensive foul away from the ball. And the Tigers will work in a sub. Devin McGee comes in, the junior. Malcolm Morris will trigger the possession. 83 seconds left in this one. We'll keep it right here after the game and wrap up day one of the TOC for you. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. A lot of good games tomorrow to keep an eye on. Off the mark, St. Rita Tigers will run it with Kyrie Johnson. Tomorrow's action starts with Kankakee and Yorkville Christian, followed by St. John Bosco and Lanphier. Chicago St. Rita plays tomorrow at 1:30 against Denmark Olar out of South Carolina. That's at 1:30 right here on ClutchSportsIL.com. Remember, just one stream for all the action tomorrow, so you come in and out on our YouTube channel. This is the one stream where you'll be able to find all 9 games. 3 on the way for the Mustangs off the mark. Urbana does not play tomorrow. They get back to action on Thursday. And they will play the nightcap on Thursday at 8:30 against Denmark Olar, the same team that St. Rita plays tomorrow at 1:30. At 8:30 on Thursday will the Tigers. So the Tigers get a day off. St. Rita right back to work.
This game's going to close up the day. But what a great day. 4 games, 4 exciting games.
Yeah, this game did not lack its moments. Tigers just couldn't quite keep up with a dynamic St. Rita offense, and the Mustangs a winner 76-47. But the Tigers, a lot of good takeaways, Kevin Cobb among them. And the Tigers will regroup and try to get it going against Denmark Olar Thursday at 8:30. As will the Mustangs. They'll look to keep it going against Denmark Olar tomorrow at 1:30.
Should be a good game.
Both should be good. Both these teams are going to contend this season. The Tigers just with a little less in the tank tonight. St. Rita, a big winner. So John Camosa, as we get set to put a bow on day one of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, look at this. Before we go, Morez Johnson Jr., the Illinois commit, signing some autographs, signing some programs down there.
We had Jaden Schutt earlier signing a lot of programs, so it's nice to see these young high school players getting that exposure and the youngsters wanting the autographs.
Posing for a picture there.
That's cool to see.
That young man has a Duke hoodie on, so perhaps he was here to watch Jaden Schutt, gets to watch and get a picture with another Division I commit in Morez Johnson. That's an awesome way to close things out. And that's the best part of the Tournament of Champions, is when you bring these guys through. Zion Williamson, Anthony Davis, Andrew Wiggins, Tristan Thompson, whoever it may be. They're all so willing to interact with the fans, because a lot of these top players, especially the likes of Morez Johnson Jr., who's committed to Illinois, I have a huge following around here. They're all so excited, and they know that people know them.
Yeah, it is. It's really cool to see, and you see him get another picture here, about ready to, and seeing him sign programs, but only being a sophomore, too, getting that exposure. That's got to be cool, because he's still a kid at heart and making some other kids' days.
Exposure with composure. Looks right at home down there. And we're right at home up here. This is the booth, the production area, the truck, if you will, for Clutch Sports Media's coverage of the Tournament of Champions. Larry Larson and Evan Johnson over there at that table. Colton Kaler is right in the way of Larry Larson, but you can see Evan Johnson waving. I'm Joey Wright right here. It's John Camosa. Francisco Alonso, little camera shy. He's moving away from the camera. And over here as well is Josh Schwam, just off picture. There's Colton Kaler, who ran a phenomenal camera today. Bradley Jr. repping the B. Jonathan Michael as well on the other camera. Jacob Steinberg, bottom of your picture down that way. Well, not anymore. We've panned away from him. But, John, what an effort this has been, not only from everyone on the floor, everyone with this tournament, but I've got to shout out our entire team, the Clutch Sports Media team, because this is as ambitious an undertaking as we've ever put forth. And I would say that day one went pretty well.
It went really well, and to complement it, we had some great games, saw some really good players. Looking forward to another full day tomorrow. Our first full day, morning till night. Today was more of a half day. We started late afternoon, ended at night. So tomorrow's going to be a full slate. We got Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I hope these fans are ready for some basketball.
They better be, because we've got 31 more games for you the rest of the week. The Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. So much fun to be a part of. Supports a great cause. We'll take one more break to thank our sponsors, starting with the City of Washington, who welcomes you to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Washington is a growing city known for its quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. We invite you to check out all that Washington has to offer during your visit to the city. By Uftring, how do you buy 100 used cars in 1 month? You pay more and you pay fast. The Uftring Auto Group wants to buy all makes, all models, and all mileage. Get your free appraisal today at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. By Country Financial, building relationships, supporting the community, and service. These are the things Country Financial stands for. We're more than just an office you may pass by as you drive through town. We are neighbors who lend a helping hand and support the fabric of our community, including charitable organizations, sports, financial education, and civic organizations. Visit countryfinancial.com. By Titan Industries, structural and miscellaneous steel fabrication contractor, proud supporter of all the players, coaches, and fans at the 2021 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And, of course, by the KB Strong Foundation. Washington Panthers coach Kevin Brown made an impact on everybody around him on and off the court today The KB Strong Foundation, named in his honor, does the same in the fight to raise awareness for glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer. To learn more about Coach Brown's story and how the KB Strong Foundation is leading efforts to research a cure, visit kbstrong-fightingthefight.com. That will do it for Clutch Sports Media's live coverage of Day 1 of the 2021 KBM TOC. For my partner, John Camosa, I'm Joey Wright and the entire Clutch Sports Media production team, and it is expansive this week. That's all for tonight. Join us tomorrow at 9 o'clock, bright and early, for Kankakee and Yorkville Christian. Going to be a good one. At 10:30, St. John Bosco plays Lanphier. At noon, Vashon from the St. Louis area plays Joliet West. Denmark Olar from South Carolina plays Chicago St. Rita at 1:30. Western Reserve Academy from Ohio plays Colorado Prep St. Mary's at 3:30. At 5 o'clock, it's Metamora versus St. John Bosco. At 6:30, it's going to be a good one. Raven Gap Nikochi plays Life Christian, Florida. At 6:30 could be the game of the tournament there. Washington and Kankakee at 8 o'clock. We end tomorrow at 9:30 p.m. with Joliet West and Tinley Park. So long, everybody, and thank you for watching this presentation of Clutch Sports Media.